Audio check. Audio check.
Audio check. Audio check.
Oh, sorry about the echo. Yeah, so that's weird. For some reason, I mean, I'm glad Creepy said something, because I didn't know that the stream broke. So apparently our stream went down. Nothing happened. I'm still here in the cafe with the, after the doctor left, after having tea. And, we're still looking through this merchant's item list, and we're looking up what effect the guarding ring had. And apparently the guarding ring alters our evasion, though it seems like a large amount. It may be an overpowered item, but I'm not sure. Brennan says, quick question, Orfeo. I'm thinking of getting demon souls. I'm thinking of picking the mage class. Oh, that's right, you have a PS5, so you're thinking about getting the Demon Souls remake, which again looks gorgeous. I've said it before, it's one of the best looking games on PS5. Picking the mage class. The mage class is what I played. I think every class is good. The only thing I would say about any of the classes is first try to think of how you might want to approach the game in terms of combat. Do you want to be more melee focused? Do you want to be more ranged focused? How do you want to approach the combat challenges in the game? Unless you just really like certain classes. Like I just really love magic users. I love magic. So I tend to go with magic classes in games. But beyond that, after you pick your class, I would suggest trying to figure out that class's strengths and weaknesses, and then you really try to play to that character's strength. So if you pick a mage class, you're going to be really good at ranged combat with magic, and the more you play, the better you're going to get at ranged combat. Now, you can choose to change later on. Like, you can choose a mage and then turn that mage into a tank. That's true. But it would take you not a long time. It would take you a longer period of time to turn a mage into a tank than it would be to just pick a tank to begin with and just keep it as a tank. So it really depends on how you want to play. But if you're interested in using magic, there's kind of two different routes you can go. The more common route is to really just be a magic user and use magic to inflict most of your damage. The other route that you can go, and I've never seen anyone do it, but it is possible, is to become what I call a spell sword, which is sort of like a red mage from Final Fantasy, in that it's balanced between magic and melee damage. And in Demon Souls, there are a decent selection of spells that you can cast on your character to buff their defense, and there's some spells that you can cast on enemies to debuff their defense and to debuff, I think, their attack as well. So you could just use like stat altering spells to make yourself a better melee combatant. That's pretty interesting. But again, I've never really seen anyone do that, because if you really just want to be a good melee combatant, you could just be a melee class. But there are certain advantages to going spell sword, and that is you would also, or could also, save like just one spell slot, depending on how many spell slots you have at the time, for a damage dealing spell. And so you would mostly be melee, but you could always slip in like a ranged spell, and that could help you. So it's kind of up to you. Brendan says, for me, it's saying to focus more on vitality, endurance, magic, and strength. Again, that depends on how you want to play. Vitality controls your HP, your health. The more vitality you have, the bigger your health bar is going to be. Your magic is your magic damage. So the higher your magic stat is, the more damage your spells are going to deal. So if you want to focus on being a traditional magic user, and you want to focus on killing things with your spells, then magic is an important stat. If you want to be more of a spell sword, you just want to use your magic to buff yourself and debuff enemies, then it's not as useful. Intelligence is probably going to be better. And I'm kind of surprised they didn't put intelligence on your list for recommended stats. The higher your intelligence is, the more mana you have with which to cast spells. I would say for a magic user, your 3 most important stats are going to be magic, intelligence, and vitality. As far as strength goes, strength can be somewhat useful early game. The greater your strength is, the more raw damage you're going to deal with melee weapons. And the higher strength is, you're going to be able to use heavier weapons. So that's good. Your endurance, I think your endurance controls your stamina usage, which in melee attacks is helpful, because every time you melee attack, whether or not you hit something, you burn through stamina. And also whenever you dodge roll, whenever you sprint, that consumes stamina as well. So upping your endurance will help with sprinting, whether it's trying to escape from a situation or trying to dive into battle. But again, if you're trying to be a pure mage, stamina is not really that important. I played with base stamina the entire time I was playing in Demon Souls, all the way up through playthrough 4, going for the Platinum Trophy, and I never had to boost stamina once. But again, that's because I played as a traditional mage. As far as your vitality, yes, that is going to be important. Strength, I would say, is not really that important unless you want to use a specific weapon and it requires a higher strength stat. Then yeah, put some points into strength. Reddit says, and to do all the stuff like save Yuria the Witch, learn Firestorm, farm souls, use catalysts and talismans, get the Cling Ring, and also get the Demon Souls to make the Insanity Catalyst, learn Soul Thirst, save Frake the Prisoner, learn Firestorm, get the Fragrant Ring as soon as possible, and finally find the Royal Mistress. That is a lot of stuff. But yeah, you can do it all. You can do it all in this, well... I forget Soul Thirst. I think that would take you at least 2 playthroughs. I think Soul Thirst, if I'm right, is it's like a buff, and I think it lasts for, it's either 30 seconds or a minute. Might be somewhere between, like 40 seconds. And when you kill something within that period of time, you gain a larger percentage of souls than you normally would. Is that Soul Thirst? Soul Thirst. That's either Soul Thirst, or Soul Thirst might be when you just kill someone in a single hit. I don't remember. I think it's when you pull out a large amount of souls. If that's the case, then you need the boss soul of the old monk to do that. But you also need the boss soul of the old monk to craft the Insanity Catalyst. So you're going to have to pick and choose what you want to do. Or at least what you want to do first. I feel like that's what Soul Thirst is. Yeah, that is it. I just looked it up. It's stealing bonus souls. So you could do that in 2 playthroughs. But Yeah, the more times you play Demon Souls, the more New Game Pluses you play through, the stronger your character will become. The game will get harder, but the stronger you'll become. Alright, I'm still looking for more information on the guarding ring here. Alright, someone says, why does this person say that the guarding ring has the same effect as the evasion ring? I tried it out on a gear, but it didn't dodge any attacks. It did block a bunch of times, though. This person answers, oh. No. No clear answer from this person. I'll just go with the first answer I found. So the guarding ring does the exact same thing as the evasion. They effectively increase your evade percent by 40, but excuse me. But don't actually raise your evade percent stat. They just add an extra step to the hit miss formula that makes it treat your evade percent as if it were 40 higher. Okay, so in other words, it just acts like your evade stat, like your evade character stat is 40 higher than it normally is. I gotcha. It also changes the formula so that Wild Smile, which is a debuff of the Brigandier, and Blue Cologne, I don't have Blue Cologne yet, their effects are ignored. So if you wear a Guardian Ring, Wild Smile will not work, which is interesting. So I'm guessing what that means is, like, if you wear a Guardian Ring on your character, then it essentially gives that character the effect of Wild Smile the entire time, which is why Wild Smile does nothing. Wild Smile targets a specific enemy, and basically that enemy misses you a lot of the time. I would say that's pretty good to have, because you never know if it raises your evade that high, which is ridiculously high. You never really know, like, when you're not going to have Brigandier with you. And if that's the case, then a Guardian Ring would definitely help. At least one. Let me bring up my Twitch again. Make sure that we're still alive. We are still live, but I want to make sure that if we stop going live, that I'm aware. So I do want that. But let me see what else she sells. The Speed Ring is tempting, but, I mean, it's agility value +1 as opposed to, like, evade +40. Like, that's a lot. So I'd kind of rather have that, and I'd kind of like to buy 3 of those and give 1 to each of the 3 characters. Or maybe even buy 3 and give all 3 to Faye. And then as we continue to play and continue to earn money, buy more and give, like, at least 1 more to each character. But before we do that, like I said, I want to see what else she sells. So we checked accessories, we checked gear. I want to check weapons now. I feel like Faye might not ever get a weapon. Oh, it's not weapons, it's items. I feel like Faye is like the monk class. Okay, so these are just like general items. We have 11 Aqua Souls. We have 1 Aqua Soul S. 8 Rose Souls. What do they do? Restores HP by 50. Restore HP by 150. 8 Rose Souls restores EP by 10. Rose Soul S, we don't have any. Restores EP by 20. We have 3 Zeta Souls. Revives from KO status. We have 3 Fizz Souls. Removes PHY status effects. I'm not sure what PHY stands for. Mint Sol, we have 3 of those. Removes Mint status effects. A White Star. Wind up, Earth down. So I'm guessing that somehow alters battlefield elements. Brown Star. Earth up, wind down. I'll give you a brown star. Red Star. Fire up, water down. Blue Star. Water up, fire down. Hard Star. Increases defense. Speed Star. Increases speed. I'm guessing these are like temporary battlefield buffs. Omega Sol restores HP and EP to full. Survival Tent fully restores parties' HP and EP. And that's it. I'm gonna go with yes, speak. Accessories. And I'm just gonna blow a lot of money right now. We're gonna go with Guardian Ring. Oh, I gotta select it. 6,000. Yes. And now we're gonna dive into our menu and see what happens. Equip. Faye. Ah! Oh, alphabetized. That's weird. I wonder why the list alphabetized itself. I mean, taking off the leather hat, I lose 6 defense. I don't want to do that. Taking off the red mail. Oh! You can't use every accessory. Like, okay, I got you, I got you. I lose 14 defense that way. But replacing the power ring, I only lose 2 attack. I'll do Guardian Ring. As that's supposed to give me a pretty big stat increase. I kind of feel like overdoing it and giving Faye like 3 Guardian Rings. But at the same time, it's like, even though you might have a high agility, it's like, I don't know if that's going to translate to never getting hit or barely getting hit. And if I do get hit, I'm probably going to take a lot of damage. So it's like, most of the time you'll be fine. Maybe like 80% of the time you'll evade attacks, but that the 20% of the time, you might get like 2 shot. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's a good idea to keep a healthy defense. Let's check my other characters. Can I not check the other characters? I can't because they're not in my party right now. Oh. Alright. And I want to check her accessories one more time to see what she sells, because I forgot. Because I was so focused on the guardian ring. Accessories. Power ring, we have 3 of those now. Stamina ring, defense. Speed ring, agility. Yeah, guardian ring is the star here at 2,000 apiece. I feel like I'll hold on to the guardian ring, and once I gain control of the other 2 characters, Dr. Seaton and Bart, even though I don't know they're always going to be with me, I'll equip each of them with a guardian ring, and we'll see how they do in combat. And if they start evading a lot, then I might try to come back here, if I can come back here, with another, at least another 4,000 gold, and maybe stock up on giving Faye nothing but like 3 guardian rings, so that he's just like super hard to hit. So we'll see though. We'll test drive, see what happens. All right. Now, before we leave the cafe, I have to use the restroom, so I'm going to take a short break. My coffee cup is empty, so I'm going to refill that, and I'm going to get some more tissue, because occasionally I feel a sniffle coming on. I don't want to just sit here and just, you know, sag my boogies in front of the camera. So, BRB. I'll be back in less than 5 minutes. In fact, I'm going to leave the microphone on, so you know when I have returned. Oh, I've used the restroom. I have some tissue. I forgot my coffee cup in the microwave. BRB. Alright, I am back. Nice full cup of coffee. Had to put a little cream in it. Alright. There we go. Alright, let me turn the light on. Ooh, that's bright. There we go. Alright, let's continue. Actually, let me pop in my earbuds first. Then we'll continue. There wasn't anything in that room, right? That we could loot. I didn't look around for that. Well, I don't think we interact with this guy. This model is really nice. Just look at the detail work. Hey, Faye, don't you think this is great? No big deal. No, it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool, isn't it? There's a story behind this model. Let me tell you about it. Oh boy. 12 years ago, Sigurd took Bart out of Ava. They stole Ava's most powerful warship and totally remodeled it. They renamed it the Yggdrasil. This is the Yggdrasil before the improvements. I have it here to remind me of the hopes I had then. it was worth the work that the first mate and I put in on it. Ah, so that's the Sansa before the improvements. Okay. Well, look, good even then. Alright, let's go. So that was a nice little extra tidbit of information. Alright, where are we going now? Oh, that's right, the planning room. I think that's the captain's room, the captain's cabin. So... where does this go? Oh, this is the planning room. Okay. This place is incredible. They probably do not even have equipment like this in the capital. Heh. Surprised? All this technology is thanks to Sig. Hey, Faye, don't stand on the screen. We won't be able to see. All right, men. Display my special file on the main screen. What is this? A picture scroll nearly 500 years old. This is King Fatima I, body cloaked in flames, making a blood oath with giants. They say he used the strength of the giants to found Ava. It is amazing that such an ancient scroll exists, and in such good state, too. I thought the ethos controlled all such things as these. Normally, yes. But this was one of my father's prized possessions. Next! After founding the country, Fatima forced the giants into slumber to protect his kingdom's people if needed in the future. But we don't know where they are hidden. In another record, one of the giants is called the Great Fatima Treasure. What about the Jasper? Hey, you sure know a lot. Perhaps you're one of Shah Khan's spies? Of course not. It is only an intellectual interest. Just kidding. It appears that Jasper is the key to finding our treasure. A key. Could that be what Shah Khan is looking for? Not just him. Gebler is also looking for it. Really? Then we must rescue Marguerite as soon as possible. You're telling me! Since we helped you, I was wondering if I could, in turn, ask you a favor. Would that be for us to help you rescue her? Right, boy! That's exactly it! I heard from Sigurd. It seems that both Ava and Kislev are after you. So we can help you, and you can help us. How about it? It's not much to ask. Well, If it pays for my room and board, then I will help in any way I can. What do you think, Faye? You have not said anything for a while. Yeah, you were great back there in that stalactite cavern. Your strength alone is greater than 10 or 20 of Shakan's guards. I'd love to have your power on my side. Why does everyone want to make me fight? Huh? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Faye? I just don't feel like it. Love to have my power? I don't have any. What's wrong with you, Doc? Everyone. You're driving me to the brink. Then there's that gear. Groff and my father. Who's Groff? I don't have the time to help you out with your problems when I've got enough of my own. What's with him? Is he always that short-tempered? Yeah, I didn't like that response from Faye either. No, that is not it. I am sorry. I hope nothing bad happens to the Doc's wife and daughter and the other villagers, the surviving villagers. Things have happened so fast that he has not had time to deal with it all yet. Try to understand. We're gonna help service gears now. Yeah! Let's go! I hope they're careful. Oh, that's a good question. Can I call it back up? If I just walk off, can I do that? I can't do that. Okay. So I guess that means I can't go back down. How are my stats looking? I'm still full up, okay. I guess let's go have some tea to calm ourselves back down and then return to the planning room. Master Faye, please relax. I guess that's not the answer. I would have thought we'd follow the kids down to make sure they're going to be safe. But maybe I had to leave this screen and then go back to the elevator to be back up. That's what I had to do. Okay. Let's go try to find the kiddos. Down to the docks. Yo! Wipeout's here! How you doing, Wipeout? This is part 2 today. We were streaming earlier, and luckily Creepy was in the chat, and he's like, oh well, stream died. I'm going back to watch Columbo. And I'm like, stream died? And I pulled it up on my phone, I'm like, oh, stream did die. Groff is the guy in red and black. I don't know who that is. But I think maybe we streamed for an hour or so, and I guess the stream died. But no progress was made between part 1 today and part 2. I was literally just sitting there talking through a menu, and I guess stream went down for like 5 minutes or so, maybe less, and then I just relaunched it. So, if it happens again, let me know. But he was in the desert. No, I still don't know who that is. On a pillar. No, I still don't know who that is. But the only things we've done so far, when you fight the sandworm. I remember the sandworm. Oh! Graf is the guy who kind of looks like our evil doppelganger. Okay. Now I know who Graf is. He's the one that said he killed our father. Are you serious? You said he looks like Galleon. He also looks a little like Galleon. His hair looks different. Like, face hair is pulled back in a ponytail. And if I remember right, and I could be misremembering, but it was like the other guy wore his hair out of a ponytail, but it was still long, and he wore it kind of like draped around his head like Galleon. And he was wearing different clothing. But the only things we've done was we went back outside. We went to explore that lone tree. We almost died exploring that lone tree because I hopped out of my mech to walk around. I thought maybe it was like an event area and you have to get out of the mech to try to interact with it as just Faye. We got into a battle and I had to escape quickly. Aside from that, we got in a few battles just going to the tree and going back to the base. We got some more gold from that. We went through some story scenes, but we haven't left the base yet to go anywhere. We did go and find the accessories merchant, and we bought 3 items from the accessories merchant. We've only equipped 1. I'm saving the other 2 for my other 2 characters, for Dr. Seaton and for Bart. I just can't equip it on their characters yet. And that is the Guardian Ring. So the Guardian Ring says it increases defense. And I was like, I don't know what that means. Because if you go to the accessories merchant and you try to buy, I forget what it's called. Might be called like a stamina ring. The stamina ring says like defense +2. So I'm like, okay, so that boosts our defense. It's defense +2. And then I click on Guardian Ring and it just says increases defense, but it doesn't give me any stats. So I'm like, I don't know what it does. And even if I try to take it off, it doesn't diminish any stats. So it's like, I don't know what's going on. But says, no, Graf has no hair. Oh, he has a mask on. Huh. Red and black mask and cape suit. I guess I have to see him again. Woo! Welcome back, Creepy. Thank you earlier for saying that the stream had gone down because I didn't know. Yes, it didn't just crash for you, it actually went down. So I was able to relaunch, and we didn't miss a thing. I actually think it went down while I was sitting there pondering the various accessories in the merchant, and then when I started it back up, we were in the same place. So, lucky for me, I tend to go on rants sometimes and make little progress while just sitting at a screen, kind of like we're doing now. And so if the stream should drop, we just resume it and nothing is really missed. Weapon says, he's the one who said he manipulated you into destroying Lahan. Ah, okay. And thank you for giving Wipe Out a shout out, Creepy. So I tried looking up exactly what a Guardian Ring does, because I don't want to waste my money. And the Guardian Ring was the most expensive accessory there. The Guardian Ring cost 2,000 gold. Everything else was like, I think the next most expensive thing was like 1,200 gold, and then everything else was under 1,000 gold. So I'm like, why is the Guardian Ring so expensive, and it doesn't even look like it boosts your stats by a numerical, well, by a number? And so I tried looking it up, And the best response I could find, which was the first response I found, was someone asked, what does it do? And this person said, the guarding ring does the exact same thing as the evasion ring. They effectively increase your evade percent by 40, but don't actually raise your event percent stat. They just add an extra step to the hit-miss formula that makes it treat your evade percent as if it were 40 higher. It also changes the, and now this next part is also important. It also changes the formula so that Wild Smile and Blue Cologne, I have no idea what that is, Blue Cologne's effects are ignored. So I'm guessing that means that Guardian Ring basically gives your character a permanent stat increase on par with Wild Smile. So Wild Smile affects only a single enemy, but it makes that single enemy miss all of your characters by a high amount. Whereas Guardian Ring only works on the character that's wearing the Guardian Ring, but it effectively makes it so that you incur the bonuses of something on par with Wild Smile for all enemies. So that's pretty cool. I didn't want to put 3 Guardian Rings on Faye because I don't know if enemies will miss him sometimes or miss him most of the time. What I'm planning to do is once I regain control of the Doctor and once I regain control of Bart, I'm going to give each of them a Guardian Ring because I have 2. You can see I have 2 spare Guardian Rings here in my inventory, and enter some combat scenarios and see what happens. And depending on what happens, I might, when I get more gold, come back to the ship and buy more Guardian Rings, and maybe I'll just go all out and just have like 3 Guardian Rings on Faye and 3 Guardian Rings on like all of my characters. We'll see though. I want to test out one ring and see how well it does. Yeah, Creepy says it was 2,500 for Stamina Ring and 4,000 for the Guardian Ring. It was 2,500? I thought it was 12. Huh. Robert says Evasion Ring might still be better. You're not sure? Okay. I don't know what PR means. Oh, or. They weren't selling any Evasion Rings, so I didn't have that choice. Maybe they will in the future, but they're not selling any right now. 2 Evasion Rings and 1 Guardian Ring. Oh, I'm in the wrong area. I'll show you real quick. It's just upstairs, or up the escalator, elevator. Guardian Rings probably don't stack. Oh, so then I feel good for only having bought 3. Only rings? Yeah. They weren't selling any weapons or anything, just, Oh no. Okay, good. I don't want to come back here yet. They were only selling, rings for accessories. I thought maybe I was going to push the story forward by doing that. Since it's an effect, not a stat boost. Ah, I see. What's also interesting is she sells gear parts. She does everything. But she's missing some of the gear parts that are being sold from within the Sand sub. So, like, if you want, like, access to all of the gear parts, you do have to go into the submarine, and you have to speak to the merchant inside the gear shop. She sells some of the stuff, but not everything. If I go to buy, she sells the power ring. We already have 3 of those. And that's attack value +2. She sells the stamina ring, defense value +2. We have 1 of those. It is 1,200. The speed ring for 1,200, agility value +1. And then the guardian ring increases defense for 2,000. So, yeah, I looked it up. I'm like, it sounds cool, so we'll go with it for now. You're at a different merchant? No, this is the same merchant. Want anything, just let me know. When you saw it? No, this is the only merchant. I mean, maybe when I originally saw it, like last stream. Not last stream earlier today, but last stream last Thursday. Then yeah, it was a different person. That person was up here. It was this guy, Nisan. But right now, he's not selling me anything. He's just trying to give me more tea. Like, I don't want more tea. I want weapons. I want different accessories. But we have to wait till the submarine sets sail again. So I think right now we're trying to find out where these kids went to work on the mechs. Make sure they don't hurt themselves. Actually, I'm curious. Let's go back up. Because when the kids took the elevator down, we had to leave and go to a different area so that the elevator respawned back at the top. And so I'm curious, maybe the area that we were supposed to go wasn't back to the cafeteria to speak to Nisan because he didn't tell us anything new. Maybe the area we were supposed to go into, the alternate area that we were supposed to go into to make the elevator respawn, was actually the door that the kids came out of, which is the, like this bunker area here. Yeah, the kids are gone now. Maybe these people will say something new. Then we can go try to track down the kids. He just wants to know if we want to rest, so we'll leave that alone. I guess we could just talk to everybody again real quick. I know the prices were higher because that's where my stream froze. Huh. I spent 5 minutes looking at it. That's when the prices were 2,500 and 4,000. Interesting. Want to rest in a place like this? You gotta be kidding. Maybe later. I don't need to rest right now. That's what I thought. Alright, well... which bed's better? Same bed. You gotta rest when you can, so you can act when you gotta. Knowing when to do what is important. I agree. Sigh. This injury is so pathetic. I can't let the master see me like this. Ow! Please be more careful. Good medicine always tastes bad. Everyone knows that. Next is your shot. Yipes! You're glaring! Look how big that needle is. That is a scary needle. That's bigger than her arm. When you are sick, just tell me. I'll give you a big shot and fix you up right away. I might be more trusting of Dr. Zed from Borderlands. Actually, no, I probably trust her more than Zed. A little rest. We were just one step from peace between Ava and Kislev. Then, it is said, Bart's father, Ed Bart IV, was assassinated by Shakan. You won't get away with this, Shakan! Shakan! He makes my blood boil. No link for you, stream elements. And I think they're just still playing the card game. I think the only one who said anything different, or will say anything different, is this guy. Because I think it was his kids that were running around. Or one of his kids, anyway. I can't seem to get any. I mean, cards, you fool. Hey, do you have Margarita's card? Nope, I don't. But I have Beth's. There's one guy all the way up here. That look. You must think we're a bunch of murderers. Well, we ain't. We don't murder. Hell, we even save the lives of our enemies. This is Bart's police. I mean, policy? Sniff, sniff. Poor Helen. I'm reading. Beat it. Alright. Go down. Alright, let's find those kiddos. Who needs a real doctor when you've got my machines and their scary needles? That sounds like Dr. Zed. That is Dr. Zed. Hey, you see kids down here? Alright, off your butts and back to work. Oh, Faye! You can take this elevator down to the gear hangar. Why don't you check on Welltall and do whatever maintenance you feel like doing? Go down to the gear hangar. Hey, there we go. I'm going to the next hangar. Alright. All he had to say. Oh! I didn't know this was a doorway. Was I here earlier? What is this? This is not a mech I've seen before. Boss, let us mess with the gears a little. Craftsmen have to keep practicing their skills. This is new. This gear is called Heimdall. It was excavated together with Brigandier. But we could never get it to run very well. 3 test pilots were injured in trying. I guess no one can tame it. What's it called again? So this is Heimdall. This is the armor that was being sold... Not armor. The frame that was being sold by Old Man Ball. In the Stalactite Cavern. Interesting. That's Heimdall? It is. Alright, how do I get out of here? Is it this way? Not this way. Is it this way? No. Oh, it's just running into blackness. Well, hold on a second. If all I have to do to get to the next hangar is to run into blackness, then how many mechs are in this hangar bay? Like, I just thought the blackness was just a wall that, like, for whatever reason, the developers just didn't want to fill in. I was like, maybe they just didn't want to eat up resources. Alright, there's our mech. This is your gear, right? This one's worth tinkering with. It makes use of some incredible technology. I'm gonna look over it a bit. So, can you come back later? Alright, so we got off here. Let's just keep going in this direction, see what else happens, see what else we run into. Alright, so this is Heimdall. Pretty cool looking mech there. Now what if we go this way? The hangar does continue to go. Oh, I think this is Brigandier. And we can keep going, but let's have a look at Brigandier. Brigandier is a star of hope for us pirates. The bright red body color represents Bart's ambition. But since Bart always overdoes things, maintenance is a pain. Oh, I wonder if Heimdall is going to be gifted to Dr. Seaton since no one can tame it anyway. Maybe it'll become Seaton's mech. That'd be cool. I could see that happening. It's even dressed in his similar color. Seaton wears kind of like a seafoam green, and those are kind of the same colors as the Heimdall mech. Alright. Another red mech? What is this one? Oh, this has different shoulder pads. Oh, this is where the kids are. This is a mass-produced model based on Bart's Brigandier that's simplified to reduce costs. If you tune them up, they're pretty good. That's when we can really show our skills. When I grow up, I want to be a pilot. Wow, cleaning is fun! Alright, so we came from... I think it was this direction. Yeah, I think it was that direction. Let's keep going this way. Oh, we can't! So I guess that's it, we reached the end. Well, if we reached the end, then why is there no wall here? Well, we talked to the kids. They're okay. So, I guess we just go back now. I guess we'll go back to the planning room and talk to that unique character that's there. Oh! Oh, okay. I guess you can't go this way. That's fine. I wasn't trying to anyway. I was trying to go back up here. Just forgot where it was. Back up to the dock. Ah, Guns of the Helghast is here. Thank you for the peaceful raid, Guns. How are you doing today? Yeah, let's try returning to the planning room. Which is up in the residential area. Shout out to Guns of the Helghast. The Death Stranding 2 waiting room. You streaming the original Death Stranding? Building bridges, huh? Still building them bridges. Oh, I didn't even see the doctor last time I came in here. Now, who are you? Oh, it's Sigurd. So for those who don't know, my name is Lord Orfeo. You can just call me Orfeo. Or Lord. That makes my ego feel better. Similar to Guns, I am a variety streamer. I stream a little something different for each and every day of the week. And Thursdays are our RPG afternoon sessions. So, role-playing games for the entire day on Thursday. And this is Xenogears. It is developed by Squaresoft. It was put out on Sony's original PlayStation. It's supposed to be one of the greatest role-playing games of all time. I don't think we're too far in. And so far it's pretty interesting. We're playing a hero. We were left in a village with amnesia 3 years ago. Giant mechs came to our village recently. They had a battle. We tried to fight back, and we accidentally used one of the mechs to destroy our village. And so we're kind of upset about that. And we don't really like the mech because that's what we used to accidentally destroy our village. There were some survivors, but they either fear us or hate us for the most part. So we left, and this guy in the green shirt, probably has a different name than his shirt, but it's the long green shirt and the white pants. He followed us from the village. He's a doctor, and it appears that we're currently on the run from different military forces because they're trying to get the gear back that we piloted to try to save our village. Even though we want nothing to do with the mech, a doctor brought us the mech anyway because we needed it to survive a boss encounter. And since then, we've just been holding on to it. Apparently, the mech is a new cutting-edge mech. It has great power. And so we're supposed to sort of protect it to not let it fall into the wrong hands, even though we don't really want to. But we're doing it anyway. And we were just confronted with a request for help to save the cousin of a pirate named Bart. And Bart, as we've come to learn, is royalty. But our main character kind of freaked out. He's like, things are happening too fast. I don't want to fight anymore. I just want to be at peace. And so he ran off, I guess, just to cool down. And now we're coming back and we're starting to interact with the characters again and see how the story continues to unfold. Hello, Dre. Welcome to the stream. Dre says Xenogears was going to be FF7 before they yanked half the staff and budget to make the other. Yes. I read that. Originally, this was supposed to be Final Fantasy VII, and for whatever reason, they said no. And then, depending on your source, the wiki says that this was supposed to then become a sequel to Chrono Trigger, and then they scrapped that idea. Though one of the characters from Chrono Trigger does make a cameo appearance in Xenogears, close to the beginning of the game. But then someone else popped in to stream a while ago, and they're like, well, Xenogears was never meant to be a sequel to Chrono Trigger. What happened is that a lot of the team that worked on Chrono Trigger worked on this game. And so that's why there was some confusion about that. But no, this became its own thing. This was, for a while, known as Project Noah, and then it officially received the name of Xenogears. So this is my first playthrough. other than what I just told you as the brief story recap and what I kind of got from the wiki that I used to post in the Discord for our first Xenogears post. I don't really know anything about the game. Have you played this before? If you have, I would prefer you to not let me know about anything that happens in the story or boss or enemy strategies. I like to figure out enemy strategies on my own. I like to experience the story on my own. But if you want to give me any tips, if you want to tell me like, hey, there's a cool side quest, you're going to leave the town, you didn't do it, you might want to talk to this person, or you might want to go to this place, or hey, there's a cool special item that you're missing, that's cool. I welcome that. Still a great game. Hope you like it so far. So far, I do, yes. I've read that it's, again, one of like... Oh. Stream die? Nope, try refreshing. Let me type it in here for Wipeout if you can't see the stream. I just refreshed and I'm able to view the stream on my phone. It's working for you? Yeah. Twitch had an issue, I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, where it crashed for a lot of people, which is really weird. So maybe they're still kind of dealing with some stuff like that in the back end, I don't know. But my modem and router look fine, so I don't know. Hopefully Twitch gets it straightened out soon. I forgot what I was talking about now. It dropped for you for about 10 seconds? Okay. Yeah, I loaded up my phone, the Twitch app on my phone, I hit refresh, and it said, like, network error. And I hit refresh, like, 2 or 3 times, and it started working again, so that was weird. But yes, I like the game so far. Like I said, it's supposed to be one of the greatest RPGs of all time. I've read quite a few RPG lists, or top RPG lists, and it seems like there's kind of a general consensus about what the top 5 role-playing games of all time are, or at least were, back when I read through these lists years ago. And all of the RPGs are developed by Squaresoft, and they're all playable on Sony's original PlayStation. They didn't originate there, but they're all playable there. And those are Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy Tactics, and Xenogears. And so I've only played through and beaten Final Fantasy VII. We will be playing through those other games on this channel in time. But this is the time for Xenogears. And so I look forward to playing through and seeing how the story affects us and get to know more about these characters and diving deeper into the gameplay. Grippy says tactics are good. You like FF Tactics. I really like the art style of FF Tactics. Sigurd asks, what do you want to know? Well, who is Margie? Margie is Mother Marguerite of Nisan. She makes a great car line. But Shakan of Ava has locked her up and is looking for the Fatima Jasper now. Bart may not look it, but he's very worried. What do you want to know? Who is Shaka Khan? Shaka Khan was the Prime Minister of Ava. But he is the de facto leader now. His rule is what has put our Ava in turmoil. What's a Fatima Jasper? Okay, I'm back in. Welcome back in, Wipeout. Yeah, I was saying earlier, I think maybe it's something on Twitch's end. Like, I'm looking at my router and my modem, and everything seems okay. And I've never had any stream issues using the stream software, at least not that I remember. And I'm not getting any error messages on the stream software. So I think it might be Twitch. Like, a couple days ago, Twitch went down for a lot of people. And maybe they're working on stuff on the back end, like no one really knows why it went down. No one knows how it came back up. So, yeah, maybe for the rest of this week, it'll just be kind of finicky. Hopefully not. But yeah, I went into my phone, I brought up the Twitch app, and it was saying there was some kind of network error, and I couldn't see the stream either. And so I hit refresh like 2 or 3 times, and after like the last time I hit refresh, the stream just popped up, and it was just playing like normal. So that was weird. What's a Fatima Jasper? Margie has half of the Fatima Jasper. Shakan wants it because it tells the location of the Great Treasure. And as far as we know, the Great Treasure is a gear, a very powerful gear that could turn the tide of the battle. Or maybe it's a cave full of gears. Because Fatima the First was said to have made a blood... What was like a... Not oath? Was it oath? Bond? Like a blood bond with giants? So the giants look like gears. And then the giants went into slumber. And the king ruled. But apparently, if you have the Jasper, you can locate where the giants are sleeping, wake the giants, and then they will help you to restore power to, I guess, the heir of the first king, which right now is Bart. So, that seems to be what we're trying to do. And Marge is locked away, and so I guess the goal is to free Margie, reunite her with Bart. She has one piece of the Fatima Jasper, he has the other piece. They join the two together. That points out the location of the Great Treasure, which is the new mech, or the new gear. We go there, we get the mech, and hopefully that's a really awesome mech, or gear, and that will help us turn the tide of battle and restore Bart to his throat. That seems to be the basic plot of Xenogears so far. Alright, Creepy, enjoy Columbo. And one more thing. See you next time. What about Nisan? Nisan is a small, sacred country in the west of Ignis. In its center is a huge cathedral, beautifully ornamented. The country was founded by Sophia. She is called the Mother of Knowledge by her followers, the Kahal. She was also Nisan's first mother. Her followers are called the Kahal. See, now if I was a member of the Kahal, and I had a kid, and the kid was a boy, I would name him Al. Who are you? I am Al Kahal. How are you? This one sounds a little crazy. A little rambunctious. Nothing. I don't know what going Columbo means, but it sounds like code for getting naked. What's up, Doc? Faye, there is no reason to be mad at Bart. Just forgive him. That's it? That's all you got for me? Oh. Well, okay. I guess the next step then is to go see Bart. I would think Bart's in his room, so... We've kind of gone everywhere else. My room. Enter and die. Bart. Give it up? No, I guess not. I thought maybe, like, he would just come out of the room, or maybe our character would knock and then he'd answer. Alright, let's enter. Nope, he's not in here. Uh-oh. I guess we're supposed to come in here. Boy, what's up with this Faye guy? I try and become his friend, and he suddenly explodes in anger. I agree, I thought Faye acted weird too. Well, looks like he's got a lot on his mind. I don't want to force him. But he would be fun to fight. Maybe I'll ask again. If I lie in wait under the elevator... That sounds like a bad idea. You're gonna hide under an elevator? What happens when the elevator comes down? If you're not paying attention, you get squished. Can I open the box again? I can't. Oh well. Who is this picture of? A little boy and girl. Well, now I'm pretty sure it's of Bart and Margie. Or Marguerite. Alright, let's go take the elevator down. Took the elevator down. So, where is he? Do I go back in the submarine? Do I go further down the elevator? I guess let's take the other elevator. Let's see if he's... Ah! Let's see if he went further down. Put that up here for now, just to make sure the stream doesn't die. Or if it does, I'll know when it does. Where are you, Bart? Oh! I wandered too far. That's fine, I guess I'll check here. Okay, this is Heimdall again. See, but I don't know. There are multiple elevators, so I'm not sure which elevator he was talking about. Apparently he wasn't talking about the first elevator. He could have been talking about the elevator to take you down the submarine, That would take you to the gear hanger. Ah! I didn't mean to go this far either. Oh well. What I meant to do is this. Put the last gear, but he's not here, so let's go back. Is he up here? He's not up here. I don't think he'd be with my mech. Cool new Transformer just arrived? Ooh. What does it look like? Okay, this is my mech. No. Alright, let's go back up and go to the submarine elevator. Ah, there we go. Can I have a second? Maybe later. Sure. Seaton told me all about your story. Do you want to talk about it? Why didn't you tell me? It sounds pretty rough. Listen. I'm sorry for being a jerk just now. I didn't think he was a jerk. Forgive me, will ya? Whoa! Anyway, sorry to bring it up again, but... No! Okay, so far... As of right now, Faye is my least favorite character in the game. Bart is a butt jerk. He's got beef jerky butt. So far, the Dr. Seaton is my favorite character. Because he's calm, he's cool, he's collected, he's smart. I like Bart because of his sort of like dude personality. He's like, hey man, let's do this. Yeah. Like, he seems like a fun character. Faye is just... He's a little too emo for me right now. Bart has heart. He's got ambition, yeah. I mean, he wants to retake his throne. So, I mean, that would make sense. If he's successful, he's got a whole kingdom to look forward to. Faye needs Prozac, yeah. What? I don't like fighting like you do. I only got into that gear because I had to. I'd rather not ride them. If you want that gear so much, then you can have it. I don't want it. You think I'd like fighting? Is that it? Don't you? Sure looks that way. It looks like the only thing you do enjoy is fighting. I can't let that slide. Who likes fighting? Take it back. Like it or not, I fight because I have to. I got my reasons, but you wouldn't understand. I thought he was going to say, like, I like fighting. Take that back, or I'll fight you. It's like, you kind of proved the point there. Well, I don't have a reason to fight. I don't want to fight. I just want to live in peace and quiet. But you people keep on hounding me to get into a gear. Who's you people? Why don't you just leave me alone? It's because I see your skill and think, well, I hate it. Whenever I get in a gear, people get hurt. That's kind of the point of a gear, though. If I fight, people die. I don't want to hurt people. I don't want anyone to die. I hate it. Can't you see that? I like how as it tells the story with in-game dialogue, it continues to rotate the camera at different angles. It's very cinematic. Yeah, I know the feeling of just wanting to run away from reality. Oh, now you're saying he's trying to escape reality? Oh, like it's a little crazy? But do you think the kids left behind in your village would understand? Oh, might be touching a sore spot there. Seaton told me what happened in Lahan. Would it have been better if you had done nothing? Sure, that happened because you were in the gear. But even if you hadn't, people would have died, right? You weren't the reason. That's true. I mean, depending on how far back you want to push the blame, you could say that Faye was at least indirectly responsible for some of the deaths, but he wasn't directly responsible for all of the deaths. War. No. The people who started the war are the reason. And unless you get rid of the reason, nothing will change. I fight to get rid of the reason. That's a good way to put it. That right there, that and what he said just before could be like a war quote that you could have emblazoned on the Department of Defense on a governmental building. That's pretty good. I like that. LOL. Oh, yeah. I'll wait for him under the... That sounds weird, yeah. I'll wait for him under the elevator. Not when he gets off the elevator. Underneath the elevator. Underneath the floorboards. You're kind of creepy. They did a great job with the camera environments. Yeah, they did. You can't say enough how much you like the look of the game. It is cool, yeah. What was the quote? I'm trying to remember now. Something like, you're not responsible for what happened. Ah, Duke Darkwood is here. Hello, Duke. Duke says it is a great game, yes. The quote was something like, you're not the reason for the destruction of your village. The people who started the war are the reason for the destruction of your village. And unless you get rid of the reason, meaning unless you get rid of the people who started the war, nothing will change. And I fight to get rid of the reason. So in a sense, he's saying, I fight to stop the people who started the war, so there will be peace. He just doesn't call them people, he calls them the reason. And that's a pretty cool way to phrase it. How you doing today, Duke? Right now, there is no other way, so I have to fight. But that doesn't mean I enjoy it. For some reason, his clothes, not Faye's, Bart's, remind me of Michael Jackson. The red jacket, the white pants. I don't know. I'm not even sure Michael Jackson's ever worn that kind of outfit before. There's something about it just screams Michael Jackson to me. I understand why you would feel guilt toward the kids in your village. and I know why you don't want to harm others. But if you want to make it up to those children, don't you have to fight? You do have a reason to fight, a reason you must fight. But as long as you ignore it and continue to run away, those kids will never forgive you. He's got a point. Just remember that. Yeah, guilt trip him. And another thing, though what he's saying is true, probably. I'm not saying that not helping me is running away. You don't have to help. This is my own problem. I don't want to get you in this against your will. But if I had your skill, and I could bring all of this to an end, and make it up to those kids, at least that's what I think. Anyway, sorry to hold you up. The mechanic wanted to talk to you about your gear. You probably don't care now, but at least hear what he has to say. Ellipses. Duke says, doing well, doing well. That's good, Duke. I'm glad you are doing well. Dre says, Metal Gear Boss, the reason. I have not played that Metal Gear, whichever one that is. I've only ever played through and beaten the original Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation 1, and I mastered that game. Like, I used to speedrun that game. I would speedrun that game while triggering no security cameras and having no enemies see me. Like, that was one of the very, very few games I would speedrun. Now, it's been so long, I've probably forgotten just about the entire game. So once we do start streaming through the Metal Gear series on Franchise Fridays, I will be replaying the original Metal Gear Solid. Papa says, Jackson wore a red jacket in Thriller. Ah, I don't know if his pants were white, but Michael is known to wear white pants. I see. Twitch says, okay, it was going well until Twitch decided to get uppity on me. I got the reload player error 4 times since tuning in. Oh, that's rough, Duke. Sorry about that. Papa says, yeah, Twitch is spazzing out. Duke asks, wait, it's not just me? No, I'm afraid not, Duke. So I think it was 2 days ago, Twitch crashed for a lot of people. Like the service of Twitch went down. And they eventually got it back up. But we don't really know how Twitch went down. We don't know how it got restored. So maybe they're working on stuff on the back end, and that's having an effect with whatever it is they're doing. So hopefully by the end of this week, hopefully by the beginning of next week, they'll have everything ironed out, and it'll be fine. Let me crank up the brightness a bit here. There we go. Yes, go down to the hangar. Up this way. So far, Duke, we did not really do much this stream. We've just been kind of walking around talking to people. I did do some grinding off stream. I started to do grinding 2 days ago, and I ground for like 3 hours. And I got some cool stuff for the gear. And then I forgot to save, so I lost the 3 hours of grinding progress. So then I did some more grinding last night. And I ground up from level 20 to level 29. And I wasn't grinding for levels. I was just trying to grind for gold to buy stuff. And so I did buy some stuff. I fully upgraded, at least as much as I could, the Brigandier. I also upgraded the Well Tall as much as I could by tuning, is what I mean. By like your armor and your frame and your engine and the fuel. I also bought magnetic coatings, and I equipped 3 magnetic coatings onto Weltall. And then I spoke to a merchant NPC here, and I purchased 3 rings. I put 1 on Faye. I'm keeping the other 2 for Dr. Seaton and Bart when I get them back in my party. And those are guarding rings. That's what they're called. So those are supposed to increase your defense by a lot. I read it was like 40. But they might not stack. Wipeout said because it's an effect, it's not an actual stat boost. That, you know, it's probably pointless to wear more than 1 ring. So that's fine. I only bought 3 anyway. And that's about it. Now I just walk around talking to people. Magnetic coats are amazing. Response increases both accuracy and evasion. Nice. Yeah, someone told me last year, and I forget who it was. I think it might have been Tasachi, but I'm not sure. Might have been Wipeout. That they looked up the difference between a response circuit and a magnetic coating, or coat. And it looked like the response circuit didn't boost response as much, but it did not lower your agility. I think someone said the magnetic coat boosts your response more, but it lowers your agility by 1. And so I just bought 1 magnetic coat to test it because I just wanted to kind of buy 1 of everything, which I never ended up doing because I never got that much gold. And I put 1 on my mech, and my agility stat never went down. I'm like, oh, that's weird. All right, well, let me buy another one. And so I just bought 2 more, threw them on there, and my agility stat never went down on Weltall. I'm like, I guess I'll just stay with that. Response circuit is plus 20, magnetic coat is plus 25, yeah. So now I have response plus 75 on Weltall, assuming it stacks, which I'm hoping it stacks. And yeah. Looks like someone really knew how to tune up your gear. That was Dr. Seaton. He fixed it, for the most part. Attack, defense, ether amplification, an exceptionally balanced machine. But we don't seem to be able to dismantle some parts to see what they do. I guess you could call them black boxes. There are quite a number of them on this machine. Do you have any idea what they actually do? No. Faye! Sigurd, Doc, what's up? We would like to have a word with you. Oh, okay. Duke says it does stack. Nice. Let me catch up a chat real quick. Duke says, and yeah, gear accessories have a hidden weight. Enough weight will decrease agility a point. Interesting. Wipet says, I don't see why the evasion ring and defense ring would be exactly the same item with a different name. Duke asks, Faye came so close to saying, what's up, Doc? Munching on a carrot. Look over there. It's Bart. Hey, Dad. Can you hear me? Ever since I first looked in Faye's eyes, I knew. We also learned about Marguerite, his cousin who has the other Jasper stone. Oh, nice! It lets us read the text and take as long as we want before we progress forward with a button push. There was something else I was going to tell you that we did, but I forgot what it was now. No, I don't remember. If it comes to me, I'll say it. Michael says, maybe then it's that magnetic coat weighs more than response circuit. Multiple magnetic coats probably end up making you lose a point of agility, so it's not that it's directly a -1 to agility, it just weighs more. Okay. He's the same as me. He'd understand me, or so I thought. Did I just imagine it? Oh, I remember. So, we also found the Heimdall gear. And it's one that the mechanic told us that no one has been able to tame. And that's interesting to me because we saw an upgrade for, I think it was the Heimdall frame from Old Man Ball in the Stalactite Cavern. But I was like, we don't have a mech called that, so why would there be an upgrade for that? Well, now we know where it is. It's here. And I'm guessing that the Heimdall is going to come under control of Dr. Seaton, just because Bart already has a mech, and it seems like they're kind of color coding things a little bit. Like Bart wears a red jacket, his mech is red. Faye is probably the exception. He's wearing a white shirt and green pants, and his mech is like a Dark Knight. It's black. Though Faye does look to have long black hair. I mean, it could be brown. I can't really tell. But then, like, Dr. Seaton wears like this, like, long flowing, sort of like foam green shirt, and it's like Heimdall is like mostly green, and it's kind of like that same sea foam green color. So I'm thinking like maybe that's going to become his mech, and it would make sense because we have 3 characters, but we only have 2 mechs, so it kind of makes sense if Heimdall turned out to become his. Did I just imagine it? I have no confidence. If I follow after you, Dad, it'll just be like I'm some decoration. At the moment, I can't even carry out your will, let alone rescue Margie. I told him he was only running away, but I'm really the one who wants to run away. The young master asked me to apologize to you. Pretty strange, huh? He knows it's best to apologize in person. But the young master isn't all that good at this sort of thing, even though he already did apologize in person. He may not look it, but he's really quite lonely. He's always searching for a friend. We, his minders, can't become his friends. Even if we wanted to, he just wouldn't see us that way. He knows that. Why, you ask? It's because of the burden that he bears. It must be difficult for one so young to carry so heavy a responsibility. But he does try to do his best, you know? That is why we stick by him. It has nothing to do with him being the prince. Faye, I sense you too are carrying a heavy burden. This might be a selfish request, but Would it be possible for you to help the young master? I'm not asking you to burden yourself with his problems or responsibilities. But could you two, with whatever it is only you two each know, help the other? Please. I'm sorry. I need time to think. Of course. Take your time. It is completely up to you. Whatever you decide, we will be leaving early tomorrow morning. After you're finished preparing for tomorrow, you probably should get some rest. You can use the bedroom in the residential area above. I wish to speak to Sigurd some more, so you go ahead and get some rest. Scrolling back up here through stream chat. Duke says they're not. Evasion Ring is a scaling 20% boost to evasion. Guarding Ring causes you to sometimes defend without needing to choose the defense command. So when it procs, it reduces damage taken. Oh, interesting. Duke says, I can't say much about that right now. Oh, probably in regards to me hypothesizing about who owns what mechs. Or who will, well, maybe about Heimdall. Duke says, I can't say much about that right now, but I do believe that the person who mentioned Heimdall being hard to tame also mentioned it was excavated with Brigandier. I think that maybe the mechanic said something about that. I mean, we're already here, so we can go talk to him. Wait, are we here? No, we're not really here. We can still go back down and talk to him now. No, we can't go talk to that guy, though. Up it says, I found another forum thread about Guardian Ring versus Evasion Ring. Apparently, the Guardian Ring makes you block, while Evasion Ring makes you evade. Evasion Ring effect overwrites the Guardian Ring's effect. Huh. But if you are guarding or charging with the gear, you cannot evade. Duke says, yeah, same as I described, just different wording. The evasion chance means you might dodge attacks entirely. The block chance means you take damage, but less. I see. Alright, so this is our mech. So we run past this. But says, so they are different, but one doesn't work while charging gear fuel. But the upside is that evading is better than guarding, assuming you're not charging fuel. Ah, I missed that message Duke I was reading for him. Alright, so this is Heimdall. I'm guessing they put this before Brigandier, because when you're roaming around down here, you're supposed to come across this one first. This gear is called Heimdall. Was excavated together with Brigandier. Oh, you're right, it was excavated together with Brigandier. But we could never get it to run very well. 3 test pilots were injured in trying. I guess no one can tame it. Yeah, so I'm guessing that maybe Dr. Seaton takes this over. But we'll see. Duke says, so yeah, the generic pirate gears are mass production, modern models, while Brigandier and Heimdall are excavated, made by the old civilization that made better gears. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I just made all the generic pirate gears after Brigandier, because that's what they say, they make them after Brigandier, but they make them more cost efficient, like with weaker parts. Um, and I guess that's because they could never tame Heimdall, so why would you create a gear after another gear that you can't tame? Like, that makes sense to me. Up we go. Up it says, also, Heimdall is ugly, so why would you want that? I don't think it's ugly. I think it looks kind of cool. Duke says, also, that comment about being untamable makes me think of all geese from Gundam Wing. The mech so overpowered that it was hazardous for most pilots to ride. I haven't seen Gundam Wing. Ah, Heimdall not so bad, lol. Before I rest, I want to save. We've done a lot of walking around and talking here. And while it has been interesting to learn more about everything, I'm kind of getting ready for some action here. And I think that's what we're about to head into. We'll leave first thing tomorrow. Are you ready? All right. Did you forget anything? I'm okay. Okay, sleep well. I'm so very tired. Duke says, and yeah, thank you for reminding me that the pirate gears were modeled on Brigandier. See, the current civilization is not bad at technology. It's just that their advances all come from studying their forebears' work. They're basically working to catch up to what they lost. My son drugs his tea. Faye is starting to pass out. I don't think Faye drank any of his tea. Dr. Seaton did. Dr. Seaton like 2 or 3 cups. Oh, security camera. Cool. Breuer, confirmed. It's their base, all right. Helmholtz. That rock was easy to break through. Oh, they broke into our base. I thought it would be a little harder. Stratsky. These surface-dwelling lambs sure live in a nice place. A lot of people. Rank. Look at that. They built this place far better than the facilities at Bledovik. It's probably a hidden fort built when their old king was still around. Vance. Who cares? Let's just get this over and done with. We got a big party with him. So, where are the gears? Over here? To the right. There's a hangar. That's a cool effect, how the camera shifts back and forth that way. Oh, there's all the generic ones. Found them! These are Durmons. They're standard pirate gears. Ha! Ignore those. We can take them out fast. Why not take a few? Even if we only get those, it was worth sneaking in. Alright. Sicario is now in place at the back. Get ready to take out anything that gets in our way. Prep complete. Okay over here. Any time is fine. Go! It says, yeah, clearly not security cameras. It's the POV from these intruders. Ah. What was that crash? Gears have entered the Yggdrasil's dock. 5 Gebler Special Force gears and 1 single unidentified large gear. All pilots report to the gear hangar. Go! Go now! Get to the hangar! Go! Almost all the gear are under repair. Oh, that's not good. They got like no reinforcements. What is it? What? I like how he's just running back and forth on his bed. Also, the nurse looks a little like Zelda. Darn it, Gebler! Huh? What? I'm gonna go talk to that guy. Ah. There he is. This is no time for sleeping. Is he still over here? Huh? Oh, I thought it was our snoring. Ah. What's that yellow light over there? Oh, whatever. Alright. Oh my gosh! We've been found! The guy running back and forth on the top bug. That can't be safe. I agree. This is no time for games! Has the base been found? Oh, there's another one. They must have followed us from the cavern. We screwed up. Let's save again. I meant to say the nurse looks kind of like Link from The Legend of Zelda. Where are we going? We're supposed to go to the gear hangar. But I kind of want to look around a bit. Maybe we get some unique information from the info room here. Escape Route 4 is for civilians. All civilians in the dock area take refuge in the Yggdrasil. We have an unidentified heat reading in the ventilation shaft. Oh. They're gears. Gate 3 has been destroyed. Main power source cut. Switch to backup. That's cool. This whole thing could have been, like, missed if I didn't come into this room. They've entered Gate 4. Gears have been lost. Operational gear 5. In service 1. Guest 1. All pilots report immediately to the gear dock. The base is under attack, but I kind of want to just explore a bit. Fortunately, this is an RPG, and the enemy will patiently wait for you to arrive. Well, that's good. Organa has redeemed Hydrate. Well, cheers, Organa. Alright. Let's go see about our tea. There's always time for tea. Oh no! All the gears are supposed to be under repair! Oof! If this shaking keeps up, our precious model will... I was trying to keep it from falling. He's a fast runner there. What? Don't get all excited. He's super excited. This is bad! Hey dear, did you see a little boy and girl? I wonder where they went. Oh, are those the two that are trying to work on the gears down below? Uh-oh. Granny, I'm scared! Aww. I wonder if she says anything different. The enemy's coming? This place is impregnable. You don't have to worry. What do you want? I'm good, please. It's best if you take refuge now. We're going to fight. We have one more area to explore. There we go. Bart's room. Enter. I feel like there's a secret entrance behind this bookcase. It just looks weird. It looks like the bookcase is not attached to the wall. Alright, down we go. I wonder if you could just... You probably can. Just, like, run outside. Go grind some more. Alright, down to the docks. Uh-oh. All non-combatants, go to the Yggdrasil immediately! Why, I'm scared! Faye! Faye, quick! Get to Wells Hall now! Faye? Bart and the others are already fighting. Aren't you going to do anything? Do you still think it has nothing to do with you? What am I? That old man, he called me the Slayer of God. I don't want that kind of power. My strength. My home. What are we fighting here? Self-doubt? Oh. How many gears are there? I think I took out most of the small fry, but... Bart's officer. There are at least 4, maybe 5 of them left. Their performance and technique is far greater than any of the ones we faced before. Darn it! Ooh, that's pretty. Young master, they're approaching! I wish I could have equipped his gear with the better weapon before this fight, but oh well. At least we gave him a stronger frame and stronger armor. Attack! Deal 20! Ooh, that's what the new whip looks like. Cool. And... oh, these are helper friends here. Yes, attack. Also feel 20. Attack! Fuel 10! Chain whip! Good damage. Sword Knight. Not bad damage. I don't know if these generic gears build combos. I don't think they do. If that's the case, there we go. Attack! Fuel 10 again. Ow. Attack! Fuel 20! Yes! Good job. Oh, we got a sound effect going there. Duke says, are you sure you don't just think the bookcase is out of place because this is Bart's room? And you take him as the reading sort? Well, I mean, there's that too. Sword Knight. It's not a name considering how it looks. Where's the sword? It looked pretty though. It reminded me of the ruby weapon. What's the ruby? No, I'm sorry. The emerald weapon from Final Fantasy VII. Only it was purple. And had sword tentacle metal things. Lots of whips in this game. Kinky. Whip it good. Bart prefers scrolls over books. 1500 XP. Level up! Yay! Good job, Bart. HP max plus 10, EP max plus 1, attack plus 1, defense plus 1, evade percent plus 1, and ether plus 1. 300 gold gained, up to 3,000 now. Nisan, does this gear work? Oh, that's right, it timed off! Pardon? Yes, it works, but... Alright. Out of the question. It is still under maintenance. It is nowhere near operational. It's alright, Nisan. Master Sigurd, but for a gent like the good doctor... It's fine. He'll be okay. It may not even be enough for him. Master Sigurd? Well, It has been 5 years since I last fought. I hope I can still remember. Oh. Heimdall looks like a Ninja Turtles mech. Let's kick some shell. Oh, a wild stallion, eh? Well then, it is high time someone broke you in. Royer. Yarg! Reinforcements? Ooh, he's fancy. Hey, that hurts! Compared to the pain my friends are going through, yours is nothing. I cannot allow people like you to persist in tormenting those who cannot fight back. I will take you on in their place. Come on. What are you talking about? Attack! Aegis Knight. Pile driver, weaken armor. Ketsui! Ah. You backhand him in the face as your finisher. Okay. He's quick though. Yes! Good job, Doc.
That's it?
He does have a voice. That was cool. That's it? 1500 XP. Renki learned! Nice, we relearned Renki. We learned Renki before. I think it was like 2 stream sessions ago when we were trying to escape from an exploding thing that had our mech. That had Weltall. And we had some more battles with some of the people trying to kill us. But then I think we actually died. I forget how we died. I feel like we fell or something. I don't know. Maybe we just died randomly. And no, I think the soldiers killed us. And then we restarted, but we didn't fight as many battles trying to escape that next time, and so he never relearned Renki. But we learned it again now. Extra AR +2 and another 300 gold. I know I am a little rusty. There is a limit to what I can learn, seeing as I started so late in life. Even so, I hit that guy hard, and he did not go down. They must be using that stuff. They're on drugs? Young one, they are using drive. They are battle enhancement drugs. Oh, I was right! That was just like a random guess. Like I was going to say cocaine or something, but okay. Normal attacks will not hurt them. Are you serious? So that's how they keep at it, huh? Crap. This will never end. Faye! It's okay. We'll get by without him. Are those rail guns they have? Duke says Aegis Knight. Now, looks suitable to its name. Duke says it's rocking back and forth like it's nervous. I thought it was like it's dancing. Or like it's thinking. Like it's kind of like bobbing back and forth on its heels. Like, My input says it seems like the pilots don't have direct control over the gears. Rather, the gears interpret the intent of the pilot and act according to the pilot's characteristics. Seems so. Dukes is okay. You know the ether chi abilities that heal when you're on foot? In gear, they don't heal, but they can restore armor loss. But as you just saw, you didn't need it. The sinking sand cruiser. You ran out of time and it sank. Oh, that's right, that's what happened. Thank you, Duke. Ripley says, I forgot that the pilot episode of Columbo was 1 hour long. Oh, I didn't know that. They're injecting the weeds. Oh crap, it's PCP. Wand Knight and Wand Knight. It always bugged me that they doubled up on one, and worse, the most boring one. And yes, those are guns, hence the name Wand Knight. Like how Sword Knight used whips. Don't ask me what the devs were thinking. Maybe it was like a sword whip. Maybe that's what they were thinking. Attack! Fuel 10! And attack! No. Focus on one first. Fuel 10. Wand Knight! I cast the spell of bullets! Attack! Kensui! It's still alive. Attack! Nope. Fuel 10 and Chain Whip! Yes! One left. Power Beam! Beam Attack! Now it's a long charge-up time, but it did good damage. Attack! Attack! Kensui! Power Beam! Beam Attack! Going after the good doctor again, eh? Oh, I didn't take that much damage. Nice. Chain Whip! Yes! $1,500 XP. 400 gold. Oh, there are the kids. Sis! Where do you think you're going? Uh-oh. Stop it! How admirable. Now what kind of sound will you make when I do this? Ah! What? Only Breuer spoke before you fight, though. So you know he was an Aegis Knight, but can't connect the others to their gears. Ah. Insert fart noise in the charge for power beam attack. It's Faye! Why are you fighting? You! What are you doing? What does fighting get you? What if this was your home? Oh, that's a big neck. Attack! Claw Knight. I can't tell what the other arm is. At first I thought maybe it was like a buzzsaw, but it also looks like a shield. Maybe it's both. Attack! Grapple! Ah, is it the best you got? Gonna have to do better than that. Yes! Good job, Faye. Another 300 gold. At 4,000 now. Faye! I knew you'd come around. We'll talk later. We've got big trouble coming down on us now. Oh, that's the giant gear that the NPCs were talking about earlier. So I guess all the others are more like mini bosses. He says, looks like someone arrived just in the nick of time. And here's Vance and his claw knife, which at least has a claw. Time for Faye to unintentionally kill a town full of children again. Scapario. Oh, that's Scapario. That's what they're saying was gonna, I guess, protect the rear. Alright. Attack! Fuel 10. Scapario! Defense down. Oh, that did no damage. Okay. I'm fine with that. Attack! Fuel 10. Attack! Also fuel 10. Attack! Fuel 10 and Kensui! Nice. Scapario. Uh-oh. Oh. Did that hit me for 175 times? No, it only did it once. Or did it do it twice? Might have done it twice. I think it did it twice. Attack! Fuel 10. Repu! Attack! Fuel 10. And Chain Whip! Fun fact. Scapario was the prototype for the Roomba automated floor sweeping bot. It looks like it. I believe it hit them all, so the multiple numbers were each gear's damage. Oh, I see. Well, if these gears drop, if all of the gears dropped to 2,000, or at least if Bart's gear and the Doc's gear dropped to 2,000, I'm going to initiate booster mode. Attack! Fuel 10. Scapario. Scapario. No, that only hit Faye. But it did, like, look right at him. So. Attack! Fuel 10! Attack! Fuel 10! Attack! Fuel 10 and Kensui! Scapario. Oh! Alright. I see. Attack! Fuel 10! Repu! I think everyone's used their main attack already. Let's do... Booster! Booster! Scapario! Defense down. Booster on, okay. I like how it tells you, like, booster on, because I'm like, oh crap, who did I put boost on again? But it tells you by their red bars, or their bars flashing red, their time bars, in addition to it actually saying booster on. Attack! Fuel 10! That's Faye. Booster. Faye. Attack. Kill 10. Oh, that's not Faye. Chain Whip. Attack. Kensui. Attack. Kill 10. Scapario. Attack. 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 Repu. Attack. Kensui. Ooh, this is a strong one. Attack. Chain Whip. Yes! Good job. 5963 XP. Ah. Wipeout says you can defeat Scapario by placing clumps of duct tape or socks on the floor in front of him. Fun fact. This fact is not fun. Duke says you can track how much defense is lowered under armor loss in that HUD. Oh, cool, I didn't know that. It's really only worth removing with Inner Healing or Seaton's Heal Ether if it gets to 60% or more, because attacks will start to really hurt then. Ah, thank you. He says, fun fact, Spain was still a fascist dictatorship when Microsoft was founded. Interesting. While this continues to tick down, I have to use the restroom. So excuse me, I will not mute my mic, so you will hear when I enter and leave. But I have to run off. I'll be right back.
am back. Thank you for your patience. Alright, did anyone level up? They leveled up. I remember he was at 29. I don't remember the other two, but we'll see soon. Scrolling back up here through chat. Okay. Organa has redeemed Hydrate. Cheers again, Organa. Another fun fact from Creepy. Oxford University was already over 300 when the Aztec Empire was founded. Interesting. Fun fact, the guillotine was last used in France the same year that Star Wars came out. I also did not know that. Nintendo was founded the same year the Eiffel Tower was completed. It says, fun fact, I have read that list before because I recognize all of these. But yeah, not many know Nintendo has been around since the 1890s. Or was it the 1880s? Hold on. That's funny. There was no calculus in Harvard's original curriculum because it hadn't been discovered yet. 1889 for Nintendo. Going down a list. Fun fact, more than half of the cells in your body are non-human. Fun fact, you can skip through the endless countdown of XP by hitting confirm while it's running. The term hammer down was coined by truckers before cruise control was invented because they'd weigh the accelerator down with a hammer. I've never heard the term hammer down. Alright, pop my earbuds back in. And let's see how we're doing. Fade levels up. HP max +6. Attack +1. What is this? Evade percent +1. Ether defense +1. Bart levels up. HP max +8. EP max +1. Attack +1. Defense +1. Ether +1. Okay? And that's it. A beam coat. Ooh, I wonder what that does. And 1,700 gold. Thanks, Faye. Bart. Thank you, Faye. Don't know how we could have done it without you. I still don't know what I should do. Faye, what Bart's doing isn't for his own gain. He walks the path he believes in, one step at a time.
wishing only for the happiness of those around him. I, on the other hand, I thought I didn't have a path that I could take laid out before me. But like he said, that's just running away. I must find my own path, right, Doc? If Bart wishes, I'll cooperate with you guys. That's all I can do now. But I think I'll find the path I should follow as I help others like you. Moreover, I can't turn my back and ignore what such a terrible group of people are doing to others. Thanks, Faye. We must infiltrate Ava and rescue Margie now. Gebler has discovered this base, so we should leave a small garrison and evacuate while we still can. Fortunately, the Yggdrasil is undamaged, so we are able to embark immediately. The crew's preparations are complete. Whenever you are ready, Master Faye and good Doctor, please accompany the young master to the breach. Dr. Uzuki, Master Faye, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I would truly appreciate it if you would be so kind as to stay with us and help us out on our mission, our rescue mission. Hey, all right. Let me say goodbye to the women before we go. Yay, we have a party now. All right, now I can do some stuff here. Some interesting facts there, Krieger. Alright, let's see what they got here. Bart. Yeah, so we can replace his leather whip with the iron whip I found in his bedroom. That gives us attack +2. Accessories, leather vest, power ring, and stamina ring. I do want to give him a guard ring. That's defense -10. I don't want him to lose that much. Let's try the power ring. That's attack +2. And stamina ring is defense +2. Let's leave him with the attack value +2 and replace his stamina ring with a guardian ring. And then Seaton has the leather hat. Glasses, hit percent value +2. Step shoes, evade percent +2. I think I'm just going to leave him alone. Yeah. Now, let's check their gears. Weltall is fine. Brigandier. Equip. Weapon. Replace the gear's iron gear whip with the snapper gear whip. Attack goes up by 2. Nice. And what does Heimdall have? No weapon. Extra AR +3. Armor defense value +10. And 2 old circuits. Increases response and defense. No. No. Oh, what does Beam Coat do? Beam damage down 50%. Oh, so that's really good defense, but it's only good defense against beam attacks. That's very specific. Heimdall's abilities. Sazanami, restore gear defense. Renki, next ether affects all. Ooh. Interesting. Inner healing and guided shot. Wild smile and heaven sent. Guided shot, enlarged chi attack. Inner healing, restore gear defense. Brigandier, wild smile. Enemy accuracy down. Heaven sent. Launch high speed disc attack. So it's like a Destructo disc from Dragon Ball. Okay. Ah. Right, Duke. Well, before we go... Actually, no, never mind. I was going to say, before we go, I want to see what's there to purchase in the gear hangar, but the gear hangar is in the submarine. I kind of want to go back up top to the residential area and see if there's anyone in the barracks. In the bedroom. Nope, it's empty. Might as well save. Now, what would happen with Bart in our party if we try to go into Bart's bedroom? Arg, that's no good. Oh, he won't let you in. That's cool. So if you missed going into his bedroom earlier and collecting his whip, his special whip weapon, you're kind of out. Unless maybe you find it for sale somewhere else. That's cool. We are praying for a successful rescue. We'll forward the latest info onto the Yggdrasil. Good luck rescuing Margie. Good luck rescuing Margie. I hear you all did a good job in protecting us. I'm sorry I can't give you a break, but I just can't. What do you want? Gear parts. Heimdall. Tune up. Fuel? No, that's right. I have max HP, so let's pull this. Engine. It's equipped the G6 1200. Let's put the Z9 1500 in there. Chosen equipment has abilities less than or equal to current. What? Abilities less than or equal to current? Change anyway? No. It has less cylinders and less fuel, but more abilities? The engine? Your current is better? You have a 9 output? No, I don't. I have... Oh! They're selling the G6. I got confused. I thought they were selling the Z9 from when I had the G6 equipped. You're trying to buy a 6, yeah. What about the frame? There we go. Heimdall 3200. We have equipped the Heimdall 2500. That's a lot of bonus armor right there. Nice. It's an extra 800 HP. Let's do it. Yes. Nice. Armor? MS 7.5. That's weird. I mean, I guess. I don't see why she's not selling an MS9. Probably, I feel like maybe once we get in the sub, I can just buy an MS9. But it's only 1,000. I have plenty of money. Let's do it. MS 7.5 while we're here. Sure. Alright. Go back to this guy. Buy. No, wait. Weapons? No. Can you be equipped with weapons? No. What about parts? I can't buy any more magnetic coats. Fine. We'll be back, though. Come back when you rescue little Margie. Good luck, Bart dear. Got it. Hold down the fort for us now. Hold down the fort for us now? I don't think that made sense. Did you buy a tank guard? Not a bad item. Prevents fuel drain from enemies that try to sap you. No, I left it. Hey dear, thanks! Oh, Faye dear, I believed in you. You said you'd help Bart, and thanks from me too. Bart dear, you don't find many friends like this. You'd better be nice to him now. Yeah, the next time I come back here, it'll be with Margie. Well, I'll be expecting you to make something good. All right, dear. You just leave it to Granny. Model survive? In that earlier commotion, my model got broken. Aw. Are you still here? Get going! Alright, let's get out of here. Down to the docks. Nah. I like the Doc shoes. Doc has a good sense of style. Oh, wait. Oh. Wanted to see if Bart would say anything if I tried to grab the steering wheel. Oh, actually, let's see if I was right about the armor for Heimdall. I said before that when I checked gear parts that she sells, it didn't seem like she sold everything. Like her inventory is just a little bit different than the gear shop. I never checked her for armor, I only checked her for parts. Okay, so there's MS9. There's MS9. MS9. I was right. 1500. MS9 over MS7.5. There we go. Let's refuel it. And that's fine. That's fine. All right, we're good to go. Come again. Dude, says, but relatively few enemies use that. I could see the use if you know ahead of time when to use it, but he's on a first playthrough. Yeah, that's the thing, like, some of these items are very specific, like the item that protects you against beam attacks, like 50%. Like, that sounds really, really good. But I would have to know beforehand that I'm either going to fight a boss that uses a beam attack, or that I'm going to be in an area where enemies regularly use beam attacks. Otherwise, it's kind of pointless to wear. Unless it's just like I had nothing better and it could raise my, like, general stats. And so it's like when I come into a situation where I kind of come across those enemies, then if I can, I might backtrack to get it. Now, if I had the gold, if I had like a ton of gold, then I would just, again, buy like at least one of everything so I could be prepared for almost any situation. But I don't have that much gold. I'm just rolling with it. And I'm trying to sort of like pick and choose what I might think are the best general things to equip. Wipeout says, 3 hours inside the smallest town in the game. No, Wipeout, at least 4 hours. Because we spent about an hour before you got here when Creepy told me that the stream had died and then I had to restart the stream. So this is our second Xenogears stream today. So it's been more than 3 hours. I will take you 6 months to explore. You buy it and then when you die, to beam, you equip it on reload. LOL. Exactly. I wonder if they say anything new. Hey, did you see this month's edition of Gear Fan magazine? They say hovering is all the rage right now. Until a while back, it used to be special equipment that only the young master had equipped on his gear. So the tech's getting closer. But that was nothing new. So I guess it makes sense that the guy in the gear shop sells better equipment for your gear than the cafe person. But, whatever. Oh, actually, if the lady at the cafe sells everything, but the gear she sells, well, to be specific, the gear for the gears, that she sells isn't as good as the specialty guide, then I wonder if that's the same with Nisan, because he sells items for your characters behind the bar, or he did at last, before we got on board this, or before we left the sub for the first time. Let us head for Ava to save Miss Marguerite. How may I be of service? Aha! Weapons, accessories. Buy. Power ring, stamina ring, speed ring, guardian ring. Okay, so nothing new here. I want to buy this. Can I have this? No? Okay. Alright. Oh, wait. Oh, no. That's right. Never mind. I hope I can be of such service again. He just sells gear parts and... Wait, does he sell gear parts as well? No, just items and... Okay, never mind. No, no. There's a save point on the bridge. I'll save on the bridge. Can you also arrange the order in which the characters stand? It doesn't look like it. I would like to move Seaton... I'd like to have the order Faye, Seaton, and then Bart. Just because Faye and Seaton are closer. How much more XP is needed to level them up? Oh wow, Seaton's like 396 points away. That's like 1 to 2 battles. Very nice. What are you doing over here? I have to repair some of the pumps that died now. Oh, I also have to recover the effect wings. I see. What are you doing? I want to change this to a firing radar with a better filter. Oh, and I'd love a bigger torpedo tube too. That sounds good. You? Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that you were there. Want to hear some hot sounds that I have recorded? No, I'm good. That's too bad. You could have seen the world between the static. There was a desert Lamora plastered all over the bottom of the ship. No wonder we didn't get any speed. What's a Lamora? We had a lot happen this time. I'd better take a good look at those propulsion wheels. Sand conducts sound much better than air does. Why, I can hear every gripe Shakan says. Ha, just kidding. Do you want to see the ship's chart? Yeah, show me. Dazo. Oh, Seaton's house. The Yggdrasil. Dazo. Bledevik, capital of Ava. I'm guessing that's where we're going next. Bart's Lair. Okay. The desert changes every day, so I rewrite the map with the information we collect whenever we're out there. That sounds like a lot of work. No! They'll let me be an apprentice helmsman! My name is Bingo, the apprentice helmsman. Sigurd has been teaching me how to operate the Yggdrasil. Do you want to see my notes? Yeah, let me see them. 1. The Yggdrasil can be operated just as if you are walking. Just use the directional button to move, in the direction you want. 2. While cruising, if you want to stop and disembark in your gear, then just press the circle button, okay? To stop and come back to the bridge, that is, here, press the square button, okay? From the bridge, you can go into the rest of the vessel to rest, tune up a gear, weigh yourself, and so on. I can weigh myself? That's a thing? 3. While cruising, press the select button to activate the remote sensing system. It will map your current position. 4. When you don't know how to get to where you want to go, ask the navigation officer, Mr. Alade, who's looking in the binoculars there. He will be able to show you the ship's charts. I can't wait until I become a fully fledged helmsman. This poor guy must just have a horrible time at game night. Imagine if they play bingo. He's going to think people are calling his name all night. Or maybe that's not his real name. Maybe that's just what the ladies call him. They call me Bingo because I always get lucky. It looked like there was a third option here. Okay, no, there's not. Not right now, thanks. Alright, Sigurd. What's up? Also, you notice that when we talk to Sigurd, it looks like he has long hair, kind of like Faye and Bart. But you don't see his ponytail. I guess he wears his coat like over his ponytail. Oh, he doesn't have a ponytail. He just has like long hair in the front, but nothing in the back. Okay. It's time to sneak into Ava at last. First of all, our party should inspect the town and work out a plan of action. Ah, a scouting job first, okay? Currently anchored at our hideout. Leave the hideout. We did it! We have ourselves a ship! And after like 4 hours, we finally finished with the Bart's Lair segment. Duke says, notice how the map is already up to date? Lahan isn't on it. I know that's sad. But Duke laughs. Bart, in universe. Directional button? Select button? What are you on, Sig? Wipeout says, you've already weighed yourself twice previously, so you should know that's a thing. I don't remember that. I know I can look at the gears and I can see how much they weigh, but I don't recall ever weighing myself. B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O. Sigurd has a killer tan, looks that way. He must spend time on the deck. Yay, freedom, yes! I'm gonna guess that as we travel in this, we cannot get into random battles. Oh, we went a little too far there. Look at that. He must have went right off the mountain. Lucky thing all the weight's in the caboose of this thing. So it might be kind of cool if you just went off the mountain into the water. Becomes an all-purpose submarine, an all-purpose cruiser. So now we can just kind of cruise around and go wherever we want. We can just tour the whole map. Yay! I like it. Like it a lot. And enjoy this wonderful overworld theme. This is probably my favorite overworld theme in an RPG, at least that I can remember.
Oh, the nurse in the Yggdrasil weighs you. You can try to have her weigh, and she says there's no one there. She said you were the perfect weight. Ah. Did he have the bird egg dinner at the beginning though? I did. I did have the bird egg dinner. This is where I almost died earlier. I came out here. Oh, Road to Nisan. That's what this tree is. Road to Nisan. I don't want to go to Nisan. I want a Toyota. But I tried coming here earlier, and I'm like, does a tree do something significant? And I was grinding in Discord yesterday, or no, I think it was 2 days ago. And I was like, I don't think the tree does anything. And I'm like, really? Because it looks weird. It's like a lone tree standing out in the middle of a desert. And so, in the first part of the stream, I came out here and I walked around this tree with my gear, and I'm like, nope, nothing's happening. Maybe I have to hop out of my gear and then try to interact with the tree. And as soon as I walked out of the mech, I got into battle. I'm like, aw, crap. I hope it's not another mech, and it was another mech, and it nearly killed me. I'm lucky to have escaped. I had to try twice to escape. And I made it back into my mech and healed up. We can see a cave over there. We can see there's some structure in the middle of water over there. Or if you remember a Slipping Bud, Road to Hyundai. Go to Nisan and buy a 240 ounce or 24 ounce. Road to Nisan is paved with Gran Turismo. What's this? Oh, it's another cave. Oh, is this the Stalactite Cavern? I bet it is. This is a little tempting. It's tempting because I know there's something in here. I know there's something in here for Heimdall. But I don't remember what it is. I think it's a better frame. But I don't know if that same frame was sold at the gear shop. I don't remember. Nisan 24 ounce, 30 ounce, 35, 37 ounce. What is this? What are you? Why wouldn't it tell me what you are? It said Road to Nisan at the other landmark. Why aren't you telling me what you are? You know what? Never mind. What's this way? Oh, that's the desert town. Okay. That we were at earlier. I wish you could speed this up. Like, I wish it could drive faster. But I mean, it is nice that I don't have to worry about getting in fights. Oh, it only travels in the sand. So if I want to get back to the Doc's house, I would have to run all the way back through the forest. We're not doing that. Not that I want to. Oh, the beach slopes down here. Oh, can't do anything. Oh, what's on this side? Why do you rush through comments so fast? You aren't understanding what is being said, LOL. It's not ounce. It's 240Z. Oh! Or is that if you're from the Northlands? It's a model number. Oh. Alright. I thought he was saying like Nisan sells beer. I'm like, is that like a liquor store or like a corner store name too? I didn't know that. It's a model number. I see. I don't know too much about cars. All I know about cars is from Gran Turismo 5 and the anime Initial D. And I'm like halfway through season 1 of Initial D. This seems kind of sus. Why is the sand a darker patch right there? And why is this separated from the rest of the map? Maybe it's nothing. There's a lone island over there. Is this a shortcut? It is not a shortcut. Not a car person yourself, but I've heard of that car before. Well, the 240, not the other ones. It is relaxing to just kind of like drive around and not have to worry about getting in fights and just see if you missed anything. I'm guessing this is where we're supposed to go. I really have no idea. I don't think we're supposed to go to Nisan. I do want to go here, though. Oh! The mechs look really big compared to the sub. Nope! I didn't want to do that. Let's get a bit further away. Alright. What? Do I have to get out of the mech? I can't go in the cave. Which is funny considering they can fit right inside its hangar. Yeah. 400 is coming soon. I'm guessing this is the stalactite cavern, but we can't get back in it. And for further scaling differences, your people on foot are half as tall as the gear when you're on the world map. Yes. If things were drawn to scale, the gears would be 2 pixels. Can I not go back? Or can I go back, just not right now? For some reason. I tried walking up to the cave and pressing X. And nothing happened. And I tried doing that both inside and outside of the gears. Your characters have no interest in the cave at the moment. I have an interest in the cave. Ah. Fine. I'm gonna guess this is where I'm supposed to go. Let me back up a little bit. Yep, Bledevik. Abba. So this is where I'm supposed to go. Okay. Well, if that's where I'm supposed to go... What, do you think the game would find ways to railroad you so that you can only go where you're supposed to go? Yes. It obviously railroaded me away from the cave, though. Tommy's here! What's up, Tommy? How you doing? Alright, let's head to Nisan. Oh, that's what happens! Oh? Uh-oh. I don't think I'm supposed to be here yet. Old time, your game? You like older games? Did you see the new Transformers coming out? Yeah, the Beast Wars one? I did. They got a cheetah. Huh. It does let you come here, though. Slightly surprising. No problem, sir. How you doing, Tommy? I haven't seen all the Transformers movies, but the Beast Wars one does look interesting. I used to watch Beast Wars when I was younger. I didn't really watch too many of the other ones, the non-Beast Wars ones. Sleeping on the job. Oh! No problem, sir. Oh, this is the building we saw in the middle of all the water. Interesting. Decepticons! We could go left. I don't know what the red triangle means. We can go right. There's like 4 green triangles there. And I can't jump into my mech. I'm guessing the red triangle is like the world map. The green triangle behind me is back to the ship. And the green triangles in front of me lead, I guess, to different towns. I just got Core Class Legacy Slag in the mail today. Red, exit to world map. Green, enterable point of interest. Gotcha. Should I do this now, or should I hold off on this? Part of me wants to explore, but I feel like if I'm not supposed to be here, if there are any enemies that I encounter around here, they're probably going to destroy me, like, really, really quickly. I'm surprised that you come here at this point in the game. I'd say that's up to you. The game wants you to do Bledvik next, so I don't know how much you can do here. But if you want to explore, go for it. You can shop here? Alright. Nisan. Let's start her up. Hey, hey! JB, what's up? I don't know if they left this path open on accident. PS1? Wow, yes. We are playing Xenogears for the original Sony PlayStation. And this is running off the disc, if you are curious. No trophies in this, LOL, nope. Ooh, pretty statue. My dad always says it's peaceful here. But what is peace anyway? I don't really understand. Sounds like a... oh no. I was gonna say, that sounds like a very philosophical question for a kid. But I mean, you might not know the definition of the word peace, so... Hey, you're a stranger, aren't you? My mom said that there are lots of strangers who do bad things, so I should be careful. That's right. Are you a bad person? Trophies are for winners. No one here fits that description. This is from a time before trophies and achievements, a time where players defined their own achievements. Wow, I never heard of this. You never heard of Xenogears? Ooh. Do you like role-playing games? You should try new things while you're still young. If you don't expand your horizons, you'll regret it when you get old. True. I want to talk to everyone first before I start entering buildings. I've had enough troubles. I just want to live life peacefully. They sound like Faye. You must be from another land. How's the outside world? Rumor has it that political instability is growing. But that's hardly surprising, given the current governments. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Wait, come back! This land extends all the way around the lake, which extends all the way around the cathedral. Just for fun, you might want to go all the way around it yourself. Not that there's much to see at all, mind you. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that! Back to Nisan. I felt like it would literally just take us in one big circle. I didn't think there'd be like any loading time or anything. Here, come back! How's my young lord going? Who's your young lord? Oh, that's the young lord. Don't call me young lord! Oh, I forgot. Your true identity is supposed to be a secret. There's only a handful of people in this town who know who you are. I'll be more careful, my young lord. Oops. JB says, I do like RPGs. Ah, then you might like this one, JB. This is supposed to be one of the greatest role-playing games of all time. So, if you like RPGs, and if you're okay with classic games, such as games from the PlayStation 1 era, you might want to give it a shot. Organa has redeemed Hydrate. Very well. Cheers, Organa. Asks, heard of Xenosaga for the PlayStation 2 or the Xenoblade games on the Switch? Xenogears is by the same dev team, back when they worked for Squaresoft. They're not really a single series as such, but more thematically related, like a franchise. And exiting the side exit of town, where that guy said you can loop around, you can, it's just on the outer town map you were in before. Alright, so we entered here. Looks like some people are just gonna bounce in and out, so let's see what's in here. I'm very sorry, but we're all full. As an apology, please accept this. Special herb tea. Ooh, the doc likes tea. Reduced weight a bit. Well, thank you. Can I do it again? Come again. I guess not. Continuing our pilgrimage from the south, we finally arrived a few days ago. Oh, that's good. Can I borrow some of your ketchup over there? I think that's mine. It kind of looks like he has cigarettes on the counter there. Maybe that's an ashtray of cigarettes. Can't tell. Nice chair. Walking around the desert is hard work. Ooh, nice bar. Looks kind of squarish, just in an angle. Maybe a book? Could have been. Oh, this is a building. I didn't notice the door at first. Traveling? Surely it is tiring. You're going to that inn? I'm sure they'll have good food for you. Well, they just gave us some tea. Take this back out again. We work in the cathedral over there. So, your sisters? Yes, that is correct. We are wandering the land, searching for the connection between Nisan and the outside world. It's called the highway. Yep, that doesn't do anything, just a decoration. I'll try to explore more of the upstairs before I go down. Oh, this again. No! No! I thought you were someone different. So we went left from the entrance. Okay. Oh, what's this? Hello, Grandma. Ah, we meet Granny. Hey, aren't you the young master? Hey, you! Huh? Oh. It's Bartholomew. Are you doing well? Good enough. Don't try to overdo it. Hey, are those your friends back there? Yeah, Faye and Seaton. Friends of the young master are friends of ours. Take your time and look around. Thanks. Come on in. Looking for items? Accessories? Nothing. Accessories? Ooh. Holy Pendant. Doubles support effect times. Ooh, I don't know what that means. Oh, like doubles the time of a buff? Okay. Lifestone doubles amount of HP restore. Ether Doubler uses 2 times EP to do 2 times the effect. Oh, that's kind of cool. But no. Thank you very much. What about you? Come on in. Oh no, it's just the same. Well, what items do you have? Okay, I'll take a look at your items. Nothing there. That guy there. Once in a while, we get those ignorant types coming to our town. They have no idea about what kind of situation we're all in. I hate them. Those people who are so ignorant about what's happening in the world. Don't tell me you guys are like that too. There's no souvenir shop in this town. This isn't a tourist attraction? I guess not. I'm trapped! Ether Doubler is one of the better items in the game. Very good for Ellie. Oh, that's right, it's not an item that you use, it's an equipment piece, it's an accessory. The Ether Double is kind of amazing. So remember this place once you're far enough to make that kind of money. It'd be hours of grinding if you tried now. And you don't really have people who use ethers enough to be worth it yet. I see. Oh, Wipeout has resubscribed! One time I pooped. Thank you for the resubscription, Wipeout. I appreciate the support. Lair Eons is classic game. Have you played this, Lair? The Life Stone, on the other hand, is basically useless. It will double all healing, received by the wearer. Okay. So I guess if you wanted to, like, maybe equip one on every person to make healing more efficient, you could do that. Or maybe, like, I would guess so. I was gonna say maybe like on a tank, if the tank draws aggro and everyone's attacking them, you can just make their healing more efficient. But that's not really how this game seems to work. There are no like tanks and healers and melee and stuff like that in this game. Am I lost now? I feel like I'm lost. Okay, here we go. We went this way. Oh, this door is fancy. Ooh. What is this, a playhouse? I'm guessing this room will take on greater significance when we're actually supposed to be here. Was that a door back there? It is not a door. Okay. You played the 3 Xenosagas, but never the OG Xenogears. Ooh, very cool. I'm planning to play the 3 Xenosagas shortly after beating Xenogears, whenever we beat Xenogears. But I have never played any game from that series or franchise. So this is my first time, my first Xeno game. And I'm liking it so far. I got turned around again. Okay. Is that it? Yeah, I think it just goes... Okay, so downstairs now. Ah. Are these nuns? Neither of us serve heaven within the Nisan Cathedral. But we pray here daily, as ones who have lived here for many years. No matter where you go in this world, war is everywhere. This town could be the only place that isn't involved in conflict. Studio. What kind of studio? Oh, wait, what's going on over here? Out of the way! Get out of the way! I'm gonna get you! Oh, they're playing tag? Aww, that's cute. It does the heart good to see the innocent children play. Oh my goodness. To see the innocent play of children. They're spamming me. What's up here? Oh, an alternate route, I guess. Yeah, so what's in the studio? No, stop it. Go ahead. Yeah, move out of the way of the door. Come on, kids, scram. Ah. Ian says, you'll see a lot of Xenogears Easter eggs in Xeno 1 for sure. Duke adds, also in Xenosaga 3, 2 was rather low on the Easter eggs, though. Eon says, I try to forget Xenosaga 2 exists. I've heard people say that. They say, like, Xenosaga 1 was just kind of okay, and then Xenosaga 2 was, like, the low point of the trilogy, and then Xenosaga 3 was, like, great. A wise move. I will say this, Xenosaga Episode 2 was a game. You're going to explore this later. If you're done shopping, I suggest going to Ava. We found an art studio, and he likes to paint. Maybe there's a connection. Sorry, but please don't talk to me now. Yesterday morning's view from the lake. I'm remembering the sensation of that light. Okay. Don't let me bother you. Wait, can I look at these paintings? I cannot look at the paintings. Aww. What is that? Oh, it's a path. Actually, Nisan is a pretty popular place among artists. Part of the reason is the scenery, but it's mostly because of the portrait of the Great Mother that is said to be in the cathedral. Unfortunately, the public is not permitted to go see it. Oh, they aren't, are they? One was good, 2 was not quite bad, but definitely below average. 3 was fantastic. You skipped from 1 to 3 in your mind. I only put a couple hours of 2, but my impressions were that it seemed better than 1, at least in terms of gear combat. Combat in Xenosaga 2 is... I agree it was better. You played it for the story, and Xenosaga 2 was the... Xenosaga kind of put Gears in the backseat in general, though. We had a great time seeing some music and character resemblances. Yes, I'm wondering if, by the time I get to the Xenosaga games, if I'll be able to see connections. But alright, we've seen enough. Let's get out of here. Where am I? I'm here. Oh, you can just run around it. That's neat. Now, what happens if I try to defy them and sneak in? The cathedral. Can I do that? Where am I? I don't know if I can do that. And I am glad you are having a good time, Eons. Interesting. It was possible to complete all of Xenosaga 1 without even being in your mechs?
Let's see. Oh, maybe this is it. If this isn't, I'm just going back to Ava. It's not it. Alright, let's just go back to Ava. Oh no. How do I get back to Ava? Let me out! Oh no! Alright, how do we get out of here? Oh, I know how we get out of here. I know what it looked like when we entered. This is it. There we go. What's on the world map? I guess we just can't run straight back to the desert. We have to go back here to Nisan first. Alright. Secret dock. You think it's possible. At most, they may have mandated a couple times, but anywhere they didn't, even against mech-scaled enemies, you were at least as effective with your characters on foot. 2, and especially 3, really fixed that problem. I never got to talk to the soldiers up top. Did I? Oh yeah, he fell asleep. That's right, I remember that. Never mind. Alright, back to Ava. It's time to sneak into Ava at last. First of all, our party should inspect the town and work out a plan of action. Currently anchored at Nisan. Leave Nisan. Welcome to our magic menagerie, Eons. Thank you for the follow, Eons. That's where we need to go. Alright. File. Save. All right. You're highly invested in the story, loved it to pieces. I look forward to getting into the rest of the Xeno series. Well, I won't be playing the Xenoblade games on this channel. But like I said, after Xenogears, I will eventually be playing the Xeno Saga games. We're actually toggling back and forth between the Xeno series and the Souls series. So before this, we played through Demon Souls, and now we're on Xenogears. After this, we're going to go to Dark Souls Remastered, and then we're going to come back to Xenosaga Episode 1, and then we're just going to keep bouncing back and forth until we finish off the Xeno series. Xenosaga 1 made you think long and hard about the human condition, and it hurt your brain, lol. Duke says, I still need to get to the Xenoblade games. I have the first, but haven't gotten to it in my backlog yet. I hear the whole series is really good. Yeah, the open worlds and the graphics in the Xenoblade games look really, really good. You tried hard to get into Xenoblade, but the story was much weaker. You couldn't do it? Aww. Alright, so it's about that time. I'm not going to end the stream, but it is about time for me to go feed my pets. I have a couple of chihuahuas. So I'm going to get them something to eat real quick. There's also some neighborhood cats like to roam around outside, and I feel bad for them, so I put some food out there for them every day. And go collect the mail real quick. So give me about 5 minutes or so, and then we'll be back, and we'll get into Ava and see how much further into the story we can go. Let's see if we can rescue Margie, or Marguerite. The BRB. Everyone take 5, grab a snack, get something to drink, use the restroom, do all 3.
Hello? We're just about back. Turning on the fan above my head. It's a bit warm in here now. Hello there. Thank you for your patience. Kitties are fed. Well, I think they're fed. I put food out for them, but they weren't out there today. Maybe they're still out and about exploring somewhere. The doggies are fed. And they all have water, clean water. No mail. Recyclables have been tossed. And I'm having a bit of breakfast, real quick. A turkey and cheese sandwich with pickle. Along with the last of my coffee. All right, get back into it. Ahead to Ava. Hello. Oh, we're scouting. We're probably not supposed to scout in mechs. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Ledevik Ava. Airships. Well, an airship. Nice ship. Oh. I try to reach my mouth full. Didn't work out. Ramses. Ramses looks a bit like Setzer from Final Fantasy VI, with the high collar jacket and the flowing hair. Fancy tech, isn't it? It is. Ramses. Cancel the alert status. Begin repairs and resupply immediately. Miang. The Prime Minister and General Yandercom are here to see you, Commander. What a dismal welcome. What do you expect? We're on the surface. Miang, let's disembark. Yes, sir. Ooh, I wonder if we're gonna somehow get a hold of the ship later on. That's what Shah Khan looks like. Shao Khan of Outworld. Well, well, Commander. You've only just taken command, and already you are achieving splendid results. You dispatched those irksome Kislev units in a matter of days. I'm very impressed. I can't believe you were beaten by such a small force. I have only just taken over my post, and already you have embarrassed me. Vandarkhan. I am sorry, Commander. They were more persistent than we anticipated. They had a new model gear that was very mobile. I couldn't get a lock on with it. I couldn't get a lock on it with the main gun. Otherwise, there would have been no way we could have been beaten by such fools. Know when to use that big gun, and on whom. You failed because you tried to solve everything with force. You have muscles instead of brains. Commander! Dismissed. Go polish your beloved 1200 Sen cannon. Tomorrow is the 500th anniversary of this country. Please come to the dedication ceremony. There is a customary tournament after the dedication ceremony. What about the incident in that report? What? Oh, you mean the 500-year-old mobile weapon excavated from the ruins? Thanks to the help of the Ethos, the repairs are complete. I thought we could announce it on the day of the dedication ceremony. Toys like that should be given to Vanderkamp. I'm talking about the Fatima Jasper. I already have obtained one half of the crest. Oh, they got it from her already. But I haven't been able to get her to tell me where the other half is. She is a rather strong-willed girl. You're not being rough with her, are you? Of course not. I know how you despise vulgar acts like that. You said that girl is the holy mother of Nisan. Is she upstairs? Yes, in the East Tower. Miang, could it possibly be a relic? Yes, but there is still no response. There seems to be a barrier or something. However, we do know from the 500-year-old records that one certainly exists in this vicinity. It's probably well preserved, too. Let's meet her. I want to talk to her directly. Miang, you come with me. Yes, sir. They're just like totally ignoring the king for the most part. I guess the king's like the ruler of the surface. But these two, I guess, are from the ethos. I guess they're from like the sky. Open the door. Commander Ramsus is here to see her. Commander, please. Shorter hair than Setzer? Yeah.
Hey, ooh, Ratika is here. Hello, Ratika. How are you? I haven't played FF6. In time, we will. Who are you? Oh, she's dressed cute. I am Ramsus. She is Miang. We would like to ask you some questions. That is a big bed for such a little girl. Margie. I'm Margie. Actually, it's Marguerite. What do you want to know? Oh, is that us scouting the room? Hmm, that's good. Ratika says I'm good. Took a nap after work and slept for 6 hours straight. A good amount of rest, Ratika. Congratulations. And welcome. My favorite food? I like cake. Chiffon Nisan is my favorite. I haven't had it in so long. Marguerite, we want to ask you about the Fatima family treasure. I'm talking about the Fatima Jasper. You see, I'm keeping the piece you had in a safe place. But I don't know where the other piece is. Do you? Nope. The one I had you took from me. You didn't even give me anything for it. Hey, the next time you come, could you bring some chiffon Nisan? I used to eat it every day in Nisan. I don't think they make it in Ava. Ava used to have such good bakers, but I guess they must have all died in the war. Aw, that's a cool little whatever that is. Looks like a really fancy tea set there. Or hookah? Or mini water fountain? I can't tell. Hmm. Maybe it's an incense burner? I don't know. Burb going for Sig? Gotcha. Yeah, but now it's almost 3 a.m. Oh, so you're heading back to sleep soon. Well, thanks for checking in, Ratika. That is too bad. I don't know much about cake, but I'll see if I can find some for you next time. Thank you, Ramses. I'll be waiting. Is there anything else you need? If there's something you want, I'll bring it next time. No, I just want to go back to Nisan. They must be so worried about me. I'm sorry, but please wait a little longer. We want you to stay here until we find the other half of the Fatima Jasper. I'm amazed she talked that much. He can handle women as well as he says. Oh, he was spying on them. Is it all right? Oh, a hidden camera. I can't prevent them from meeting her. Not when it's him we are talking about. Besides, Marguerite isn't talking anyway, so there is no need to worry. But where did the leak come? But where did the leak about the Jasper come from? The ethos? Ridiculous. Hmm. If this continues, my plans will be. We had better find out who is leaking out our information immediately. In the meantime, we'll have to administer some truth serum to our guest, Miss Marguerite. We must find the other piece of the Fatima Jasper as quickly as we can. But, however spineless the last commander, Vandercom was. This time, Gebler has sent their highest commanding officer. His country is throwing all their weight into this, and there is nothing we can do about it. Welcome back, Latika. Oh, what did it say? Welcome to Fiesta Days? Oh, big town. I kind of want to go back out into the desert, because Seaton's only like 2 fights away from leveling up, but we'll push through. Whoa. Welcome to Blidovik. We're having a festival celebrating the founding of our country, Ava. There's a martial arts tournament too. It's been a while since we have had so many visitors. Do you already have a hotel? Not yet. You'd better get a room soon, or they'll all be gone. I know a good hotel. The hotel I am talking about is that one. Tell them my name at the front desk, and they'll give you a deal. What's your name? Wait, where are you going? Oh no, he repeats himself. "3 a.m. coffee is the best." Why are you having coffee at 3 a.m.? And he never gave us his name. Because you can. Fair enough. Radishes! Get him here! Get your spicy radishes! Big Lahan radishes! Wanna buy a radish? They're from Lahan, the hottest you can find. You'll be spitting fire! Try one! I think Creepy would like one of these. He likes spicy stuff like that. 10 gold for one. Yeah, why not? I'll buy one. Thanks! Hey, don't burn yourself breathing fire. I'll buy 2. Actually, you know what? They're 10 gold. I'll buy 1 more. I feel like we're going to probably use 1 on something. And then maybe the other 2 will just have as keepsakes. Are you all here for the tournament? Huh? What, you don't know? It's only the biggest martial arts tournament in the world! It's the Iron Fist Tournament. We call it Tekken. I came all the way to Blidovik just to see it. I'll be sorry if you don't go. Oh, okay. Yes. Yeah, well, I'm glad. The war's gotten worse, and there are fewer tourists. Well, have fun. Oh no! You raised the prices again! Hey, give me a deal! I'm sorry. The army just comes and confiscates whatever it wants. so I'm a little short of stock. I hope this war ends soon. Can we talk to him? No, we can't. Okay. Wait. Huh? Who was that? I forgot. Oh yeah, I remember. Prince Bartholomew? Yes! Let's admit to it. Hey, that's pretty good, Grandpa. Well, that's his grandpa. So now we know where both his relatives are. His grandma's in that town area that's near the cathedral, and his grandpa's here. My, how you've grown. Your Highness probably doesn't remember me, but I used to work in the castle kitchen. Oh, I guess he just calls him Grandpa because he's old. You would always come in and taste everything. You used to dress up and say, I'm a pirate, give me your food. Ah, the good old days. Well, you kind of grew into that role. Alright, where'd he go? Oh, he's over there. Are you all here for the tournament? Huh? Oh, is this the same person we talked to before? They're just wandering all around the town? I guess so. Alright, what about you? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk. There we go. Arg, I'm so busy. A shop owner was drafted, and now I have to do everything myself. From taking care of the kids to running the shop. That's rough. Young sir, berries, buy some berries, sweet delicious berries, they're very cheap. Very cheap. It's a very good pun there. Grandma, hurry, hurry, finish shopping so we can go to the festival. Oh, we're not even at the festival? This is the shopping market that leads to the festival? That's pretty cool. Delicious berries. You can't find Ara berries like these anywhere else. Deep red berries grown with Ava spring water. 1 box, 10 gold. Buy some. Thanks. Hey, they're really good. Just try some. They're really good, you say? Let's buy 2 more. Three boxes of berries to match our 3 hot peppers. Actually, you know what? I want to buy a 4th box. And then I want to go back and buy a 4th red pepper, or hot pepper. Because maybe, like, I don't know how many characters you can have in a party, but at least right now it looks like 3. And maybe these items are ones we have to cook for our characters. And if that's the case, we're going to use up all 3 if the party size limit is 3. And so I want a 4th as a keepsake. Woo! Keeping up with my granddaughter is tough. It's a good little soundtrack here they got going on. With like the occasional yell of that little kid. Bananas, bananas, long bananas, good for body and soul. Buy some bananas. You're not from around here, are you? Well, I hope you enjoy our town fair. Thank you.
buy a banana? The monsters of the western forest love them. They're called elfananas. Yeah, alfananas. You can't find better bananas than these. You seem like a nice guy, so only 10 gold for a bunch. It's 10 gold for everything here. How about that? They're delicious. How about 9 gold? Oh, I didn't press anything for a while. That's funny. So if you don't press anything, they haggle with you? Okay, special. 2 bunches, 16 gold. How about it, handsome? Well, if you don't eat bananas, you won't become a strong soldier. And we need to become a soldier, first class. I was gonna buy 4 bunches for 10 gold, but I mean, if I don't touch anything and he haggles with me, alright, I'll let him haggle with me. $10 gold for a bunch. $9 gold for a bunch. 2 bunches, that's 8 a piece. Buy some. Thanks! You're a nice guy. Wow, thanks. Come again. You're welcome. You're right, I will come again. Because I want 4. I wonder if I hadn't said anything to the other people for a while, if they would have given me discounts as well. Because I just jumped at their offer. Yay! Aw. Looks like the little kid's asleep over there. What do you want? You're bugging me. Get out of here. Aw. Alright, alright. Any monster fangs? Any monster eyeballs? Any monster scales? We'll buy them all for a good price. What are you buying? What do you want to sell? Fang for 150 gold, that is a good price. Eyeball for 300 gold. Scale for 600 gold. Do I even have scales? No way. I'll give you a better price than anyone. Will you? But I don't know if the stuff I'm selling to you is like, if I can use it on a side quest, or is it really just to sell? And if it's part of a side quest, I don't know how to get more. So I feel like I'd rather hold on to them. Get off my back. I'm just looking. Alright. What's that over there? Oh, that's a door. I almost totally missed that doorway. I'll do that later. Welcome! Are you going to the festival plaza? Yes, no? Here. Yeah. What? Hey, you! Show me what you're hiding. Give it back now and I won't tell your folks. What are you talking about, lady? I'm not hiding anything. Do you want to see? See? That's strange. You can't accuse people without proof. Come on, lady. They used our distraction to steal some of her food. I know some stuff is missing, but that kid didn't have anything. I guess I was mistaken. Oh, I can't buy anything now! Unless maybe I leave and come back. You're not from around here, are you? I hope you enjoy our town fair. Before I go up the stairs, or that way, let's go talk to the kids. What? Where am I going? Ah. You naughty children.
Though, I mean, you're still foolish. I feel bad for you. Shut up! Mind your own business! Hey! Hey, man! Will you feed us? Sure. Then lend me 1,000 gold. Are you what? Sure. Wow, thanks! You're really nice, man. I mean, mister. Thanks for loaning me money. I'll stop stealing. The two of us will work hard till Dad comes back. Aw. Well, that's good. I feel good now. That was 1,000 gold well spent. We're playing hide and seek. You want to play? Sure, I'll play. When you leave, I'll hide. Then you gotta find me. Okay. Welcome! Are you going to the festival plaza? I guess so. Just between you and me, Ava's 500th anniversary festival isn't all that great. It's because the war is getting worse. What if I say no? After coming all this way, I gotta see the tournament. Guys love fights. Why aren't you in it? I don't know. I'm trapped. Alright. You're still here. You said you were gonna hide. Oh, wait. Who are you? What do you want to sell? Oh, this is the person who wants to buy stuff. Okay. So this is the grand exit. Well, not exit, but you can go to different things. What's up around here? Oh my goodness, this area is so big. Where are you kids going? Hey. Wow, that was quick. They are gone. Can I go in any of these buildings? I can. Welcome. Oh, another merchant. Oh, item merchant. Nah. Can I buy one of these? No, I can't buy one of those. Oh well. Actually, okay, never mind. I just glanced at the item list. I wasn't really paying attention to it. I want to see if there's anything new in there. Oh, no! Crud. Oh! The door is open all the way. I thought that was the second door. Oh, oh, kitty. I must apologize. There are so many cats here, it's hard to walk. My daughter collects them. I'm back! Hi. Hey, come here. What? I'm not hiding anything. Just come here. I did. Can I go upstairs now? That child. What did she bring home now? Is it a raccoon? But it's so sad. I have no father, but at least I have a mother. This kitty has neither parent. Aw. I feel lonely because my dad's not here. But just think how my poor little kitty friend feels. So, I told her that she'll have lots of friends at my house, and she just followed me home. Recently, they started calling my house the cat house. Hey. Sorry. You're gonna have to take care of it. Okay. Cats are so cute. When I pet them, I get sleepy. I'm trapped! I must... okay. Smart lock, I'm gonna flex them. Okay. What's upstairs? Ah! Oh, we can't read anyone's private journal. Armor! His live steam heads! He'll kick there! I've been doing laundry here for 60 years. That's a long time to do some laundry. The water is the only thing that hasn't changed. There's a spring flowing beneath the castle. I was worried that when the king died, the water would stop too, but it didn't. That old guy down there in charge of the water won't budge an inch, even for Shakan. Yeah, he's a great guy. My childhood friend. It's cool here. Cool air blows up from the grate. Captain Suspicious People! Own 30? Captain Suspicious People. Own 30. Company halt! We are the Raider Boys. Join together to protect Ava's peace. Yeah, hey! We protect the people of the desert from the steamheads of Tisliv. Yeah, hey! You're not from Ava. Shut up! I'm the captain and I'm talking here. Don't be bossy, it's not fair, you're always captain. Yeah, I want to be captain too. I was first tomorrow, shut up. Alright, starting tomorrow, we'll switch off. That's good. Yeah, hey! Let's return to patrol. Forward march. What are you doing here? I wonder. Where is he hiding? Oh, so now he's hidden. Okay. Weapons. Armor. I mean, it's good that we gave those hungry kids 1,000 gold, but now I found that there's an armor shop here and a weapon shop, and it's like, oh, we should have had more money now. Alright, so we came up the stairs, we went in here, we went in here, we talked to those people. There's nothing on this side of the wall, is there? No, okay. Let's try this door. I thought my son came back. You... Yes? My son's fighting for the country. He won't be back soon. It must be a tough job. Yep, I'll bet he's a general by now. I hope so. Sorry, he's gone a little senile. You see, our son went on holidays to get out of joining the army. But we haven't heard from him in 10 years. Oh, wow. Oh, if I see him, I'll let him know you're waiting for him. Trying to interact with the scenery here, but no luck. Oh, alright. I guess let's try the left door first. Oh, this is the armor shop. Maybe. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's little Arius Gainsborough. My brother is such a child, always playing hide and seek. What a laugh. I wonder where he's hiding now. Here's the armory. This is the armor shop. What can I do for you? Leather vest. Leather hat. Power ring. Speed ring. Nah. Nothing. Alright. They're kettleheads with steam for brains. Twist their noses. Alright, let's try here. The weaponry. Oh, is that him? Oh, I guess not. This is the weapon shop. I'm helping out while my dad's away in the army. Aw. Ooh. Magical rod. Arcane rod. Iron whip. Whippersnapper. A whippersnapper. Is it a young whippersnapper? I'll take one of those. I feel like we have these already. Like, I feel like Ellie started with a magical rod, and then we found an arcane rod, and we gave her that. I guess I'll hold off on buying any of these, because no one in my party can use them right now anyway. Okay. I thought maybe the stream was having an issue. It looked like it was loading on my screen. On my phone. We're just gonna stick with the whippersnapper for now. That's a little bit of a letdown. Like, it boosts his attack by 2. But, like, I got his weapon from inside his bedroom. I would have thought that would have been stronger. Alright. Thanks, come again. Yeah, the Iron Whip. I guess not. Whippersnap is better. Attack +2. Huh. Well, congrats, Bart, on your stronger weapon. Now, there's a door over here. Oh, we can't get over there, though. I can even see a room over here. Ah, well. Let me go back up to where those boys were hiding before. Which was this way. I promise I'll return it when my dad comes back. What's over here? I don't think I ever looked in this door. Oh. Ever since my oldest son was drafted, I've been so lonely. My younger son is up on the roof looking north. I hope my boy comes home safely. He's such a gentle child. I'm worried how he'll make it in the army. He used to arrange the flower upstairs, but now I make him as I pray for his safety. Aw. Nice room, really nice room. Mario's. Oh, I wonder if that's like an item shop. Looks like a restaurant. Now, hold on. I feel like I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's go back in here, downstairs, and out the door. See what's there. Huh. Is that what I'm looking for? I don't think so. If you use this box, you can climb up fast. Use it? Don't need it. Oh, okay. Okay. It'll be 5 gold. Hurry up, use it! We're not just playing around here. Did I actually give him 5 gold? Marios. Oh, a bar. Hey, who do you think made it so you can enjoy this festival in peace? Soldiers. It's because we're out there risking our lives. Know that? I'm sorry, all his friends were killed in the battle at the ruins. He's a little wild. Forgive him. We're fighting to the end. This isn't for peace or justice or for the government. It's for my fallen comrades. That fool, kicking the bucket before ever seeing the tournament. You're strangers, huh? Yeah. You aren't from Kislev. Oh, that's right. What? Then you're really Kislev spies? I didn't say that. What? Kislev spy? I'm gonna kill you! I'm not losing to you! Come on, Kislev spy! Hey, come on, you're drunk. Are you okay? Let's go home. Get out! I don't serve liquor to strangers. Aww. Alright, but I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Oh wow, she remembered. Ooh, free aquarium. All the young men in the town have been drafted. They wouldn't take me because I'm an alcoholic. Way to have your vices work for you. Even my good-for-nothing kid gives me less to worry about than this wacky world. Fish are pretty. I could watch them all day. You said it. I thought I'd go to the sea after the war. I don't mean the sea of sand either. Just water, spreading on forever like a desert. A sea of water full of pretty fish. Can I get in there and open that treasure chest? I'd like to eat. Oh, sorry. Table for how many? This way, please. Oh, nice. Your order? Delicious, cheap, or fast? Delicious. Just a moment. Enjoy! HP MP fully restored. Gained a bit of weight. Ooh. That was good. That'll be 300 gold. Ooh. Thank you. Please come again. Oh, that's cool. I wonder what happened if I didn't have the gold. Maybe she'd be like, that's it, you can't come back here again until you pay your tab. I'm really running out of gold, though. How much do I have left? 857 gold. I'm back out here.
Okay. I'm guessing to progress the story we have to go to the hotel. But I want to see if I can find that kid, and I also want to explore the rest of the town. I feel like this can't be him. We saw him before when we were talking to the kid who says Mahide. My brother has gone off to fight. To the north, by the border. I pray every day that he will return home safe. And that he'll beat up lots of Kislev guys too. When I get older, I want to be a gear pilot and shoot Kislev guys too. If we don't, he'll take over and kill or make slaves of everyone. Right? Not really. Those Kislev guys are real bad, and they killed my dad. I have to get him. Aww. Ah, there's a barrel here. I thought we could jump on the barrel, and then from the barrel jump on top of that roof. But it's not letting us do that. Can I jump up here? I cannot. Alright. Well, the kid that's hiding looks just like him. So, we have to find... Maybe the kid's hiding in here? I mean, so long as we don't go downstairs, maybe we'll be okay. Uh-oh. What's going on? How dare you come into other people's rooms through the window? Sorry. Prince Bartholomew! I'm sorry. I heard Prince Bartholomew was coming here. I just never expected it would be through the window. Please come in. Excuse me, but who are they? Oh, this is Faye and Seaton. They're going to help rescue Margie. Thank you for coming here in this desert heat. I am a servant of the Nisan sect. Ever since Shakan took Mother Marguerite, I've been looking into ways to get her back. I've been trying to find out where she is being held. I've been busy listening to workers talk about the comings and goings from the castle, and giving food to the guards who are preparing for the tournament to loosen their lips too. Finally yesterday, I got some information. Margie's in the Citadel. The problem is how to slip into the castle. I thought about it a lot, but it looks pretty bleak. I'm sorry. No big deal. At least we know where she is now. You just relax. We'll find a way to slip into the castle. My apologies. If there's anything else I can do to help, just ask. Do you have any good leads? Not yet. We're gonna hit the streets for info. Now. Then we'll think about the rest later. I see. I'm very relieved that you are all here. Please come see me again if you hear anything new. Any new information? Good ideas? Not yet. Well, now well. Who's in this room? Nobody. What about in this room? I came from far away when I heard about this festival, but this town is so uptight. Everyone looks at outsiders like me so suspiciously. It was getting to me, so I shut myself up in my hotel room. But now this tiny room is starting to get to me too.
That's a big fridge he's got in there. I'm sorry, we're full today. If you can wait till evening, I'll have something then. How about 50 gold a person? I have a recommendation. Who sent you? See, we weren't given a name. Ari Schiffer? I don't know. She never gives her name. But, okay, I'll mark it down to 40 gold each. No way. Hey, don't pull my leg. Well, I'm not ready yet. I will save, though. Is that a door? That is a door. Oh, it's a downstairs room. What about through here? Oh, that's the main exit point. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, kid. Yeah, have to use it again. Oh, what's in there? Is this a church? Oh, it's a gear place. Oh, that's where the gears must be kept. Or how to get to the gears. What's in here? Oh, I can still move. I thought it was like a cutscene right there. Oh, that's cool. You can see them like working on the mechs. That is cool. I like that camera shift. That is so cool. Alright, so this is the mech place. Alright, so now where's the kid at? I mean, the kid might not even be around here. He might be, like, up through wherever these stairs take you. So I feel like this would take you into a different... Oh! Oh. Good one, kid. Good one. Ah, you found me. You found me here, too. Next time's for real. Oh, so I can look for him again? No, 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 no. Leave me alone! Nope, he's still here. When you leave, I'll hide somewhere. So I wonder if I could just keep looking for him over and over again. I mean, I guess I can. But is there any reward to doing that? Like... I don't know. I'm kind of torn between resting at the hotel and exploring. I think what we had to do at the hotel has already been done, which was really just to talk to that person. We didn't necessarily have to, like, sleep there. Let's keep going. South Shakan Square. Maybe. Maybe what, Trey? About the kid hiding again? Welcome to Fiesta... I don't know what that says. De... Ava? Well, like the kid will keep hiding, and if we keep finding him, we'll get something special? See, now I'm curious. Will we get something special if we keep finding him? Or is it just like a fun little mini game where maybe? Oh, well, see, now I have to go back. North Ledovic. Oh. I almost went the wrong way. Alright. Now, where is it? Let's go back. I'm going the wrong way. I want to go back to where I first met them. Which was this way. I guess let's just try to get to the highest point that we can, and then scout from there. I don't think he'd be inside a building. I feel like he'd be always outside. That's not him. I tried to run and jump off the roof, but that didn't work out. Let's try going up the other side. No! Oh. I didn't realize how close that box was. You could just run right over here to the stairs. Save 5 gold. It's not over there. I'll find you, kid. It's not in here. Oh, wait. No, that's the kid whose brother went off to war. That's not him. He looks just like him, though. Hello, sewer tyrant. Welcome to our magic menagerie. How are you doing tonight? We are trying to find a young lad who is playing a game of hide and seek with us. But I'm not sure where he is. We found him once already, and Dragion, seemed to maybe hint that if we keep looking for the boy and keep finding him, that maybe he would give us something special. Like, I don't know, maybe they'd be like a hide and seek award or something? I mean, we did at the beginning of the game play rock, paper, scissors a lot, and eventually we won a medal for that. So, I mean, if you win a medal for consistently winning at rock, paper, scissors, then maybe you do get something special if you win consistently for playing hide and seek. Oh. Okay. Maybe he's hidden around one of these stalls here? Anyone wants to give me a clue? You may. Alright, I don't think he's down here. I feel like if he was down here, I would have seen him already. Let's go up. Let's keep track of where we are. We are on the side of where? Where? We are. Oh, we pushed that person right out of the way. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. You're not in here, are you? You're not in here. I was trying to see the name of the restaurant or whatever this place is. Okay, so whatever, we're on the side of that yellow and green sign. Okay. Not up here. Organa redeems hydrate. Very well. Cheers, Organa. I mean, he could have gone inside, but I feel like that's unsporting. He does only hide outdoors? Okay. I think this is as high as you can go. So, he's not here. That's his brother. Where are you? I can't jump up there, right? No, I can't jump up there. Okay. And it's not the kid in that line either. That's somebody different. No. Alright, so I feel like I've searched everywhere around here. And he's not here. Let's go to the other side. Okay. What about in here? Oh, he's not in here. Wait. Okay. Now that maybe he's hiding on either side of this archway. No. Ah, there you are. Behind the barrels. Aw, you found me. I didn't think you'd ever find me here. You're good. You must have been the champ when you were a kid. But you won't find me next time. Alright, let's see. Hello, hot sauce. Hot sauce wasted. Hot sauce should never go wasted. How you doing? Got him again, LOL. Yep. You played this hot sauce? Alright, he's gone. So where did he go this time? Let's see here. Is he in here? No. He's not over here. Oh, Alright, me to do that. Since we're already on this side, let's... Oh, he's right there. Aw, you found me. Aw, gee. You found me here too? Okay. Time for my secret weapon. You'll never find me there. Alright. Try me, kid. Actually, hold on. Let me go back in there. Because I know I can go all the way up to the roof and exit out that way. And that might help me see him. Yeah. This is my first playthrough. Oh, that's the flower kid. I'm enjoying it so far. He's not behind the barrels, actually. I don't know if he's behind the barrels. Nope. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. Nice. I've heard many good things about Xenogears, and I've had a friend consistently pushing me to play it, and I really enjoyed Final Fantasy VII. And I kind of dedicate all of my Thursdays to RPGs, and so I figured I'd give it a shot. And so far, it's pretty fun. Alright, is he back here? Aw, you found me! I thought so. As soon as I came here, I'm like, this would be a good little spot to hide, because it's right in the front. Jeez, how do you find me? Forget it, I'm quitting hide and seek. Here's my badge, I don't need it anymore. Received hide-and-seek badge. Ooh, yay! I don't play hide-and-seek anymore. And you shouldn't at your age either. Hey, you're never too old for hide and seek. That makes 2 badges now. We have the rock, paper, scissors badge. And we have the hide and seek badge. We're the hide and seek king and the rock, paper, scissors king. Yes. Good game. Thank you. Alright, let's go back into the hotel and save our game. And then we are going to continue with the story. Once I remember where the hotel is. Is this the hotel? Yeah, this is the hotel. Okay. You can also see save files on here from the original Final Fantasy and from Rhapsody, a musical adventure. We beat both of those on stream as well. We're currently toggling between the Souls series and the Xeno series on stream. So every Thursday we are going to continue playing the Xenogears until we beat it. Then we're going to Dark Souls Remastered. And then we're coming back to Xenosaga Episode 1. And then we're just going to keep bouncing back and forth until we're through with the Xeno series. Though we're not getting into the Xenoblade games, because I don't have a Nintendo system, like a Nintendo console. So we're just going to get through the Xenosaga series, and of course, Xenogears. Rhapsody is nuts. I really enjoyed Rhapsody. It had a really touching story. And I really enjoyed the music in it as well. South Shakan Square. But I've heard that Xenogears is supposedly one of the best role-playing games of all time. And, I mean, that's pretty impressive if true. So, I want to play it. And these are animal people. They're toys. They're fun. Which do you want? A toy gun? A gear figure? I'll take a gear figure. Receive mini gear. Come again. Toy gun. Hey, Daddy, buy me one of those toys. No, nope. Wait till the tournament is over. I'll buy you something better then. Rhapsody proves breakfast is the most important meal. You shouldn't spoil kids. I thought it was pretty sad, though. That, like, I mean, you kind of maybe guessed who the doll was in Rhapsody, but you didn't know for sure. And when you finally found out, it was like it was over, and they didn't really have too much time to spend together with that knowledge. But it was very sweet. It was very charming. I wish that the rest of the games in that series got ported over to the US. Because I would totally play them. Oh. Well, she's fancy. I guess this is the festival. Inside the tent is a whole other world. My heart is a balloon. Wait, what did he just say? My heart is a balloon, flying up into the sky. Oh, we have a balloon! Well, thank you for the balloon. Hey, we can have fun later. Aw. Come on. You're no fun, Dr. Seaton. These people, it's all about rescuing some kidnapped damsel in distress. But where's the time to just stop and have fun at a festival? Ah, what about you? Don't talk to me! I just choked! Blue flames are flames of the heart. Can I tip this person? I cannot. What are you doing walking in the tree over there? Hey, you're not from around here. How do you like Blidvik? I like it. Well, great. Enjoy the festival. Thank you. Doc is missing Yui's cooking for this. That's true. I'm kind of worried for Yui and their daughter. Because apparently, we're wanted by both warring factions. And it's like, I mean, I understand his family is probably helping the villagers, the surviving villagers of Lahan. But at the same time, it's like, I hope they're okay. I've been playing all day and didn't even get yelled at. That's because Mom is playing too. Oh, that's good. What do you do? Hey, have you ever seen a flying saucer? Nope. That's because you live looking down. Pitiful. The day of judgment is near, you know. Yep. Yes, that is the country of the great ancients. They came from a star farther than heaven and created us. They rule this land as gods, but man gained knowledge and strife erupted everywhere. The ruins are proof of those struggles. The descendants of the gods fled this land of conflict, making their place in the sky. It was a peaceful place, with a civilization far more advanced than ours. Are you listening? They are still alive. Have you noticed that sometimes people disappear? They're taken by what I call sky people. They are trained as soldiers to rule over the earth again. The time is near. God's army will appear out of nowhere. Haven't you heard? Don't defy them. You can't win. They will make a paradise on Earth again. That's what my research has shown about the Sky People and the saucer. Interesting. Would you like a balloon? Luke says, but you have seen a flying saucer. Oh, that's true, I have seen a flying saucer. You're right. That was earlier in the game. I forgot about that. Hello. Don't talk to me, I just choked. Red flames are flames of the body. Oh. I wonder if this comes into play as like a riddle later on. Blue is of the heart, red is of the body. You want to try? Sure, I'll try it. Hold down the X button while pushing the R2 button. Okay. Hold down the X button. Ooh, purple flame. Oh, I can just do this now whenever I want? That's cool! I'm guessing I can't do this the rest of the game. Maybe just, like, only while I'm here. It's still cool, though. Oh, wait, who are you? I'm back. I've been playing all day and didn't... Oh, wait, no, that's... I'm talking to the girl. I don't want to talk to the girl. I'm talking to the person. Or whoever this is. Be careful. There are lots of strange shops at the festival. They'll be fine. What is she doing? That's a nice red balloon you got there. Oh, it's red? I thought it was, like, purple. You can have it if you want. I'm a fortune teller. My specialty is finding things. Oh. I delve into your subconscious to search. One try is 50 gold. Let me delve. Delve away.
Hmm. I have delved. Wait, where'd they go? Where'd he go? He's not there anymore. Oh, a small girl walked away in a high tower to the north. Oh, he like disappeared and reappeared. I am back. I thought like you were gonna pay him gold, and he's like, I have delved, and that's like him turning around and like diving to the back of the tent and escaping with your money. Like, hey, you took my money. Yes, I am delving. Looks purple to you? Yeah, me too. Maybe Faye is a little colorblind. I don't know. I'm a fortune teller. My specialty. Now I feel like saying no. You've done it already. That's okay. Goodbye. Alright, what's this shop about? What, some steamed cakes? Spiced cake? Iced cake? No thanks. I'll take a spiced cake. That'll be 20 gold. Wow! That's high! Gained a little weight. Iced cake for 30 gold. That'll be 30 gold. Brr, it's cold. Lost a little weight. Interesting. Hey, bud. Care for a Bartweiser light? Oh, that's funny. A Bartweiser light. Sure. It's 50 gold. Chugged a Bartweiser light. Wow, you're a good drinker. Oh, we're drunk. Gained a little weight. That is funny. I like that. Oh. 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 What happens if we drink another one? If you don't want to die of thirst, then buy a drink. Durian juice, Nisan water, Ava water. Let's do durian juice. Receive durian juice. Again. Nisan water. Ava water. I am blowing like all my gold at these shops, which I'm totally okay with. It's been a while since I last drank outside. Hick, drinking Bartweiser in broad daylight. Gosh, my favorite part of festivals. My favorite too. Alright. Anything in here? No. I talked to her already. I want to talk to that little kid that's running around. What? How embarrassing. A grown man walking around with a balloon. I'll give it to you if you want it. I guess not. Alright. Oh, that's the guy who said earlier not to spoil your kids. So went in a circle. Okay. Right? We did go in a circle, right? Let me see. Yep, we talked to everybody. Okay. And we're still intoxicated. Faye! The castle's up ahead. If I go, it'll cause problems. If you're going to go, the two of you should go by yourselves. I'll wait here. Faye, what shall we do? Go to the castle later. Let the two of us go. Okay, be careful. And we're taking our balloon. Oh, we let go of the balloon. Bye, balloon.
Aww. Maybe later, we'll get to the land of the Sky People and find our balloon. It's a festival, treat yourself. Before we go further, let's look through our items. Because we've been buying a lot of stuff. Gold nugget, radish. Goes good with fish. Radish and fish. Araberry. Ally single, goes good with milk. Alfana. Ally single, monkey's favorite. Why does it say 2? We bought 4. Yeah, we bought 4. Did they steal one from me? Maybe. They said 2 bushels for 16, and I bought them twice, so I should have 4 bushels. You know what? Whatever. Hide and seek badge, mini gear, 1/6 scale model, 24 pieces. Toy gun, BBs and gas sold separately. Durian juice, super smelly drink. Nisan water, Nisan church water. Ava water, Ava tap water. And that's it. Can I save here? I cannot save here. Okay. So this isn't technically counted as a world map area. Alright. Fatima Castle. Yo, dude! Try and pick the champion? The champion of what? Huh? The champion of the tournament! Do they bet on this tournament? What are you talking about? Tournaments are gambling! Why do you think people even come here? To bet on who will be champion, duh! Excuse us. We have only just arrived and know nothing of the tournament. Oh, tourists, huh? Well, let me tell you about the tournament. You do that. Every year they hold a big martial arts tournament here in Ava. Fighters from all over the world gather to see who's strongest. It's like a big brawl. Goku's gonna be here this year, with Vegeta. Everyone goes wild over guessing who will win. So, wanna give it a try? Betting on the tournament. Is that allowed at such a grand event? You bet. The soldiers are crazy about it. Kislev attacked tomorrow. What? Kislev attacked tomorrow, Ava would be dust. Oh, if Kislev attacked tomorrow, Ava would be dust. Oh, because no one's paying attention, they're all focused on the tournament. I think this town has kids playing, like, tag, or hide and seek, or something. Yes! We found them, Duke. We found them playing hide and seek, and we found the kid hiding multiple times, and he gave up the game of hide and seek for good, and he gifted us the badge, so we're now the hide and seek kings. In addition to the rock, paper, scissors king. What are you going to do? Registration's not over yet, but all the strong ones have signed up. The rest are only after the consolation prizes anyway. Ooh. What are the prizes? Let us wait and see. Some strong ones might still register. Ah! What a bunch of cowards. Faye, we can use this to our advantage. If you create a stir at the tournament, the guards will be watching you rather than their posts. It will make it easy for us to sneak into the castle and rescue Margie. What do you think, Faye? Will you enter the tournament? Who? Me? While you draw the guards' attention, the young one can sneak into the castle. I thought both the Doctor and I would enter the tournament. Surely you see that it is the only way we will get in, right? Let us go sign you up. And Faye, do not use your real name. Make another suitable one. Ooh, fun. Ah, good. Grand list of console RPG cliches number 108. You do not talk about Fight Club. Any fighting tournament or contest of skill you hear about, you will eventually be forced to enter and win. Let's do it. Oh, God. On God. My guy wins. I'm going to the bar and order the most expensive whiskey they have. Sounds like good. Sounds like a good thing to do then. Then I'm gonna ask that waitress out. I wonder what to get her for a present. Maybe a new cocktail shaker? Oh, this must be registration. We'll go there last. You can't go in here. This will be spectator seating tomorrow. Oh, it's tomorrow? I'm ready already. What's taking so long? I wonder if you have to register and then go back to the hotel and sleep there overnight and then come back here and then can actually fight. This is the best place to see the action for free. I'm saving my space now. You can't go in here. Oh, that's you said. Same thing. I guess you can register at either booth. My cousin's friend is gonna fight in it. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, we're gonna beat him up. How many pink robe people are here? Oh, there's 2. So maybe this person we haven't talked to yet. To enter or not to enter? That is the question. What is nobler? Hello? 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 There we go. This is the tournament registration booth. Enter the tournament. Please sign in here. What is this? Oh, we're choosing our name. We have to combine 2 of them. Dragon Slaying, Ponytailed, Wandering Beloved. Boxer, Youth, Squire, Slacker. Because it's funny, I kind of want to go with Ponytailed Slacker. Dragon Slaying Squire. Wandering Youth. Beloved Boxer. What would be most fitting for Faye? I don't think he'd go by Beloved Boxer. He's not really beloved right now. Especially not by the surviving citizens of Lahan. Ponytailed Slacker I think would be very funny, but I don't think that really fits his personality. Dragon Slaying Squire, I think for him that would sound too uppity, too self-important. Wandering Youth, he's kind of young. I feel like that might fit him. Duke says, I believe I've used both Ponytailed Slacker and Wandering Boxer in the playthroughs I've done. I'm going to use Wandering Youth. You're the Wandering Youth, right? You are signed up. The tournament begins tomorrow. Please make sure you are here. There you go, Doc. You're signed up. Good luck tomorrow. Now what if I go over here? Oh, I guess they share information. Alright, we did it. Now I guess we go back and we talk to... what's his name? Bart. Tell him that we signed up. He says okay. And then we all go to the hotel, get some sleep. And then I'm guessing that he along with Dr. Seaton, will try to sneak into the castle during the tournament to save Margie, and I will be performing. Well, let's go. We're back, and we're sober. Oh, but I can't blow fire anymore. It'd be nice if on the way back tomorrow, I could have another drink of a Bart Weiser Light and get intoxicated again, and then I'll be able to enter the tournament using drunken kung fu. I guess South Ludovic. Wait, are they different locations, or is one just on the other side of the city? North Ludovic? It's just Ludovic, right? It's just you're on the opposite end of the city? Yeah, okay. Let's get back to that hotel. Which I think is up here. Oh, don't fall. Yep. Do we even have enough gold to spend the night? We do, okay. I've been blowing it all on like trinkets and souvenirs. Let's save again. Alright. I'm sorry, we're full today. Wait till evening, I'll have something else. I'll mark it down to 40 gold per person. Oh, this is after we already told me to have a recommendation. Thanks. That's 3 people. It'll be 120 gold. Come again. Was that not necessary? Oh, I bet it wasn't even necessary. I thought maybe it would go to a cutscene and it would show us sleeping here, and then we wake up and then we go to the tournament. I think we just have to come back over here and talk to the woman who is here that we talked to earlier. Ah, well. We're having fun. Any new information? Good ideas? Tomorrow is the tournament. There will be betting at the arena. Surely the soldiers' minds will be more on the tournament than their job. We must use this to our advantage. What do you mean? Faye will participate. We will have him put on a big show there. I'm sure today's the last day to sign up for the tournament. You'd better register soon. No need to worry. They already registered. Even if using that as a ploy, how will you really get into the castle? We gotta get more info. I'm sure we'll get a good idea from somewhere. Very well. If we get any good ideas, we will meet back here and plan our strategy. Oh, I'm not done yet? What else is there to do? We did it all. Huh. We've talked to everyone. Unless, maybe we had to have that conversation first? Huh. Alright, well, save again, and then I'm going to go use the restroom real quick, and then we will continue. I'm also wondering, like, how different each opponent's going to be in the tournament. Will it be like a pushover for Faye? Will they be really hard? Will they be like mini-boss difficulty? Will they be like main boss difficulty? Will we have to toggle back and forth between Faye fighting in the tournament and Dr. Seaton and Bart exploring the castle? Duke says, you did not do it all. You have a plan for how to distract the guards, but there is something else you need to work out. How to get into the castle, I'm guessing, maybe. Dre says, checkpoint! Yes. So, BRB, I will be back in less than 5 minutes. Duke says, excellent questions all. Some of your guesses are right, and I won't tell you which ones.
Okay, we are back. Thank you for your continued patience. Put this back on here. Microphone. Alright. So how to sneak into the castle? Hmm. I don't know why I came in here. I thought it was an alternate way out of the establishment. Alright. Oh. Is it via the grates? It's locked. Ah! Get up there. There's a spring flowing beneath the castle. I bet this is how you get it. The old guy down there in charge of the water won't budge an inch, even for Shakan. Yeah, he's a great guy, my childhood friend. Cool here. Cool air blows up from the grate. No good, no good. You won't open it without the key. Aha. Many years ago, a kid got lost down there. Aw. I think it was the kid from the armor store. Oh. Alright, let's go to the armor store. That's not him. Aha. My brother says he's over playing hide and seek, but now he has nothing to do. He's probably just wandering around the area. He's still such a child. Well, they said many years ago. Is this him? Did he grow up? The armor shop. What can I do for you? I guess not. Unless we have to find the little boy again that plays hide and seek. We'll go out this way, though, and keep searching. Maybe it is a little kid that plays hide and seek. Maybe we just talked to him before we knew about him maybe having the key. See if we can find him again. There you are. Huh? You want to hear about when I went down the well? Ooh, I was right. Yes. Tell me, Timmy. Tell me about your time down the well. Did Lassie bring help? It's been a while since anyone asked me about that.
Everyone wanted to know about it back then. Well, I was still a kid when I hid in there. Actually, I got lost. Pretty embarrassing. At first, I thought I could follow the current out, but the grill stopped me. So I swam against the current. Oh, you're a strong little swimmer there. The speed of the current is always changing, so if your timing's off, it's really tough. I hear it's the opening and closing of the floodgate that changes the speed of the current. But if you keep going against the current, you'll end up right under the castle. I was scared stiff by the manager guy there. The lid to the well's been locked since then. It was a great place to hide, but it's no place for amateurs. Huh? The key? The old guy who was always sitting on the bench by the east well has it. He's sitting on the bench by the east well. Oh, okay. That's the guy who says that the guy underneath the well is his best friend. Thanks, kid. You're golden. Wait, but that can't be right. Because that would mean that he has it. But that guy said that the kid knows where it is. So the kid just sends us back to the guy who told us about the key? The well key? I've got it. I'm in charge of the Waterworks Association. Why did you send us to the kid? Maybe he didn't send us to the kid. Maybe it was the lady looking into the well that sent us. Could be. What are you going to do with the key? Steal from the castle, search underground, rescue Margie. What? You want to clash with Shakan? Ah, this is great! This is great! I like you guys. I'll lend you the key. You get that Shakan for me. Received well key. Nice. Oh, that's swell. The young one will sneak into the castle through the underground waterways. Once we are all ready, we can enter either the well here or the one on the other side of town. Nice. Alright, now back to the hotel. Which I think was actually pretty close to where we were standing before. So, oh well. Nope, I was wrong. Alright, here we go. Did you find a way into the castle? I just remembered where Bledovik's water supply comes from. Spring water rises up from under the castle and flows to the town via a series of underground waterways. We can sneak into the castle by going through these underground waterways. We can get into them from the town's well. The waterways should lead right up to the castle's reservoir. If we are able to get that far, we should be able to sneak into the other rooms of the castle from there. Sounds good. Faye is in the tournament. He will draw the guard's attention. Then Bart will enter the castle through the waterways via the well. After that, he will rescue Marguerite from the citadel. What is that going to do? I will accompany Faye to the tournament. Ah, okay. I will also help work the crowd and secure our escape. Preparations for our plan are complete. Tonight, we will stay in the hotel and start out tomorrow. We are free to do what we like for now. Let us have a look around the town. Yay! Now we have a plan. Yes. Can I just... Oh, I can do something nice. Save. Now, there's only one place that we didn't get a chance to explore, and we're headed back there right now. And that's the game tent near the balloon guy. Once I remember which way is the right way to run, this way. South Shakan Square. Ah. Ooh. Mini game? Seems like a mini game. Want to go back? No. Alright, what do we got here? This is Merry-Go Pump. 1 time is 10 gold. You want to play? Sure, I'll play. Who will play? I guess Faye, since it's just me. Merry-Go Pump. Welcome to Merry-Go Pump. Let me explain the rules. The mini-game tent. Different colored balloons will come out of the 4 holes. Okay? You must pop them. Each color is worth different points. Blue, 10 points. Green, 20 points. Yellow, 40 points. Red, 80 points. White, negative 100 points. Okay, so don't pop the white balloons. The prize will depend on how many points you get within the time limit. Start the game. How do I pop the balloons, though? Oops. Now how do I... Oh, I run through them. Oh, and I can jump at them, too. Okay. Ah! 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 No! Yes! No! Ooh, that's close. Nope, that's white. Oh! No! Oh, I was on a roll there. I was on a roll for a good while. Time's up. You got 520 points. Your prize is Aquasol. That's all. Just run into them. I wonder if there's any prize for doing like exceptionally well. Like a badge. This is Who's Balloons. 1 time is 10 gold. You want to play? Okay. Faye will play. Oh, disco floor. Welcome to Who's Balloons. Duke says you can play any of these mini games as often as you want. Well, I'm guessing there is a point, though, to where you can't come back to this tent and play any more games. Duke says, I do not remember if there are any particularly good prizes, but no, there isn't a badge for these. Okay. Here are the rules. We'll do each one time. Children holding balloons float down. Pretty sounds, but okay, keep going. Their balloons will fly away as they let go of them. You must catch the balloons and return them to the children. Return as many balloons as possible within the time limit. Next, I'll explain the bingo bonus. None of the 16 bingo panels are lit now. Okay? Whenever you return a balloon to a child, a panel will either light up or go out. When you get 4 lit panels in a row, it's a bingo. Each bingo returns 5 times the prizes. Ooh. Start the game. Bye! What? They have the same color balloons? Here. Hey! Thanks! Oh, I don't know who let go of what balloon now. I know she has yellow. I don't know who has what balloon, though. I'm just going to take a wild guess here. Oh, crap. Is it you? That's not mine. Thanks! Ooh, I got lucky there. That's not mine. That's not mine. Nope, not mine. Thanks! Yay! Oh, I didn't mean to get that one. Oh well. That's not mine. That's not mine. Thanks. That's not it. It's not it. Yes. Get it. Ah! You didn't take the balloon back in time. You returned 7 balloons. Your prize is 1 Aquasol. That's all. These are pretty creative minigames. Yeah, the festival will eventually be over, but for now it's not. This is Mirror of Truth. 1 time is 10 gold. You want to play? Sure. Oh. I can move. Welcome to the Mirror of Truth. Is this the real world? Is that the real world? I'll show you the truth. Alright. Did I just pay 10 gold to look in a mirror? Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? I can't move. Finished? Not yet. Yes, the reflections look a bit skinny, I think. Oh, that's what it means. So he has like trick mirrors. And you have to determine if the reflection you're seeing is a trick mirror or not. I see, okay. Yes. The exit's that way. What? There's no prize? Hey. You could fill up on those cakes and see Faye is fat too. That's funny. Alright. There's nothing all the way over here, is there? No? Okay, we're done. Yes. Yeah, this one's not much of anything. Oh. Hey! Well, if it isn't Faye! Oh. Well, that was a bonus for returning to the tent. Yeah, this one's not much of anything. Depending on if his weight is higher or lower than normal, it changes the reflection. That's it. I see. Okay. Hey! Well, if it isn't Faye! It's me! Molten from the Laughing Pig Pub. You'd never know it from the way I look now, though. Ha 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 ha. So how's my wife and daughter doing back in the village? Ooh. I guess he hasn't been, back to Lahan in the past couple days. Duke says, my ears thank you for leaving that tent. I love those mini-games, but that music. Of course they're fine. That's the only thing they do well. Ha 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 ha. I want to return soon, but I still don't have the money to bring them to Ava. I'm done getting the festival ready, and now I've got another job. I'm really busy. It'd be nice to have a little lodge in a small village like Lahan. To get the money together, I started a business, and now I'm really busy. I want to send my girl to school and buy nice things for my wife. Well, he might be about to throw himself more into his work than he currently is. I guess I'm talking too much. If I don't go soon, the boss will get mad. Well, see you, Faye. Say hi to my wife and daughter for me. That was a little awkward. Oh. Yeah, after that conversation, any other Bart wives were like, alright. I guess we just go back to the hotel, save again, and actually, let's balance out our weight. Let's get something cold to eat. Lost a little weight. There we go. Alright, so I guess we just go back and speak to people there and then fight. So they might be alive, just homeless? I mean, maybe. I hope that's the case, or we killed them all. Or both, I should say both. Yeah. Once you've seen and done all you can want to, all that's left is to progress the plot. Yeah. Alright, let's go back to the hotel and talk to him again. I guess that's why they stayed there. Am I going the wrong way? I am going the wrong way. But then that kind of makes me think like, but hold on, let me say it again. I wonder if I win any money from winning the tournament. I hope so. Alright, I'm back. Well, I'm all ready, so I'm gonna get some sleep. Man, I'm beat. More sightseeing in Ava? Now I'll rest. Yeah, tomorrow will be tough for both of us. Good morning. Operation Rescue Margie is now underway. I wonder if that guy who talked to Faye just now will be at the tournament. And we're supposed to be keeping a low profile, no one's supposed to know our name. And if he sees us fighting, he'll be like, hey, I know that guy, go Faye, go Faye. We're like, who's Faye? And then I get busted. Operation Rescue Margie is now underway. First, Faye and I will prepare for the tournament at the arena. When the tournament starts, Bart will enter through the waterway through the well and head for the castle. If you swim against the current, you should reach the castle. I am certain there will still be some guards there, so please dispose of them quietly. You will make a good show at the tournament to draw the guards' attention as long as possible. During that time, you can rescue Margie. Any questions? I got it. Then let us go. Be careful, young one. Bart is a youngin. He is still a little new in terms of the Force. Dramatic exit through the window. Oh, you have a flawless pseudonym in Wandering Youth. Nobody will ever know it's you. I kind of want to go back, though. And talk to the nurse lady, see if she says anything different. Please take care. I wish you the best of luck. Okay. Faye, no matter what, you gotta win. I'll win. It's what I do. It's who I am. Whee! Fatima Castle. Alright, let's do this. Arena seats are 500 gold. Participants accepted. Please pass through. Participant? Okay, go on through. You'd have to try pretty hard to not win, let me tell you. Or, I suppose, be woefully underleveled. Yeah, since we spent like... what was it? Like 4 or 5 hours leveling up last night off stream and gaining like an extra 9 levels. And then we gained 1 level from the boss fight. We're probably like 9 levels, maybe higher than we're supposed to be. So, we should be okay. Recently, the fighters have been boring. It was better when the king was around. Hey, are you fighting? Give it up. No way you can beat Joe. Ooh, Joe Musashi. Wanna join Joe's fan club? If you join, you can come to our weekly coffee. Ooh, I do like coffee. We have a dinner show once a month, too. Ooh, that does sound good. Big Joe's great, because he's kind of shady. It's like you wouldn't understand. Hey, are you for Joe, too? We're gonna kick Joe's rear end. I love pure fighting, especially all those different styles. I came all the way from Dawsville. Get ready, it's starting soon. I was born and raised in Dawsville, but this is my first tournament. I come every year. This is my third time. I only have to see him once to know who's the strongest. And look no further, kid. Are you fighting? You look pretty strong. Maybe a semi-finalist. Good luck. I hate war and fighting. What? Oh, I'm writing a book on the folly of mankind. Okay. These martial arts tournaments are okay, but what if gears, not people, fought it out? I'd like to see that. Oh, they made a movie like that with Hugh Jackman. These guys really seem to like this Joe fellow. Why, you little... My son's in it. I hope he doesn't get hurt. I'm so worried he's going to get hurt. Oh, he'll get hurt. I promise. They'll pummel him into the ground. Who's Sarge betting on? Me, I'm for Big Joe. No way, bad choice. He's all hot air. Believe me, Wise Man's gonna win. Shut up. I was right last time. I'm not gonna listen to you. Wow, you picked the champ last time? You must have got something like 50 to 1. Yep, and I blew it all in a week. What a waste. Yep, that's the Sarge. He's a man's man. I'll probably just talk to him to start fighting. Could have talked to some other people out here, but I just want to get to the action. Hey, Grandpa, let's bet on someone too. No, betting's for losers. I brought you here because I want you to grow up and be a strong man. Strong enough to fight in a tournament someday. Man, how lame. Kid's no fighter, he's a businessman. Woohoo! This is gonna be hot! I love the sound of folks smacking each other. If I was only 10 years younger, I'd whip them all. I want to see what kind of fighters came. The best men all join the army. Oh man, I wonder if that's what's gonna happen. I wonder if, like, the winner of the tournament gets, like, maybe a cash prize, but maybe they also get the reward of being drafted into the army. That would be pretty crazy. Congratulations! You win a first-class trip, all expenses paid, to the front of the line at the Battle with Kislev. Like, man, wish I would have lost. I'm for the ones that pay out big. Don't know much about martial arts, though. I sure could use a little extra house money. Only participants are allowed in here. Your friend will have to sit in the spectators area. He doesn't have 500 gold. Well then, I will be over here cheering for you. Do not beat him too soon. The better you do, the easier it will be for Bart to sneak in. So wait, I have to not win? The better you do, the easier it will be for Bart to sneak in. Well, if the better I do, then I should beat him faster. Oh. Good luck. Thank you. All participants, the tournament is about to begin. Please wait. All right. Oh no. There we go. Go on through. Can I go in here? I can't. Are these the other fighters? I am strong. I am strong. I am strong. Oh, that's Joe. We met him at Lahan. He was getting drinks. He's like the Elvis impersonator. Aren't you nervous? I've had to pee a couple times already. I have to go again. Again! I'm with you there, pal. I'm with you there. I've been there. Oh! They actually ran out of the tent. Do you think women are weaker than men? That depends on the training. On average, I think women are weaker than men. Yes, I think so. What? Don't you underestimate desert women. No. No new text. Alright. What do you got, Joe? Do you know my name? Yes, I do. That's right. I am the one and only Big Joe. He looks like a Street Fighter character, though. I just forget his name. Hey, boy. Do you know the secret of strength? It's gratitude to all your fans. Their love gives me strength. Hey, boy. Do you have anyone cheering for you? I do. Yes. Okay. Don't forget to thank them. See if there's a tent on the other side with more contestants. If a gear tournament, it'll never catch on. One of them looks familiar. No, at Dazzle? Oh, he was at the beer in Dazzle. That's right. Oh, they have a gong and everything. Look at that. This is like Mortal Kombat. No, can't interact there. No entry. No entry. Where does this go? No entry. Is that the Chrono Trigger character? The human body is weak. I always fight against rock and metal. There is no way I can lose. Everyone is so excited. Isn't there a big festival or something? Isn't there? You don't know that? I recognize this little kid. He's from the village. Uh-oh. Dan. Dan! What are you doing here? It's your fault that Alice... I'll never forgive you. I'm gonna kill you. Dan. Let's whip his tail in the arena. Attention all participants. We will be starting soon. Please enter the arena. I want to talk to the cloaked guy. You're the enemy of everyone in Lahan. I'm gonna kick your butt in front of everyone. And don't be running away either. Dan. Ooh. We get to talk to the Naruto character after all? Mystery Man. Hey, mister. Are you from Lahan? Seems like you and that boy have some kind of problem. Who do you think you are? Mind your own business. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Nothing. Just wondering what kind of fight you will have with that boy. I'm gonna whip his tail. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Bay? Huh? How does that guy know my name? I didn't enter my real name. I am the Wandering Youth. It's about to start. I guess I better go get ready too. Is this plan really going to work? Maybe. It's already started. If something's wrong now, then that's tough. What are you worried about? They'll be okay. Besides, Seaton's with them too. Now, all I gotta do is sneak into the castle through the well. No problem. I pray so. Well, I'm going. Margie's waiting in the citadel. Well then, do be careful. And thank you for helping Mother Marguerite. No sweat. You'd better get out of Alva now, too. Things are going to get out of hand soon. Thank you. Oh, I have to control him too? I bounce back and forth between the characters? Okay. Please take care. I will pray for all of you to return safely. Alright. Faye went through the window. I'll go through the front door. How would Dan have known you were going to enter this tournament is what I want to know. That is a good question. Alright, save again. Just in case something goes wrong. I also wonder... What are a couple things? I wonder if there is a difference between entering on one side of town or the other side of town. I wonder if there are hidden treasure chests in the sewer area. I wonder if there are more enemies on one side of town than the other. I wonder quite a lot of things. Kind of wondering which side I should go in on. Part of me wants to go through the side where there's no witnesses. And part of me wants to, well, I mean, I guess there's one witness. And part of me wants to go through the other side where that guy says his best friend is right beneath him. Let's at least go talk to the guy. And then I think we might come back. We'll see. Oh, man. Me and my running ways. I didn't need to go in there. Where? There they are. Go get him, boy! Alright. Only the kid will be witness to us entering the waterway. Yeah. Don't say anything, kid. Ah, brave young men are spilling their blood on the front lines. Our army is the best, but the tides of war are uncertain. To protect the tradition of Av and preserve peace from the desert, we must all have unshaking resolve. The desert's precious treasure passed down to us. Oh my goodness, he's talking so quickly. We're gathered here today with our strong bodies forged from the desert. The sun above us is Father is the same as that. What's the resolve? Here. Brave ones, warriors, fight well and do not shame our brothers at the front. Let the 338th tournament begin! Mortal Kombat! A moving speech, if I do say so myself, even though I missed most of it. I believe you can only enter the sewers on the one side. There are a couple treasures. I forget how well hidden they are, excepting one of them. I cannot remember for sure, but believe there are no enemies in the sewer. Oh, sweet. Make up your mind, Shakan. Are they fathers, sons, or brothers that are at the front lines? I do think it's funny, and I don't know when this game came out in relation to Mortal Kombat 2. Yeah, 2. So it probably wasn't influenced by Mortal Kombat 2, but it's funny to me that you have a fighting tournament organized by a game, or organized by a character named Shakan, which is kind of like Shao Kahn, ruler of Outworld. It's like, this is basically Mortal Kombat. So. Oh, Commander Ramses. Sorry to have kept you waiting. This way, please. I'm afraid I do not have the time for such gay revelry. I just dropped by to bid you farewell. What a pity. You do not like our entertainment? I find it boring. Oh, let it be, Commander. Shakan is only trying to show hospitality. I personally find martial arts quite interesting. I look forward to seeing the tournament. To say this event is a tribute to you, Commander, is no understatement. Your gracious help in our time of need enabled us to celebrate the country's founding today. Founding? How impudent. It's not even your country. Do as you like. Dang. Miang, how about the tournament? Will you grace us with your company? Yes, it would be a pleasure. Oh, it's starting! The first match, Gonzalez versus the Wandering Youth. That's us. 5 years apart, and it's probably just coincidental. I doubt he's named after Shao Kahn, and I also doubt he's named after Shaka Khan. Okay. Alright, Gonzalez, let's get this going. My, what a handsome boy. Ooh. You got an admirer already. Alright, let's see this Gonzalez fella. Guy Gonzalez. Oh! Guy Gonzalez is... He looks like Zangief. Like a stubbier Zangief, and I didn't know he could bring weapons. He has a very large club. I'll have to remember that for the tournament next year. Bring the weapon. I guess I'll bring a gun next year. That would make things fair. This is a little like Tekken, like only Yoshimitsu is smart enough to bring a sword. Like everyone else shows up to the tournament like, why does Yoshimitsu have a sword and no one else has a weapon? Why would you leave that detail out? And Google just told me it's spelled, oh, Chaka with a CH, ruining my joke. Faye is a weapon. He is a martial artist. Okay. Attack! 1 point! Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. Senretsu! Gonzalez Club Bash. Attack! I don't know what my combos are. I don't know what's available to me. Like, I don't know what Rage In is. Whatever. Let's do... And then... Let's do... Oh! And then... There we go. Oh, I still have one more. Yeah! Gonzalez Ground Smash. You at least have Triangle X and Triangle X. Yeah, I have a lot of moves here. I got 6 of them. Attack! Let's do 3 triangles and an X. 1, 2, 3. Yeah! Oh! We missed. He's very evasive for such a big stubby guy. Pump swing. I wonder if our health goes back up between all the battles. Alright, that's it. I think we got him. Oh, nope. Ground slam. Attack! Ah! I'm just gonna have to focus on my punches. He's too evasive. Yes! Maybe that was a clue that the doc was giving us. Like, do your best, but don't get it over too quickly. Maybe that was a clue to, like, use your least powerful moves. 500 XP. 1 survival tent. I hope all our HP goes all the way back up. That would be horrible if, like, we fight all the other fighters, and then, like, the last person we have to fight is a little kid. But since we have no HP, he, like, walks up and goes, for, like, 1 HP and we die. Why did this come up? File. Oh, we can't even save. So if we can't save, why did this come up? That's weird. Oh. It came up because we can use an item here. Okay. I mean, we only have 51 Hob Jerkies, though. I guess let's use a Hob. Let's eat some jerky. We barely have any. There we go. Alright. Exit. You can heal with items. Also, while in the menu... Yes. We are still in the menu. Can you check your status and then your skills and abilities? Oh. Ability. Oh, we learned a new ability. I didn't know that. Iron Valor. Attack up. Self, single. We must have just learned that. Status. Skills. Okay. So, Death Blows, Rajin is triangle 4 times and then X. Senretsu is triangle 2 times and then X. We're still learning Hagan, Hoten, Tengu, and Ryujin. Alright. No, not here, but under the status. You can check the progress of your death blows. No! The 4 doesn't mean 4 triangles. It means the move takes up 4 action points. Oh, that's right. 1 for the triangle, 3 for the X. That's right, that's right. Oh, that's right, yeah, okay. Attack up. Ball of chi attack. Restores HP. Okay. Sounds like we're in the sewers now. Let's get out of here. Oh, no. Okay. I hope our shoes are waterproof. Oh, good swimming animation. I like that. Each move has a learning gauge and a minimum level. If the gauge hits 100 first, you'll learn the move automatically when you reach the right level. If you reach that level before finishing learning, you get the move when the gauge hits 100. I see. Oh, I can hold down circle to swim faster. Who bent these bars up? I guess this is the first time somebody snuck into the castle. Oh, you actually have to hold circle. If you don't, the current gets too hard for you and it just... Oh, uh-oh. Yeah, the run button works here too, and it's kind of vital when the current kicks into high gear. You have to swim at a full run just to hold even. It's like a maze. Can't go that way anymore. Aha! What is this? Received Rose Sol S. Nice. Against the current is the way to the castle. So if you see any forks like this here, you know they won't be the castle, but might have treasure. There are also a couple points you can climb up. Alright, well in that case, let's go back. Oh, there are enemies in the sewer. Hey, it's Joe time! Oh, I guess not. Maybe you only have so much time to make it there? That's weird. Good morning, Orpheus. Good morning, Albatrox. How are you? Time to attack Big Joe. Joe's fans, cheer, support! He heals for 140? Great! Hit me with the Tony the Tiger lunge. Oh, it missed! Great! What? I don't know why that happened. That was weird. Attack! Can I win? Is this possible? I mean, he's only hitting me for 1 damage. He's like pecking me. But it's like... It's 108, but then every time they cheer, they heal for 140. So it's like I can't wear him down fast enough. Unless they go for more attacks. But... Okay, they didn't cheer that time. That's good. Oh, don't death blows always connect? Try triangle, triangle X? Yeah. I forgot about that. Death blows always seem to connect. And dynamic! Triangle. Triangle. Death blow! Yes! Oh, crap. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Good job, Faye. Good job. Oh, we can go again. Death blow! Yes, 180. No more cheers for you. I'm taking you down, Big Joe. He's not going to be able to heal fast enough. And he can't kill me fast enough. We got him. Oh, we did it! Oh, yeah. Now that's great. 1 XP? I deserve more than 1 XP for that. Or at least a cool item. Like a You Beat Joe award. Of course, when using a death blow, the last hit is not counted toward learning new ones. So in random fights or no consequence or challenge, you can spend time practicing moves to learn more death blows. But for more important fights, you want to use your best moves. Gotcha. I beat Big Joe and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. Seems like it. A single XP. Oh, a metal vest. Okay. And a single piece of gold. Metal vest sounds good, though. Do I get to... There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. Equip. Red mail. With... Where? Metal vest. Defense +4. I'll take it. And item. I'll eat some more jerky. Alright, we're good to go. Joe had 1 attack of consequence, but didn't use it. His fans sometimes throw stuff at you, which hits more than Joe himself can. I do forget how much, though. It's still not a challenging fight. Yeah, I think so long as you remember, or you have someone to remind you, about death blows, it's not that big a deal. It's just that he keeps healing. That's the annoying part. Alright, let's go back. Exit. Oh no! Wait! I almost went the wrong way. Alright. We're not supposed to go that way. I wonder if you can take too long. Alright, so it is this way. And it's not down there, that's where I got the treasure bag, so it has to be this way. Ah. You can do it. No. We'll use the pillar here to help us a bit. Who knows? Maybe your slow start to that fight, making it take longer, buys Bart more time? Maybe. Let's try right. Oh, you can see the way the current flows. I'm guessing this is if you entered on the other side of town. Wow, I made a circle. That's horrible. That's horrible. Alright, let's go back. Or maybe I didn't make a circle. I don't remember. I don't remember now. You know, there is a correlation between phase performance and the length of Bart's segments, but you do not remember to what extent it works. Let's see. Whee! Let's go this way. You can do it! You can do it! Yes! On! Go! There you go. You're doing it. You're doing it. Get up there. All right, this way. No more sidetracking. We're just gonna go straight for the castle. Uh-oh. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. No. 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 This must be it. Ah. You finished the division's main story? Congratulations, Albatrax. What's next? Side quests? That's gotta be the floodgate. Okay. So, oh, it goes up and down. I see. So when it goes all the way up, we can swim underneath. We did it! Have fun storming the castle. What? Playing in the reservoir again? Get up out of there now, boy! Can I go back if I want to? Oh my goodness, it lets you go back. I didn't think we'd do that. No, no! You can do it! You can do it! Swim! No! Don't let it close! But you can do it! You can do it! Okay. Oh my goodness. I like playing in the reservoir. It's fun. Ah, Fusion is here. Fusion says, wow, Orfeo is still alive. I is here. Welcome, Fusion. Fusion has redeemed. Hello, I'm new to stream. Welcome, Fusion, to our stream for the very first time. Again. And Fusion has redeemed Hydrate. You know. Cheers to you, Fusion. I hope you are having a good day. What's around here? Can I get some hot cocoa? Nope. Kid, how many times must I tell you? How many years has it been? Well, haven't you grown up? Are you really the child I used to play hide and seek with? Is this some sort of joke? Well, answer me. What are you babbling on about? Oh, the kid he used to play hide and seek with. That's the guy who... That's the kid who had the key. Old man. Even. Aww. I wanted to finish that condo. Fusion says, might be shopping for new knives. Don't judge. Knives are essential. Yes! Scud! What? That's cheating. You cheater. And it pecked me for 1 damage. I'll show you. Oh yeah. Good job, Faye. Good job. 500 XP. That's what I'm talking about. Samson's hair? That sounds cool. Maybe I'll dilly-dally a little longer. Fight everybody so I can get all the cool items. Wait, what? Where is it? Not a head item? Samson's hair is not a head item? Maybe it's an item. Well. Are you shopping for knives to cook with? Like to prepare food? Samson's hair. 1 ally single. It's a consumable. Weapon power up by 50% in battle. Interesting. Okay. No, pocket knives, etc. Ah. We're only 1 HP short. We're done. What? Ramble? Did you say I rambled on? Why, you little brat? Every man needs a knife or 2, or 3, on him daily. I mean, maybe that depends on what industry you're in. But, knives can be pretty cool, though. I had a small knife collection way back when. I used to know a lot about them. I used to have a subscription to a knife magazine. And now I ordered a few out of there. I wonder where some of them are now. The only people who are ever allowed to call me a rambler were my late mother and the young prince. His Highness. What was his name? You mean His Highness Prince Bartholomew? Ah! You're ruining my story! Tournament semifinals! What are you doing here, Dan? I escaped from Yui's place. I'm here to avenge my sister's death. Please, Dan, stop it. Shut your mouth! I will never forgive you! You murderer! He's shaking his little fist. Erg. What do you want me to do? I want to kick his rear end. I want to make him sorry he came here. Yes! Oh yeah! That was awesome. He's still up? I'm impressed. I'm gonna take you down! With what, your shaking fist? Rajin! This is for all of Lahan! Take 0 damage! My fists are just bouncing off his massive forehead. This is for Timothy! Oh, you get me for 2 damage there. I like that. That's a good little rage attack you had. Come play Xenogears, an RPG where you get to beat up on kids. This is for my sister! 0 damage. He's got a lot of heart. I like that. A lot of heart. You scum! He's a Gohan. He has like untapped potential. I have the same move, but I have to use 2 hands. He just one-handed it. Fusion says Orfeo does not carry on him. LOL. No, not anymore. I used to, but not anymore. If you're in an industry like me, then most of the time, everyone in the building has a knife on them. I see. Duke says most people don't. The crowd goes wild as the wandering youth wails at a 10-year-old with 40-year-old hair. Right. Yeah! Punch that forehead. Dan, Shut up! I don't want to hear your stupid excuses. Faye, you're such a bastard! I can't believe you used that word. You're too young to use that word, kid. Oh, but 1, I guess he gave up. Do we win anything from Dan? We win 500 experience from Dan? Wow. Thank you, Dan. And 5 gold. We kicked him out of the arena, but not before taking his lunch money. He did more damage to us than anyone else. Some Hob Jerky. There we go. Alright, we're good. Yes, His Highness Prince Bartholomew. Boy, you certainly know a lot. If Bartholomew was still alive, you'd be just about your age, or he'd be just about your age. Did you know that both he and his family were killed by that Shakan? You won't beat me, Shakan. I'll protect Ave's water till I die. In remembrance of the kindness of the king and the young prince. Really? Thanks, old man. Father would be glad. What do you mean, father? Are you the son of an acquaintance of mine? Wait, I remember. No, no, that's not it. I don't recall the king having any secret sons. Sorry, but I don't have time to explain. You'll remember. See ya! Who was that? Ah. Ooh, library. Save. Finished. I am curious though, before I climb up that ladder, what's across on the other side of the bridge, if anything? Ooh. It doesn't go up and down anymore. I turned it off permanently, or I lowered it permanently. I wonder if that's a good thing. Like, no one will be able to get in behind me. Or follow me in here. He also moved. Ah, who was that? It's nobody. I wonder if that'll have any impact. Oh, maybe later on we can go and explore down there. And since the gate is always closed, maybe the con is that you can't ever swim all the way through to the secret castle entrance anymore. But maybe the pro is that you can go down there and explore later on all you want to, and you don't have to worry about fighting the current. Time for some tactical espionage action. We'll see. If we can see. Alright, what do we got? We got a door over there. And we got a door. I think there's a door this way. Oh, that's like the main gate. Probably don't go through the main gate. What's this way? Uh-oh. Did I go the wrong way? Or is this just Faye fighting again? Tournament's final bout! Faye fighting again. The mysterious man. Oh, we're in trouble. What a whip. Wise man. What a whip. Who was that masked man? What about... What a whip. Alright, I got something for you. What about Chi attack? Guided shot. Dodge this, masked man. Oh, there we go. It's only one damage, but still, we got you. Oh, spectators, boo, boo, boring. Come on, fight properly. Narrator. It was at that point that Orphea realized something was up with this fight. This is not good. At this rate, just as I thought. You, where did you learn that technique? Who cares where? Come on now. Put up a serious fight. I wouldn't say that to a guy. So then why do you fight? For yourself? Or for the sake of others? Why do you ask that for? Doesn't there have to be a reason or a goal for a person to fight? My reason for fighting are none of your business. So, you fighting for no reason or goal? Will you shut up? I'm in the middle of finding for my purpose. Then forget it, for there's no way you could find such. What? You appear to be looking forward, but in reality, you are only looking downward. You're only looking at yourself. Like that, you will find nothing. How would you know? Is this Faye from the future? I know. By exchanging blows with you, I can tell a great deal. Arg, shut up! Weak. You won't even graze me with those kinds of attacks. But superficially, at least, it seems you've matured physically. You've done well in recovering from those wounds, Faye. How do you know my name? I deliberately didn't use my real name when I entered this contest. And that thing about me recovering from my wounds. You aren't who I think you are? Is this the guy that killed Faye's father? Oh my. Is it already that time? I guess I can't be helped. Or can't be helped. I've got to be on my way. Wait! I want to ask you! Grumble, grumble, say the spectators. Referee, ahem. It appears that competitor Wiseman has forfeited. The remaining competitor will automatically be awarded victory. What? Are you serious? Boo! Boo! Yeah, I won the bet! That was probably the guard who bet in the long shot last time. Wise man. Awarded nothing. Oh well. I guess exit. But now what do we do? The tournament's over. We haven't found anybody yet. What about if we go outside? I forgot this is a hallway here. Oh my goodness. Look at all the doors. What about this one? Ooh. Aw. I thought maybe we could open some of these and steal stuff. What about this thing back here? Aw, that's not a treasure chest. Whatever. Oh, that's a treasure chest. Received Cobra Cracker. What's a Cobra Cracker? Sounds like a firework. Attack -1. Use poison. It's a poison weapon. Ooh. I'd say that's worth it. We lose 1 point of damage, but we can poison someone and maybe it'll deal, like, damage over time. Nice. Let me scroll up. Clearly, Faye learned nothing from that fight. Guards are still away for a bit longer. This is what Bart's doing during Faye's last fight, so the guards are still distracted. You can open that. Whip it good. 1 point weaker, but inflicts poison. Yes. I'd say that's worth it. But I feel bad because I didn't even get to use my new weapon that I bought. But whatever. Well, what? There's probably a guard outside. Just take a peek. That is so cool. I don't see anybody, so let's go out. What about this room? That is a big sword. Look at that. Why can't I use a sword? Swords look cool. Nothing in here. Once guards start coming back, then it means Bart's time has caught up to Faye's. I see. Looks like the last side room on this side. Uh-oh. Stop. You wouldn't happen to know where, Marguerite is, would you? Don't get in my way. I'm rehearsing for tomorrow's meeting. Oh. Okay. Look, it's the, what is that, the Junon cannon from Midgar? Or from Costa del Sol? Who are you? Why do you look like that? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is that a giant gun? It looks like a giant gun. Alright, thinking to try our new whip now. Let's whip it. Whip it good. Head Thunder! Oh, not Head Thunder, Head Hunter. Oh, I didn't know I had one unlocked. Nice! $484 XP. 90 gold and Aquasol. Let's check out what that looks like. Status. It's okay on HP for a while. Skills. Death Blow, Headhunter. Triangle and then X. Okay. Abilities, Wild Smile and Heaven Sent. Okay. Also, the Junon cannon was named Sister Ray, as Scarlet insisted on the terminology for. Oh, I didn't know that. That looks more like the kind of gun they mount on a vehicle. Yeah, Junon. The Junon cannon was in Junon, that's right, yeah. It irks me a little bit that there's all these weapons around. Like, this is a weapon room. And it's like, I can't steal anything here. Oh, received Iron Mail. Okay, I was wrong. Never mind. Can I take this? Ooh. Okay, that made it worth it. A green dot at top is triangle. A pink dot at left is square, and a blue dot at bottom is X. What? When you see a move prompted during combat, the dots represent which buttons will complete it. I don't see the dots lighting up on my screen, though. Leather vest. We can give him his red mail back. Defense goes up by 4. Iron mail. Defense goes up by 6. Nice. No, what did I just do? We'll keep that. There aren't many non-chest items you can loot, but they do surprise you sometimes, like these armors. Now when you see a move named at bottom, next time you fight, look at the symbols next to its name. Alright. Oh. Well, I can't stay in here forever. I wonder if I beat all the guards out here, if they'll respawn, or will it be random? I don't know. Okay, so it says Headhunter. So I don't know what I do next. There's nothing here. It just has a triangle. Tournament's over. Patrols resumed. I don't know. Unless the white dot is what I'm supposed to press next. Because the other buttons are synced to their color. Triangle is green, that's up top. Left is square, which is pink, that's on the left. Circle is orange, which is on the right, or it's red, or I think it's orange. But X is blue, but the bottom circle isn't blue, it's white. Now you see that symbol with a diamond shape. The bottom part lit blue, that means X. Ah, I see. Let's give it a go. Headhunter. Oh, that was cool. 1 damage? Oh, you're going down. Good job. It looks bluish enough. 484 XP. 2 Aqua Souls and 90 gold. Alright. Sucker. I'll explore the side rooms on this side now. Alright. Oh, dining hall. I wonder if all three of these lead into the dining hall. Ooh, can I grub in here? Margie is, no? What are you guys doing? We're not interested in gambling, right? Yep. Alright. What about you? Hello? Yep. A festival means liquor. You got it. Oh man. The guy we all bet on lost his first fight. Now all we can do is drink. You got it. The kitchen. That is a big steak. Look at that. Heck yeah. Give me that steak. I'm guessing that also leads outside. This is enough seasoning. They will be tired up from today's tournament. I'm busy. Get out of my way. I wonder how the tournament's going. I'd like to go see it, but the head chef won't let me. I wonder if the Wandering Youth is winning. He is. He did, actually. While this is warming, I'll get this ready. Was I cutting vegetables? No, wait. Hey, your talking to me got me all mixed up. I'm sorry about that. What? Did they bet on Gonzalez? Seems like it. Or possibly one of the other first-round contenders who the other fighters fought. I guess Gonzalez, but I mean, I could be wrong. Anything around here I can pilfer? I really want to pilfer the steak. That is an awesome-looking steak. Uh-oh. I guess there's nothing in the kitchen to loot, or in the dining hall, which that's a bit of a letdown. No chests, no goodies to snag, but it is what it is. The fact that you fought Big Joe in the second round of the tournament implies that Big Joe beat his first opponent. That's true. Oh, a sword. That I can't pick up. And that might not be a sword. That could just be like a ruler or something. I don't know. Oh, we got keys. Do I need keys? I do not need keys. I'm just gonna go out. Just open the door. Oh, he's a fast runner. Oh man, if that... Alright, let's do this. Headhunter! I eat bullets for breakfast. This feels totally OP. 2 aqua souls, another 90 gold. That's right. Give me my 100 gold back. Oh well, what a waste. So it has to be either through those 2 doors there, or through the 2 big doors down over there. No, let's try these 2 doors. Hello? Anyone here? Uh-oh. Oh, what's in here? Hello there. I came as I was called. Maybe it's my age, but I don't like noisy places. You have anything in here I can steal? No? What's this? That's a bench. Ah, well. What's down this way? Oh, uh-oh. Ah! Ah! Oh, 2 damage. So they got the guards with the stronger guns inside, huh? 3 damage. The real question is how Dan made it to the semifinal. That's true. Did he really beat 3 others just to get a shot at Faye? I don't know. Maybe the other contestants just felt bad for him. Like, you know what? Look, you just I give up. I'm not going to fight it, kid. Just go ahead. You win. Nothing here. All right. Oh. That's funny. Oh no. Oh no! Where am I going? Where am I? Oh, there I am. This way. Ooh, what's this way? Oh, never mind. I thought there's a door hidden, like, under the stairs or something. Never mind. Nah, I got you. Got away. Oh, I'm upstairs now. Hey, how y'all doing down there? Stay on the alert. There are intruders about. Ooh, more side rooms. Oh, the library. Hello there. Do you know the history of Bloodivik? No, I don't. This city was built on a desert rock bed. This was partially to escape sand erosion, but that's not all. An underground water basin wells up here. The rock bed is made of limestone, so the water level continued to rise to its present level. Fatima Castle was originally built to protect the water source, but gradually the desert people started to live here. They were soon joined by a steady flow of people from the northern lands. That is the story of this city, Blivinic. Thank you for the history lesson. We must rewrite all false history books on the monarchy. We also must get rid of any books that might cause problems. Oddly, that was literally an option for Faye in that fight. Faye could refuse to attack Dan, and after a few rounds, Dan would get disgusted and throw Alice's wedding dress at you as a reminder of what you did. Oh, wow! That's cool. That's right, he went back into Lahan Village while it was burning to go save the dress. Oh, I missed an item. Oh well. I bet that's the only time to get that item, too. Alright, nothing here. Just open the door. If they want to fight me, they can fight me. I'll take them all on. What do you want? I guess you're not really supposed to fight him because he's a little kid. I just wanted to beat his rear end. He's annoying. Now that I fought the kid, maybe he'll become the final boss of the game. And I'll kick his butt again. It's a unique item, but not an essential one. It's equipable as armor, and good for this early point in the game. But really, the most use you'll get out of it is the 2,500 gold when you sell it. You heartless monster who would just sell a dead girl's wedding dress. No, I probably would have saved it. As a keepsake. Keep it as a trophy. A trophy for having killed the owner. I'm worried. The army's power is rising too quickly. What will happen to civilian officials like me? I don't know. Is that a treasure chest? That is not a treasure chest. That's a nice clock, though. Does that do anything? It does not. Oh, nothing here. Aha! Received Rose Sol S. There are unique items that give payoffs much later, like the badges or Midori's ring. I hid it behind a... Oh, there's someone here! I didn't even see this person. Hello there. Well, if it isn't His Highness, Bartholomew. It has been a long time. Are you well, my Highness? Oh, that's it? We can't respond? We can't respond. That's weird. Fiddle faddle. Did we get to the end of the hall? I think we did. So I was going the right direction. Money for what I'm getting. I don't want to go that way. Oh. Ah. Uh-oh. Only a damage from... 1 damage from the grenade? That's awesome. If it were an important missable, I would have warned you. Or at least, warned you there was something to warn you about, and ask if you wanted to be told. But this missable was not of such importance. I gotcha. Alright, so... we were in here before? Okay, so this is the library. Oh, that's right, it was just 2 rooms that look exactly alike. So... other side. So I guess the patrols always respawn whenever you enter a room. He's got some good whip skills there. Almost back up to 1,000 gold. Excuse me. Alright, so this is where I came out. So then... what's in the... oh. Hello? I'm guessing she's in one of the 3 rooms on this side. Ow. Their punches hit harder than their guns. Well, most of the time. Seems. Ah, officers at last. Yeah, I think so. They won't respawn while they stay out in the halls, though. Alright. Door 1. Ooh. What is this? Oh. It looks like a detonator for explosives. Oh. That would make a good distraction. Oh my. Major Vonderkamp! Bringing this thing into the room. It's going to be so difficult to clean with this here. Oh, you found Vonderkamp's room. Is that like the general guy? Do you have any good stuff I can steal? Doesn't look like it. Ah, well. I gotta go that way. Ah. I forget his rank. Not general. He's that scowly bald guy with a giant purple plus on his face. Oh. And he believes that the answer to everything is more guidance. And if it's not enough, bigger more guidance. Broke 1,000. I feel like he's gonna level up soon. We've been fighting a lot. Alright, room number 2. Who's there? Stop daydreaming. Arrest the intruder. Ooh, 4. We're gonna need some jerky after this. To left. Just one. Four of them. Imagine. You might actually take some damage, right? Almost 1,000 XP. Level up. Yay! Level 25. HP max plus 8. EP max plus 1. Hit percent plus 1, defense plus 1, ether plus 1, ether defense plus 1. 180 gold. Oh, wow. They keep coming. That's fine, we'll take them all on. Alright, let's chew on some hob jerky. What do we got in here? I hope it's something good. I kind of hope she's not in here. But that a really good reward is. I was gonna say, if I see her in here, I'm leaving. I'm not staying in here. I want to continue to... There better be... Okay, I was gonna say, if there's not something good in here, after all that. Aquasol S? I feel like there should have been something better in here besides just that. Like, the whip should have been in here, the poison whip. After having to fight so many of those guards. 2560 times 1440. What? Stream elements. Same as it was for the second half of last year. Oh, funny, funny. It took me a little while to get that. What are your New Year's resolutions? A resolution of 2560 by 1440. Clever, Duke. Clever. Well, let's go through the other door, I guess. Open the door. I'm guessing that's all the doors, or all the side rooms on both sides. So now we just have the main rooms to go. What's in here? Were we here earlier? Up? I'm guessing she's all the way upstairs. Damsels in distress are usually at the top of the ivory tower. Whoa, lots of guards down there. It'd be funny if I wandered up too high and I entered like the king's chambers and was like, "What are you doing here?" Like, oh, this is awkward. Sightseeing. I got lost on the tour. Sorry. Maybe they'll know where the princess is. You guys know? Not the princess. My cousin. You got a new monitor last summer? Nice. How dare you? Well, I guess let's go and see what's up through the main doors. Is this the throne room? No. Oh, is this the king's bedroom? Ooh. Oh, this is where the king's secret thing. Ooh, is that a chest? Ooh, that's a chest. Oh, that's messed up. You can tell that's a chest. I'm clicking on it and it's not doing anything. How dare you tease me that way? That's just so messed up. That is so wrong. I made it all the way into the king's bedchambers and I get no special reward. Or whatever you want to call him. Technically, he's not king. But he's the current ruler. Or whatever. Stop, East Tower. Entrance. Oh. Check it out. East Tower. Oh, and it's in color. Oh, there she is. Okay, so she's in the East Tower. Alright. Well, I want to look at other stuff too. Entrance. Outer Bailey. You found the secret spot. Oh, if the king was like too to go like, watch the, you could just like stay here and watch it on TV. I don't know what I'm looking at. Is this the room we're in now? Is this the room we're in now? I doubt it. Like, if it is the room we're in now, I doubt it's actually going to show me, like, on the camera thing from here walking in front of the camera. Huh. Also, there she is! How do you know that's her? They never said what she looked like. We saw her. You just assume because it's a unique sprite for a female character. That it has to be Margie? It is, but still. No, we saw her. We saw her being interrogated by Ramses. Dining hall. And we were there earlier. I wonder if he records this footage. Like, can you imagine how upset the king would be if he reviews the footage afterwards? And people, like, describe to him the description of who came in and invaded the castle and stole the princess, or stole her away, stole Marguerite away. And then he sits down at the desk here to review the footage, and he sees us wander through the dining hall and actually talk to some of his guards and then walk out. He's like, I can't believe these idiots. He walked right up to them, he talked to them, and they just let him go. Like, no one else in my castle wears this type of clothing. And they just let him come in and leave. Fire them all. Alright, forgot that scene. Also, if he records the footage, and if this is a camera somewhere in here aimed at his bed, be a little freaky. Also, oh, I can't jump in here. I was gonna say I just want to jump on his bed, get it dirty. Like, ha! You can steal my throne, but you're gonna be sleeping on shoe printed sheets tonight. All right, Eastern Tower. Here we come. Are we in the east? Let's go the other way. So she would be maybe over there through that door. Let's see. I guess that's why they hit you for such little damage. Because this seems like a pretty big place to explore. And the guards keep respawning. And so they probably want to be nice and let you kind of keep exploring until you get lucky, or I'm not really sure what other word to use than luck, and kind of stumble across the person you're trying to save. Wipeout's back. But since I don't think I've ever found that surveillance screen before. Yeah, the compass says that's east. We actually see Shakan in that room, spying on Ramses talking to Margie. In the scene Orphea mentioned that I had forgotten. Yep. That's how I knew to turn the bottle to find the observation screen. Yay! You've been here the whole time? Oh, okay. You've just been silent. Duke says, yeah, little bits of damage add up over time if you get into enough fights. Good thing we got that jerky. How much damage are we taking now? 175, 25, 35. The jerky gives us 50 HP back though, right? Yeah, we'll save it. Wait. No, okay, we'll save it. Yep, and you're only down 35. One moment. I feel like I have a sniffle that needs solving. Okay. There we go. And she is not here. Ooh. Is it an elevator? What's north? Oh. There's a guard to the north. I'll be right back. Maybe. No response. They have elevators here. That's pretty cool. That's an elevator. Maybe this fella knows where Marguerite might be. Excuse me. Yes. Do you know where I might find Miss Marguerite? Margie, for short. Margie. Oh. I'm gonna jump on you. The elevator door kind of clashes with the castle's design, though. Must be something new. I'm guessing that's a hint of some kind. Like maybe we'll be back here later, either entering or exiting through that elevator. Oh yeah, we're heading east again. We found her! Bart! Let's go home, Margie. I wonder if I have to fight my way all the way back out with her. And if so, what kind of combatant is she? I just knew you'd come for me. I'm getting you out of here. Come on, follow me. Okay. Oh, wait a second. I really like this. That's cute. She took a little toy with her. I mean, we're here. Like, who can I jump on the bed? I can jump on the bed. Let's jump on the bed. No view. Okay. I guess we can save. Says the person who knows full well what that elevator leads to, but isn't revealing anything at this moment. I wonder if that picture is the old king. I actually never thought about it before. Could be. So on the bright side, we've saved Margie, or at least are in the process of saving Margie. But on the negative side, they did get her half of the Jasper. So we still have to fight some really crazy powerful people to get it back. It kind of looks like Bart, only this guy has like brown hair. Bart has blonde, but maybe his mother had blonde hair. Could be. Oh my goodness. I do have to like navigate all the way back out. I'll try the elevator again. Uh-oh. Bart, look! Oh, this is awkward. Crap! Gebler! Looks like we have rats. Where do you plan on taking that girl, boy? Boy? Ah, boy? Let's see you try and call me that again. Who the hell are you anyway? Oh, that's why there's a save point in there. Because we have a boss fight coming up and I'm not even fully healed. Let's see you try and call me that again. Who the hell are you anyway? I'm glad I saved. You do have spunk, but I don't need to give my name to rats at you. What? Now hand over the girl. She is a very important guest. Until she tells us where a certain piece of the Fatima Jasper is, we can't allow her to be taken away. Give me a break. You think I'm gonna hand her over just because you say to? It says, Shakan styles himself Prime Minister, wanting to show difference from the old royal line, which he feels is outdated, even though there was nothing wrong with King Egbert IV, and Shakan was just power-hungry. Soon, Bart will deliver one of the greatest insults in video game history. Pull your head out, you Gebler geek! I'm guessing that was it. I assume you know where such abusive language will lead you. Uh-oh. You got a sword. I wonder if the poison whip will work well here, because I'm probably not going to be able to kill him. If you truly want to protect that child, then surrender. I'm probably not going to be able to kill him with a... what do you call it? A death blow. But maybe I'll get poisoned. Prince Bartholomew? Oh, she knows who I am. Oh, yeah? You know about me, huh? It's not such a bad feeling having your name known by someone as beautiful as you. I like that. You flirt with the enemy. Very nice. It was... Your timing was impeccable. But Artie! Aw, she called him Barty. You may have had your problems with Shakan, but we won't treat you badly. Concerning Shakan, it really doesn't matter either way to us.
Jerk!
Oh, he said jerk, that's cool. That's nice to know, but I can't accept it. See, for me, either way is bad. Then it's decided. Margie, hide back behind there. No, I'll fight too. Oh boy. I don't care, just hide. What? Oh, she is gonna fight with us? Alright. Attack! Headhunter! Poison! Yes, we poisoned him! Aha! Oh. That's pretty good. Good luck, Bart! Oh, she heals us! She's a white mage! Awesome. Attack! Oh, that's interesting. The other girl's not going to help. I was going to say, if it's 2 against 1, I'm in some serious trouble here. Very nice. Especially considering a gimmick of his. Headhunter! Poisoned again! Miang, remove status! Oh man! That's messed up. Attack! Headhunter! Oh, no poison. Oh, you get him! Bart! Ooh. Go Faye. Faye faded him out. You okay, Bart? Weapon says, the girls aren't in the fight, but they heal from the sidelines. I see. It's 1 against 1, but Margie and Miang are helpers. Bonk. Glad you're here, Faye. Faye? Uh-oh. What's wrong, Bart? I thought this was just a simple rescue. Shut up! This jerk butted in and slowed me down. The way he attacked. It reminds me of someone from my past. Are we going to get a flashback now? We are going to get a flashback now. What is with that hair? Oh, that is Faye's, those are Faye's death blows. Maybe that's his father. The wild red hair. And the cool-looking armor. Enough talk. Battle will reveal the truth about you. Alright, let's do it. Careful, Faye. This Gebler jerk's pretty strong. No, I can take it. That's his mom. Just kidding. Okay, now I feel like I'm cheating here. Now it's 2 against 1, both of us against just him. I feel bad for him now. It wasn't even that hard to take him down with just Bart. But I'm not going to show him any mercy. Attack! And let's go with Senoretsu. Yes! Eat it! Attack! Death blow! Headhunter! They have to say the name of their death blows every time they do them. It's like Pokemon. I could use a heal. You want to heal me? Attack! For funsies, let's do Raijin. Good luck, Bart! Oh, thank you. That's awesome. Attack! Headhunter! And hopefully poison as well. Nope. Oh well. Ramsus! Why is he only going after Bart? Whatever. Senoretsu! Yes! Attack! Headhunter! Or like Dragon Ball. In Dragon Ball, actually no. In Pokemon, they only ever say their name. It's Dragon Ball where they have to say the name of their moves. Senoretsu! Yes, we got him! He looks completely different. And there's no response. Is it just my imagination? But that technique was indeed his. What's more, the name Faye. Where have I... Faye. That is my child's name. Uh-oh. What? Uh-oh. You didn't have to do that. The man was already down on his knee. Ah! So is Faye his son? Faye is the son of Ramsus? Leave the rest to me! Margie? Rats? I thought those were dust bunnies. I'm like, what kind of power is that? I mean, it's cool, but... I don't know. Maybe throw dust bunnies to get away? Hey! Is it him? Or do I only want to think so? If it is him, I am... Oh, elevator. Worthless. A reject. Guard! Double the guards on both shifts. Don't let those rats in here again. Hey, Faye, do you know where this elevator goes? That's true, they just kind of ran into the elevator. Let's just run in here. Do you know where it goes? No, not really. I mean, for all we know, it could just be taking us to a room filled with guards. But I mean, you know, why not? Let's do it. I mean, it is pretty freaking weird that she has the power to summon rats. I know, right? So she's a white mage. Well, no, I can't say white mage. She's a healer that can summon creatures. She's a druidess? Maybe. A young druidess? Or young shaman? I'm gonna go more druid than shaman on this. I don't know. Where does it go? Oh, that's true. Bart might know. That might have been like a rhetorical question. This is his castle, sort of. I'm asking you. This thing wasn't here before. Don't worry. We'll get you back home. Somehow. I'm not worried. Hey, Faye. How did the tournament go? I won. I guess. That's what I thought. I knew you could do it. Nice they're having this kind of like jovial conversation here while they're trying to escape for their lives. But I mean, since we're on the topic, could you like tell us what you won? If anything? I mean, you know. Is she in our party? She's not in our party. Can I give Faye metal vest? Iron Mail? Iron Mail defense +2. Sweet. Yay! Excuse me. I'm curious. Okay. Interesting that we looted 4 iron mails, or that we were able to. That makes me think that maybe at one point in the game we'll actually be able to have up to 4 characters in the given party. Maybe. Oh, wait. Oh. I was just thinking, like, maybe I should use a healing item. But I mean, maybe we finished all our fighting. Bart had to tour the castle a lot by himself. We basically had to fight a boss twice. Maybe we're done, we get to go back to the ship, rest up, and we're free. Trey says, magical girl. Duke says, I told you it must be new. Puppet says, they already beat everyone's butt, who's going to stop them now. Okay. And this definitely doesn't look like the castle. It's casual stroll out time. LOL, Duke pretending like he hasn't done this 9,000 times. Okay, Orfeo? Now you've seen enough that I can say it. You know that cutscene where Ramses' ship docked at some military base? I thought that was like the base right behind the castle. This elevator was made to connect it to the castle. Oh, okay. Since Gebler is helping out Shakan's regime. Seaton told you about that. Right. Until you got down here, I was indeed pretending like I haven't done this 9,000 times. Alright. I guess we're safe then. She's dressed really cute. The big, poofy outfit and a large green bow. She has the same flair for style as Bart. But I think Bart's a bit more flamboyant. And hopefully if we do get into another dangerous encounter, she'll heal us. Ooh. So then, are we going to steal this guy's ship? His airship? That would be pretty awesome. That's... Oh, this is a big hangar. Gebler's aerial battleship. Yeah, but look what's coming out of it. That's bad. Are you guys in the mood for another battle? Bart, we better get out of here, and fast! Quick, run! Oh, I'm not even doing this, it's happening on its own. Fly, you fools! There are intruders in the base! There are 3 intruders! Presently heading for the dock area, and 2 men may be killed. But do not harm the girl! Oh, it's Ellie! Or Emily, whatever it is. Ellie, I was right, Ellie. Hey! You're Ellie? What are you doing here? I should be asking you. Don't tell me you're the intruders, Faye. Huh? If she's in our way, just... Wait a second, Bart. Emily is not an enemy. Not an enemy? Are you sane? Look at her uniform. She's a Gebler officer. They ran in here. Hurry, this way. I like how you can hear their footsteps running by. This is a long sequence, though. Oh, I like how the sound kind of like went from this side to this side through the stereo earbuds here. It sounds like they've gone. Faye, can you explain to me how you know a Gebler officer? You know what? I can already tell you what's going to happen with the Gebler forces. I already know. I feel like it's being telegraphed to us early. Just by their name. It's in the name. Yes, behind the castle. It's Gebler base, not Ava's. Okay. Well, we got lost in the woods together. Yeah. I think the Gebler forces will split, and some will side with Faye, and some will remain enemies. And the group that sides with Faye will change their name from Gebler. And in order to do so, they will drop the L, because L stands for loser. And then they will help Faye defeat the Gebler forces, and then afterwards they will adopt a way of peace and tranquility and devote all their time, instead of making war, to harvesting and making food for babies, thus renaming their forces the Gerber forces. And they'll add in like an extra R between the E and the B. That's what's going to happen. The Geblers, the good Geblers, will become Gerber. Hey, can you explain to me how you know a Gebler officer? Well, I don't know where you met her, but no matter how you look at it, she's a Gebler officer. Not an enemy? Where do you get off saying that? I mean, she did try to kill us. Yes, special forces of the Sacred Empire of Solaris. Also known as Gebler. I'm Lieutenant Elham von Huten of the Ignis Army's 3rd Assault Division. Why do you have 2 names? That long Solaris thing and then Gebler. It's because it's difficult to say the first name, and people just kind of garble their way through it, and you're like, you know what, just call us garble. No, that sounds, just make it Gebler. That works. And while returning from a mission to capture the newest model gear from a Kislev military factory, I was attacked by pursuing Kislev gears and crash landed in your village. Oh, now she's telling Faye. Before he kind of overheard her story, so he knows she's at least partly guilty. But now she's kind of coming clean. I wanted to tell you, but I just couldn't bring myself to. When I heard what my crash landing in your village had caused, I couldn't tell you. I knew. Faye, I overheard you talking with Doc. Then why? It was all my fault, but I lashed out at you with my own feelings. I'm sorry. No, it wasn't. Just forget about it. You couldn't help it. You had your own problems. That's kind of true. She couldn't help crash landing. But Faye, why are you with them? I'm cooperating with Bart and his crew. We came to rescue Margie, who was taken prisoner in the castle here. I see. Uh-oh. Hey, just a minute. Where do you think you're going? Oh, that's someone leaving. I thought someone else was coming in. You want to get out of the castle, right? In this confusion, you can escape through the gear launch door. Great idea, but do we really buy that? I don't think so. She talks sweet, but she's probably planning to turn us over to that old bald geezer. It's a trick, Faye. Wait, Bart. She's not a bad person. She said she'd help us. So let's go with her plan. I like how trusting she is. No, she said she'd help us. So of course she's going to help us. You're not too far off, funny enough. Duke knows what I mean. LOL. Gebler is the proper name of Solaris Special Forces, basically. Gebler will turn you to giblets. Or giblets? I've never seen the word giblets spelled out. Maybe the G does sound like a J. You're always like this. Can't you see? She's in Gebler. Don't be so darn trusting. That's not true. Is it, Ellie? I like how she asks Ellie, the person under suspicion. Ah, that's like someone tells you someone's going to kill you, and then you turn to the murderer, and you're like, you're not really going to kill me, are you? Murder could just be standing there, like holding a knife. Like, what? No, I'm not going to kill you. Just go through that door. You'll be fine. Oh, it's not behind the knife. Oh, yeah? Look where your ability to judge characters got you. What does that mean? Faye, what about you? Do you believe her? So, was it her trusting nature that got her kidnapped in the first place? Because if so, we don't know that. I made up my mind long ago. Faye. I feel like he just doesn't really care. Like, if he walks out there and it's an ambush, he'll just fight. If it's not an ambush, then he escapes. I feel like he doesn't really care much either way. But I do think he trusts her to some degree. Gah! First you, now her. The whole lot of you can go jump off a cliff for all I care. You come with us. Oh, she's scouting ahead. Wait here a second. Alright. The coast is clear. Quick, follow me. I kind of want to tour the base, though. Ah, well. This is the Gears startup code. You sure this is a good idea? And can we all escape in one gear? You can start any standard gear with this code. Ooh. Ellie? This is all I can do for you. The rest is up to fate. Aren't they going to wonder how we got the code? Alright, let's go, Faye. What are you doing? Hurry up! Ellie, come with us. You're not the type of person suited to a place like this. Faye, you are just wasting time talking. They're coming! We're gonna get caught! Well, if they do come, she has a better reason to escape with us. I mean, I guess you could say, like, she was threatened for the code, but it's like, if you were a civilian, or maybe just one of the mechanics, that would make sense, but you're a soldier. I'm assuming she's a soldier. So it's like, you don't even have a mark on you. They didn't even torture you, they just threatened you with torture and you just gave in? Some kind of soldier you are. Ellie. Thanks, but it's impossible. I'm a Solaris soldier. Aw, that's too bad. This is where I belong. I can't go with you. Oh well. Kind of torn between saying, alright, Ellie, well, I hope not to see you on the opposite end of the battlefield. Or just like coming out of nowhere and just jawing her to knock her out and then taking her with us anyway. But I think she'd probably run off the first chance she got, so that's probably not a good idea. Ellie! Faye, the next time we meet, we'll be enemies. Aw, that's sad. Stolen mech! Ooh, look at those heels! The mechs are launched? That's funny. That's cool. Oh, maybe they're not really launched. Maybe it just slides you outside. Oh, they do get launched. That's cool. What can I say? I love this game. It's been a while since... Oh. Miang. Get my wyvern powered up now. I'm the commander. I have a message from Hiu. What? Stop the power up! Recall all men back to base and wait for further orders. That fool. What is he doing down here now? He has a very stern look in his eyes, this Ramses. Well, Marguerite, now that we have saved you, may we ask you one thing? From the look in his eyes, Ramses reminds me of Albert Wesker from the Resident Evil series. That's how I'm trying to read him. Like a very serious, very powerful demeanor that sometimes will crack a joke, but eh. Duke says, what can I say? I love this game. It's been a while since my last playthrough, but I've been through it like 4 or 5 times. I think Bart's just coming to the conclusion that he's not winning this argument. That's definitely a launch catapult. Commander, I have a message from our developer. They said, pack it up, we're getting cancelled. Why did you go up against the enemy by yourself? She tried to fight the enemy solo? I don't buy that. Sorry, but I heard a rumor in town that day. It was said that the sect's sisters who were captured by Ava were still alive. Obviously a groundless rumor started by the enemy in order to lure you out. Please, don't be so hard on her. The Nisan sect is Marguerite's home. It's perfectly understandable. Then, you thought you could save them alone? That was stupid! Aw. I believed it. So what? I was wrong. But... But... Grandma and Mom were already executed. Aw. Oh. Here we got the heartfelt music. Marguerite. At any rate, Marguerite is here unhurt. That's the main thing. Before luck runs out, let's take Marguerite to Nisan. We can talk more there. Now, I'll go prepare Marguerite's room. Miss Marguerite, may I ask you to accompany me? Margie. Next time, let us know. We'll go for you. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm not sure she can do that. Marguerite is straining herself. Young master, you should be kind to her. We're back in control! Duke says Ramses is the commander of the Gebler Special Forces as a whole. This makes him a prominent military person in Solaris, and probably their highest man on the surface. Jamera redeemed hydrate. There you go. Cheers to Jamera. So, Bart was right. Her trusting nature is what got her kidnapped. Ah. Mitsuda does darn fine work. I agree. Mitsuda. Mitsuda made the music? What's the first name? Oh, I guess I can't steer. I try to interact with the wheel. Can we go jump into the sand? We cannot. Ooh. I like the effect, though. You can see, like, the wind flying over the wing. That's neat. I like that. The sand down below. Nice. Okay. Yes. I believe something? Yasunori Mitsuda? Yasunori. Did you do the soundtrack for Chrono Cross too? Why is she outside the door? Oh, that's the bunny! She left the bunny, her toy. Aw, why did she leave the toy? A little creepy, actually. That Margie! Leaving a strange stuffed animal in a place like this. Because of this, we can't get into the bridge. It's a bunny. Pick it up and move it. It's not. Hey, Faye, stop the funny voices, will ya? It's not what? Huh? I didn't say anything. That's weird. Anyway, let's ask Margie to get rid of it. It's lukewarm. I feel like maybe half of the jasper could be in here, but that doesn't make sense. Because they took the jasper from her. Unless what she gave them wasn't really the jasper, like the half of the jasper. Because only royalty knows what it looks like. If that's true. Maybe she gave them like a keepsake from her mother that they thought was half the jasper. But really the actual jasper is hidden inside the bunny. Which would kind of be cute. Maybe it's like the bunny's power source. Yasunori Mitsuda, composer for Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, ooh, I was right, Xenogears, Xenosaga, and Xenoblade. Bart. There is a stuffed animal blocking the door. We clearly cannot get in. This is so weird. There's a stuffed animal blocking the door. So instead of just picking it up and moving it, because I'm a grown man who's strong enough to do that, I'm going to go looking all around the ship, wherever her room is, to go ask her to come over here, follow us all the way back to where this door is, to pick up the doll, and then take it with her. Like, move the dolls. Why would you do that? She's already upset. We're going to go aggravate her some more. Alright, whatever. Let's go. New dialogue? Grow bigger, grow! This tree was planted when the young master was born. It grew along with the young master. With it, our hopes and dreams grow to fruition too. Anyhow, the door next to you is the elevator. Use the switch inside to go up or down. No new dialogue. She could be through here. Or she could be in this hallway. Let's check the hallway. Nope. Oh, this is the nurse. Hello, nurse. I hear you won at the martial arts tournament. Yep. That's great. By the way, did you get hurt? Oh, you didn't? Too bad. I mean, that's good. Who do you want to weigh? Faye. Good. Perfect weight. Ah, good. We balanced out our beer with cold food and it worked out just right. Bart. Good. Perfect weight. You won the martial arts tournament? Well done. If I didn't have this wound... For Xenoblade, he was not the sole composer, apparently, but he was one of them. Also, he's done work on other games, but it would take too long to list them all. That's an impressive resume, then. Infirmary and bloodthirstiness. Who still looks like Link to me from The Legend of Zelda. Alright, well, let's try this door. Oh, this is one, like, long area. Yeah. Marguerite's become stronger since the last time I saw her. She is indeed the true great mother of Nisan. That just sounds a little weird, like the great mother is a child. Hey, that professor dressed in green isn't with you? That's true, where is he? Helen, so courageous, so moving. I guess there are many things in the world I've never seen. I'll probably discover them if I try hard enough on my own. Probably. This is where we rest. You want to rest too? No thanks. See you later. Let me know when you want to rest. Actually, do I need to rest? Let me see. Oh, we do need to rest. Never mind. Or I guess mind. Yes, we need to rest. It's a little messy, so bear with it. Yeah, this is... I don't know what to call them. Group quarters, I guess? I know, right? She's 16. She's 16? I thought she was like 6. But the title is inherited, and since her mother and grandmother were both executed... Oh, that's true. You could stand to. It may be messy, but it's free. See ya. The Merry Card Collection. I'm having a difficult time collecting them all. Well, she's not in here. Is that a fridge? It's not a fridge. Let's go back this way. I might get confused otherwise. Barracks. There we go. Faye, Bart, and Ellie are all 18. Margie is 16. Faye, Bart, and Ellie. Okay. Margie is 16. Smart. That's weird. And Seaton is a wizened old 29. Really? Because of course he is. Oh, JRPGs and their perception of ages. I wonder if your language was sort of a clue. Was the mysterious masked man really Dr. Seaton? Is that why he's not with us? Is that why you called him wizened? Because he was the wise man? In fact, I think that grand list of cliches has something about that. No. No, he probably didn't say anything different. Let's try this room. Ah, here she is. Oh, penguin! I love penguins. My favorite animal. Hey, Margie. Get rid of that strange stuffed animal sitting in front of the bridge. It's in our way. I mean, I could have just carried it with me and brought it to you. But why would I do that? It's not a strange stuffed animal. It has a name. Its name is... Oh, I get to pick one. I get to make its own name. Ooh. That's interesting because up to this point, you haven't been able to name any of the characters. You just got their default name. Like, we didn't get to choose to call Faye Faye. He was just called Faye. Same with Bart, same with everyone else. Only the pet can you rename. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of cool. I kind of want to rename it. I kind of want to call it Orfeo, but I'm not going to do that. Duke says, number 5. Logan's Run Rule. RPG characters are young. Very young. The average age seems to be 15. Unless the character is a decorated and battle-hardened soldier, in which case, he might even be as old as 18. Some teenagers often have skills with multiple weapons and magic, years of experience, and never ever worry about their parents telling them to come home from adventuring before bedtime. By contrast, characters more than 22 years old will cheerfully refer to themselves as washed-up old fogies and be eager to make room for the younger generation. Yeah, being able to rename this character is kind of odd. I'll leave it Choo Choo. Generally, in an RPG, I always leave all the names as the default. The only RPG that I've ever played where I renamed, well, not even renamed, where I named the characters was the original Final Fantasy. And that's because they didn't have names. Or at least in the US, they didn't have names. I was told in Japan, or the Japanese translation of the original Final Fantasy, they do have names. But for some reason, we just got to name those names didn't carry over. I don't know why. Choo Choo. We'll accept Choo Choo. Choo Choo! Her name is Choo Choo. But that's weird. It was just here, where I put it a moment ago. Nice to meet you. I'm Choo Choo. Oh, see, now I'm glad we left the name as Choo Choo. It's funnier that way. I fell in love with you when I first saw you in Benedivik. Wherever you go, I shall go Choo. It is cute. Oh my, I just declared my love. What we thought was just a stuffed toy is actually a living animal. Weird. I guess that's why it was lukewarm. No wonder it felt strangely lukewarm. What? Looking good, Faye. Shut up. I don't see what they're arguing about. It's alright. I, as the captain, give you my permission. Oh, why is he kneeling down? And holding her hand? I'm lost here. Yeah! Suit yourself. I have no idea what's going on. Well, I don't want to interrupt you two, so I'll wait outside. This is getting a little more awkward now. Thank you for your help at the castle. Let's see. Ebbert says, I don't know enough people to rename my party members to anything significant. Duke says, if you ever want to see the full list, the name of the page, to Google it, is The Grand List of Console RPG Clichés. But you might risk spoilers. At least 2 rules are named after characters from this game. One of them actually being called the Fae rule. The cliché description might spoil something just by implication. Maybe after I beat the game. I heard you really riled it up at the tournament. Bart was bragging how you're both buddies and all. Really? I'm so ashamed. I want to be of help to Bart, but I ended up owing him again. Her floppy hat reminds me of a character from Disgaea. The human girl who wears the pretty hat, if you know who that is. Faye, have you seen Bart's back? Bart's back? He's got scars all over his back, and it looks so painful. I was going to say something else, I'll just read this. Long ago, when the 2 of us got caught by Shakan, Bart protected me from getting beaten. At that time,
I decided to be his follower, to serve and protect him. But he is the one who's always protecting me.
And when I thought it was going to be something like, Bart had all those scars all over his back. He went in one day to defend my honor into a bordello. He was gone all night. The next day, he emerged victorious with scars all over his back.
Oh, so sorry. Anyway, thanks a lot for saving me.
Oh, I can move. Okay.
Thanks, Faye.
Wow, a delicious-looking spider. He eats spiders.
Munchu, munchu.
Or she eats spiders?
Presents are a way to a woman's heart. Here's a reward.
Received Ether Veiler. Ooh, what does that do?
My eyes dry out when pretending to be a stuffed animal. Ouchoo.
Oh. There's two very good reasons for this. One is that most RPGs are tales about coming-of-age adventures where characters discover and develop their true selves. And two, in old times, people typically lived much less shorter lives. So people who were in their 20s were considered in their adulthood, and many people passed away in their 30s and 40s. I finished skimming it. 6 rule names were taken from this game. I will say one of them because it is funny, and not actually a spoiler, just a remark on game mechanics. Number 73. Last Law of Travel, Big Joe Rule. As has been described, you must endure great trials just to get from town to town, locating different vehicles, operating ancient transport mechanisms, evading military blockades. The list goes on. But that's just you. Every other character in the game seems to have no trouble getting to any place in the world on a moment's notice. And giggling remarks about how bloody he got his sword. There's your first payoff for one of those early game items. Ether. When he said spider, or when she said spider, I thought she meant like a spider that was like on the wall that I didn't see because the camera was rotated a different angle. Ether Veiler is an accessory that cuts down elemental damage, I think. Or maybe just cuts ether damage as a whole. And this is why you grab the spider from the web back in Lahan. Oh, that's cool! Hold on, more sniffles. Burb in less than half a minute. Alright, we're back. Well, let's check. Items. And... oh yeah! The spider's gone. Alright, where are you? Not here. It's equipment then? Not a weapon. At least not a weapon for Faye. There it is, Ether Veiler. Doubles elemental defense. And defense -6. Doubles elemental. Well, no one's really hit me with elements so far. Just like rockets, bullets, melee attacks. About it. We'll save it though. You missed it. What happened with the spider? I mean, Big Joe is a great example of that trope. So it makes sense to name the rule after him. Yes, an accessory. Would have been the hammer rule, too. What happened is we talked to the pink choo-choo character, and it was standing over here looking at the wall, but I had the camera like this, so I thought maybe I just couldn't see a spider on the wall. But apparently, it saw the spider in our inventory that we collected in Lahan, took the spider from us and ate it. And as thanks, it gave us that weapon that I just looked up, the Ether Veiler. That's kind of cool. But I'm sure he has a rule having to do with hearing gossip. Sadly, no text match for hammer at all. Oh my freaking gosh, it eats spiders? What the heck? Plus, he hasn't met that person yet. Oh, that's what happened. Oh, is she going to change clothes? That's a cute outfit there. Alright, I'll talk to you one more time and then we're out of here. Thanks, Faye. My eyes dry out when pretending to be a stuffed animal. Ouch you. Alright, well, now I guess we can go to the bridge. How much gold do we have on us? I don't think we have that much gold. No, I don't have much gold. I was thinking about going to buy some more of those metal coatings for Bart's gear, but I don't have enough. I think it's at least 4,000. You're about to mod your message, and then Orphea read it. Blah, blah, blah. Nothing of interest to you there. Is a character named Hammer in the game? Is it MC Hammer? Does he have a cameo in here? I haven't seen him in anything in a long time. I know Creepy's a fan of MC Hammer. He used to talk about him all the time in stream. That's it. The last of today's coffee. Sorry. Thought I was... circumlocutious enough? That is a long word. Did you learn that from the Xenogears? I know I've had to look up at like one word filler that was in this game so far. I even wrote it down. I think I might have thrown that paper away though. No, I did not. Insalubrious. That's the word that I found in Xenogears that I had to look up. Good job, translation team! Like, and that's me being serious. That's not even a criticism. Like, I don't think most English speakers know what that word means. And apparently someone on the Japanese to English translation staff knew what it meant. So, big props to you. Let's talk to all the other characters first. I'm still, I admit, a little irked by the fact that we came in first place at the tournament and we literally won nothing. I mean, yeah, we got some items and stuff, but that was from beating the opponents. That wasn't like an official prize for winning the tournament. Like, we should have got a prize bag, like a purse. Like, congratulations, you won the tournament. Here's 10,000 gold. Like, that would have been enough for me. But we got nothing. I guess it's just like the pride of knowing you're like the best fighter in the area. Whatever. This ship uses innumerable effect wings to pulverize sand and wade through it. If our balance is lost, we roll over in the desert. It's all up to our skill. I wonder then if they... I wonder if you can drift this thing on the sand. It's dry in the desert, so gunpowder burns steadily and easy to predict. It'd be great if the temperature would stay the same day and night. And he just wants us to listen to sounds again. I had a competition going on with a young master the other day to see who could tip the boat further. Old Nisan literally was what I thought. I think this is all. I think we've heard all this before. Let's just go back up and talk to the main people up here. I wonder what our next mission goal is going to be. We need the other gems, so we have to go back, I would think. Young master, according to Margie, there's quite a troublemaker in Gebler. Yeah. So, who the heck is he? Karan Ramses of the Holy Solaris Empire's Special Foreign Affairs Agency. That is a long title. In other words, he's the commander-in-chief of Gebler. See, that's easier to memorize there. It seems that Gebler isn't just after the excavation sites around Ava after all. You mean they're not after the Jasper? If that's their only goal, they wouldn't need to send an important man like him. Young master, this could become unexpectedly complicated. Doc hasn't come back yet, has he? Doc. No need to worry about him. He'll join us soon. Wasn't the doctor who radioed the commander-in-chief? Didn't they say Hiyu was the one who was contacting them? Interesting. What do we not know about you, Doc? Are you an ex-Ava guard? Or ex-Ava commander? Are you still an Avan commander? Did you help Marty McFly return from the future? Can I control the ship now? Hello? Hello? We shall have to enter into Nisan through the secret road. Let's keep on the lookout for a lone tree in the desert as a sign of where the road lies buried. Oh, I know where that is. Shall we launch the Yggdrasil? Sure, why not? Go ahead. Duke says, I'm actually not sure that is a word. Circumlocution is... It describes talking circles around something, not being direct. I needed a word to describe the act of using it. So, it just kind of modified the word. I see. Now, you'd think Seaton would have put some money on you, right? I mean, I don't really know how much money he has. He probably doesn't care about that kind of thing. I kind of nodded off from the Ava tournament. How does the tournament conclude? Faye wins, and that's it. He was fighting against the mysterious masked man called Wiseman, and then Wiseman just kind of runs off. So the tournament judge is like, I guess Wiseman forfeit because he just left the arena. So by default, Faye wins. They just say, hey, thanks for fighting. Now get out. Or does Faye split suddenly? No, he's there. Then it wouldn't be a desert. Deserts are renowned for their hot days and cold nights. Dry air, no clouds, doesn't retain heat well. Ah, there you go, Duke fills you in. In the final match, none of Faye's hits could land on Wiseman. Actually, we did land one hit on Wiseman. We had to use a chi move. And Wiseman didn't attack back, just chatted with Faye a bit. Then he took off, and the crowd was disappointed at the anticlimactic final match. But the judges took it as a forfeit, so Faye was the champion. Oh, I'm sure Kiyu is a common name in that world, like Steve or something. Right. He knows where it is, Sigurd. But says, I am Lord Sir Jimothy Pease Idocitus, first hand of the Order of the Elucidated Knights of the Dragon of the Southern Crest, and heir to the Jadis Lapis Lazuli of the ever-seeing ancestral illumination of the great dynasty of everlasting names and titles. You may call me Bob for short. Yeah, guided shot did 1 entire point of damage. That's right, but we got him. If this were remade, that would have been a trophy right there. You did damage to Wiseman. Okay, well now can I go back? Hold on, let me get it further away. I mean, they don't necessarily know this isn't the entrance. Oh, even if I did go back, it wouldn't matter. Like, even if I could go back, because it's not Weltall. It's Seaton's mech that I need to go down there with in order to upgrade the frame. So, well. I was right, they even mentioned the tree. The lone tree in the desert. So I knew it did something. Just when we got next to it earlier, it didn't do anything, like at the beginning of the stream. Road to Nisan. Yeah, you forgot? It's because you need the Yggdrasil? Ah. Now I see why you came down to the surface. Alright, I understand you. But Karan Ramsus, taking over the post of Ava is pretty annoying. Oh, is that the post that Dr. Seaton previously had? The home country might have had some special reasons. Yeah, obviously. But perhaps there is still a chance of success. You and I, who used to be called Elements at the Commander's Training School, Jugan, are both here. Hope you are right. By the way, she is still... According to Faye, there was a female aide on Kar's side, and he said that she had indigo blue eyes and hair, so it must be her. So all the old Elements members are on the surface world now. I guess so. Oh, like they each represent a different element? So I guess with her, like, indigo hair, she's like, what, water? I can see water as a healing element. He has white hair. I'm guessing he's like wind or ice. Probably wind. Dr. Seaton wears green and brown. I'm guessing he's earth. Oh. And when we saw Faye's father, or who I'm guessing is Faye's father, with the long, crazy red hair and the red armor, maybe Faye's father was the fire elemental. And now that title is passed on to Faye. Then what does it make the person who killed Faye's father? An element of chaos? A negative element? The void? Is it X-Death in Final Fantasy V? I guess so. Hyuga, to be honest with you, she scares me. She supports Kar and is kind to anyone. I know that very well. But sometimes I felt a strange fear in her that bothers me more than Kar being in this land. Oh, there's fear in her. Towards the dark side she might tilt, huh? That cannot be true. Not in her. Yeah, I don't want to believe it either. But don't you remember how I could always sense these things quite accurately? He's in tune with the Force. Right. By the way, have you told the young one yet? No, not yet. I don't want him to worry until we know exactly what Solar's objectives really are. But I have to tell him eventually, though. Anyway, Hyuga, have you gotten any information? Or maybe Bart is the fire elemental and he doesn't know. Maybe the blood oath he thinks the father, the family made, he wasn't covered in blood. Maybe he was like fiery. And maybe that's why Bart wears red. And he has a fiery attitude. Could be. But then what would that make Faye? That accounts for all the elements. Unless Faye is the avatar. And he has to learn bending techniques from all the other elements. And then get his own series on Nickelodeon. Could be. Anyway, Hyuga, have you gotten any information? Not really. I left there before going into the center section. Faye! Oh, he's eavesdropping. Oh, it's you, Bart. Don't scare me. Sorry, Dory. It sounds like Sig and your doctor friend know each other pretty darn well. Sig. Darn. I thought I knew everything about that guy. When did Doc get back? You can't travel from the tree without the ship. If you went there on foot or in gear, nothing to find. I see. Because I honestly can't remember if you can even go back in that cave, but probably not. I'll complete the remaining checks on board. Besides, whatever it was selling is probably going to be outclassed before much longer anyway. But it's weird it's there, though, as an option. Unless it's like strictly there is a foreshadow that you're going to be coming into contact soon with another gear. I do love hearing him speculate. He comes up with some interesting theories. I think Orpheus' next guess is that Choo Choo is the heart element. Ooh, maybe. But if Choo Choo's the heart element, does that mean when their powers combine, they summon Captain Planet? Ooh. Maybe that's who Faye's father is. Or was. Ooh. And just like there was the Bizarro Captain Planet, that would explain the person who killed Faye's father. He's the Bizarro Captain Planet. Ooh, this is getting good. Choo Choo is a love elemental, and that Choo Choo is about to run a train on Choo. I'll complete the remaining checks on board. I'll leave the rest up to you, Nisan. As you wish. I will have the honor of accompanying the others. Bartholomew, healthy as ever, I hope? Yeah, how's the town? Since we got word several days ago that there might be an army advancing from the royal capital, the sex representatives have been in discussion. What have they come up with? For now, they just plan to improve the local defenses. Also, anti-Shakan people have been gathering here, probably because they heard about what's going on. That's reassuring. Yes. However, the residents are starting to feel uneasy. People are starting to take refuge up north in the mountains. Can't blame them. By the way, how's Marguerite? Better than we thought, but I know she was in a lot of grief. Marguerite! I'm so glad you're safe. Thanks. All the townspeople are overjoyed by the Great Mother's return. Ah! Now he's back in our party. Well, now he's back in our party. Equip. And Deaton. Feather hat. Iron Mail. Yeah, I guess Iron Mail. Actually, hold on. I want Iron Mail to go there, and I want glasses to go there. When possible, I always like my armor to be arranged from like head to toe in that order. So, okay. Oh wait, does Dr. Seaton have full HP? Okay, yeah, he does. Well, now that he's back... Preparations for the campaign are done. Just finishing one final check. The young master is taking Marguerite to Nisan. Oh, because she's not with us, we can't leave. Fine. I wanted to try to go back to the cave. See if I could upgrade Heim. That's his name, Heimdall. Oh wait, the young master's with me. Well, then that means Marguerite's with me. So we can't leave? I mean, he is blocking me. Can I jump down here? I cannot jump down here. Gonna take the wheel? No. Okay, so we're locked in here for now. All right, fine. No problem, sir. Yeah, all right, fine. I want him to say it, and he did. Say what? What's this way? Oh, I can't go that way. To Nisan. The Captain Planet bit? Oh, okay. Wow! It's been such a long time since I left here. Well, first of all, we should accompany Marguerite up to meet the sisters. Huh? What is it, old Nisan? Sniff. Goodness gracious me! You farted! Think that little Miss Marguerite was finally able to return here. It is so awfully moving. Hey, pull yourself together, old man. Forgive me. How terribly embarrassing. I couldn't help it. I shall go back and give some instructions to the men left on the ship. Please, young master, go ahead and escort Miss Marguerite up to see the sisters. Excuse me now. Aww. The whole reason you mentioned the hard element. Nisan has the worst farts, but he is too refined to put in front of the camera. Mr. Pirate! Will you let me ride in your ship someday? Maybe when you get a little older, kid. Margie has come back! Oh, that's cool, they see different dialogue now. You're going to make your move, eh, Bartholomew? But somehow, I don't think that man's just going to stand by and let you do as you please, though. That man? He means Shakan. Yes, it's all right to try and avenge your father. But I don't think things will be that easy, though. I don't want to hurt anyone. I want you to know I'm always thinking about that. Do your best. Is the rumor that there are pirates in the royal capital true? Kinda true. I mean, I was there, wasn't I? I'm a pirate. Well, I mean, Bart is a pirate. I'm very sorry, but we're all full. As an apology, please accept this. Special herb tea. Wow, we got it twice! Reduced weight a bit. Thank you. Come again. I wonder if every time you leave this city and come back you get free tea. For a special arrangement with the town representatives, we're getting lodging. Oh, lucky you. Let's rub it in. Oh, I wonder if the sisters the one who are the ladies who are praying. Oh, maybe they're at the Citadel. Maybe we have to go through this town to get to the Citadel. Maybe we needed the mother with us in order to do that. No one in here. You there! Who are you? If it isn't my young lord! I hear you gave them quite a show this time. Shh, keep it down. My true identity is supposed to be a secret. What if a spy from the royal capital snuck in here and heard you? Oh, I hadn't thought about that. Okay, we came from that way. Yeah, we did, okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she went down the stairs, so let's go this way. What are you doing over there in the corner? So, oh no! It's this person again! And yeah, I can't walk away. I just have to go through the whole condo again. You're looking back at your FF trophies, and FF1 was the only one you managed to platinum. It's a dialogue trap, yes it is. This place has gotten to be a pain. My family is fleeing north to the mountains. I'm here to buy supplies. Okay. Young master, the old man from the gun room sent me here for supplies. If you want, I can also get gear parts you may need. Just tell me. Whoa, good preparations. If that's the case, please get the parts we need. Oh, sweet. Sweet. Tune up. Engine. Nope. Heimdall? Oh, we can upgrade the engine on Heimdall. Nice. Oh wait, no we can't. My bad. I got excited for mine. I saw the 1800 and I thought that was the fuel. That's the cost. Frame? Well, 3000, well, 3000. Heimdall? Oh, they only have the frame for the well tall. That's weird. Alright. Armor? MS9, they all have MS9, so that's not going to do anything. By weapons? Nope. We already have the Snapper Gear Whip for the Brigandier. Parts are all the same. I really just want more magnetic covers, but I can't afford it. Wait, trophies are a PlayStation term. But which version of FF1 is on any PS machine that has trophies? It says, I just refer to it as 100% achievement completion as platinum game since I used to have a PS3. To answer your question, Pixel Remaster is coming to PlayStation coming soon. PS4 and 5 and Switch. Ah. Though, if you have emulator, from what I've been told by other people who do emulation, if you play older games, they've actually been patched for trophies, like achievements, basically. And so if you play like older games through emulation, you can get unique trophies that way that are posted to some sort of like website, which is, I think it's pretty cool. Come on in. Looking for accessories. Do you have anything new? Or is it all the stuff we saw before?
Power Ring, Stamina Ring, Speed Ring, Guardian Ring, Holy Pendant, Life Stone, Ether Doubler. Same stuff. No, oh well. Thank you very much. And let's save. Ooh, they are? Nice. I've got all 6 on Steam. Beat and 100% of the first 5. Then kind of lost my momentum. That's a shame because FF6 is the best FF ever. Nah, 7's better. And I say that not having played 6. Oh, did Seaton level up? Didn't he only need like 300 something XP to level up? And he was like level 22 and now he's level 23 all of a sudden? How did he level up? That's weird. Alright. I know, right? Alright. I think we are going to go on ahead and call it. We've been streaming for quite a while now. I'm not sure how long. On this stream session it says like 10.25 hours, but like I said, we had a stream session before this one today, and stream crashed. I don't remember if we were streaming for like an hour, maybe 2 hours. So we're going to go ahead and call it here. I want to see if there's anyone else streaming that we can throw a raid over to. Speaking of retro games and retro gaming achievements, we are going to head over to Revolution. I have not been in his streams in a while. He's one of the people, I think he's the first person to tell me about achievements or earning achievements in retro games. And right now he is streaming a retro game, and he's streaming one of my favorite games of all time. In fact, it's in my top 10 list of games of all time, which I will probably never go back to because it's just too addicting for me. And that game is Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. He is streaming the PlayStation Portable version. So, but before I set up that raid, let me say thank you to everyone who came out today. So thank you to Wipeout, thank you to Duke Darkwood, thank you to Albatrax, thank you to Jamera, thank you to General Organa. Also, thank you again, Wipeout, for the renewed sub. Thank you, everyone, for the redemptions. Thank you also to Fusion for being here. Let's see here. Also, thank you to Dre. I'll make sure I don't forget anyone, but the stream chat only scrolls up so far. I think Alaralai was here as well. Oh, and I know Creepy was here. So thank you also, you two, for being here. Oh, so can I... Nice. But says, I'm going to stream some FF7 Remake. Catch you later, Orf. See you, Duke. Never got into the Monster Hunter series. I think I'll call it and go game some myself. See you all around. Alright, dude. Have fun. And, I guess in that case, I'll just tune into Wipeout. So for anyone who doesn't know or who missed Wipeout's stream earlier, or missed a shout out for Wipeout earlier, I should say. Also, thank you, Brandon, for being here as well earlier. There we go. Shout out to Wipeout. I cannot rate him yet because he's not streaming. But yes, there's his link. And he was last casting the Final Fantasy VII Remake. So I'm pretty sure that's what he's going to be doing right now. He does have integrated as he is streaming the PC version. So feel free to tune in. You do a lot of RPGs? He has been. I mean, he loves art. He loves a lot of different genres of games. But RPGs are a big one for him. In fact, he's the one who told me to play Xenogears. I'm playing it this early because of him. If not, it would have been much further down the list. But he's been going through and beating all of the Final Fantasies. So he did the whole Pixel Remaster Collection 1 through 6. And then he did the Crisis Core game that just came out. I forgot what the subtitle is. But it's the remake. And now he's on the Final Fantasy VII Remake. After that, I don't know what he's going to do. Neat, yes. I'm heading off, but if you do many RPGs, I'll follow the raid just to drop a follow-up. Well, let's see. I mean, I'll try to set up the raid. But like I said, I don't know if he's streaming. We'll see what happens. Oh, the raid has been created. I guess he is streaming right now. Sweet. Let's head on over there and hang out. Time to go head off. Probably eat some lunch. And, yeah, I'll see you all again next time. Let me back out to the main menu here. Or I guess I could just, like, quit game. Reunion Crisis Core. Thank you. That's it. Final Fantasy VII. So the next time that we'll be streaming Xenogears will be next Thursday for another RPG Afternoons. And we'll pick up right from where we left off tonight. The next time I'll be streaming will be tomorrow, although you can see my clock says 1:46 a.m., so technically it's going to be later today. At 1 p.m. U.S. Eastern, so in less than 12 hours, I will be live again, or at least I aim to, for Franchise Fridays with Borderlands 3. So, excuse me, if you like first-person shooters or the Borderlands series, you're more than welcome to come by. It is also my first playthrough of that game. So take care. Maybe I'll see you next Thursday for more Xenogears, or later today for Borderlands, or in Wipeout stream for some Final Fantasy VII. Have a good night.